however you want to call that, because you can turn it into both, to be fair. But absolutely love that, where you're building up and then you've got your creator card, because that's just in one die piece set.
That's amazing.
Absolutely.
Gorgeous.
Stunning detail.
Yeah.
Edgeable part of collection. We always do an edgeable part of collection. And I do love the lady look. She is so pretty. The lovely edgeable. Don't forget, paper piece these parts. Put your red ladybugs. Get those colour, get the colour in there. If you're popping it onto acetate, colour the acetate with your alcohol pens, and you can create a really lovely effect on there. Also included in this is the small things. Nothing small about that leaf. No. And it comes in two parts, where you could have a solid leaf or one with the veins or the spines on there. You've got your little ladybug on there as well, and you've got some extra florals. Now, this one is a stamp and die set, so it's called Fly High, and it's your bumblebee. I love the fact that it's got the cut-out piece, so you don't have to fussy cut, because there is a die and the stamp, and then this one cuts into your cardstock, so this is a separate piece to create that flying detail.
Fantastic, isn't it, on that bee as well?
Absolutely. And then my favourite, well, I say favourites, I shouldn't have favourites, but I can't help it. I do love an embossing folder. And this is what sold the collection out before, so we've got these back in stock. This is the Ladybird Love. I adore this. It is absolutely stunning, and I will be doing a demonstration with this, showing you how you can use that to colour that in as well. And that's a 3D embossing folder, including this one, which is Sweet Flora, is also 3D. I know one of Craig's favourites.
I love they've got the honeycomb in the background.
Honeycomb detail, it's absolutely beautiful, with the flowers on there, and also you can add your extra little bits because you've got the stamp and die set on there. We've got a set of sentiments that are a play on the words around there, and you can see that. I mean, I can't read them upside down, back to front, and that million miles away from camera, but some really beautiful sentiments with a play on the word, and I do love these. I think some that can be used on the front of your card, some that can be used for the verse on the inside as well.
That one's good. You can bug me anytime. It's really funny, like the play on words.
They are such good. I love the I love that play on the words, and I love the fact there's different fonts in there as well. We've not kept to the same font, so that's also in your collection. And then to top that off, we've actually got your foil. Now, it's called cold foil. It's not your hot foil, it's your cold foil.
Okay.
And it is your foil adhesives. So you're getting all of your sheets of adhesives in there and all your sheets of your foil in there. And that's the solid one. That's the kind of look that you're going to be able to achieve. That's just with one of the solid pieces, because in there is also sentiments in there. You've got, I know that it's very difficult to see there, but you've got sentiments, and you've got a fair few sheets of different sentiments. You've got that full solid one, what you've just seen, literally. I just did that one very quickly, and I'll show you how to do that through your machines. But there's pieces in there that you're going to be able to trim out, cut out, and just add that foiling detail on. So again, that is coming in the complete collection as well.
It's just such a big collection. And as you said as well, it is at the best price that we've seen it. So £69.99 today. So you're saving £42 on this. And you can get it, of course, on split payment if you want to as well. Now, I just want to show you a few other ways you can get bits as well. Most of it's available individually, but what had completely sold out on the initial launch of this was these embossing folders. So if you would like to get, because it might be that you bought everything else, but you're thinking, well, I'm still missing the embossing folders. You can get these the duo, but I will let you know that people have already spotted them, so we're already down to limited stock on them. I can't believe this price.
What was that?
A duo of embossing folders at a tenner.
Oh, what you doing, man?
I know, and when we saw, obviously, your boards, the quality of them,
what you doing?
It doesn't make sense, does it? Within a second, 10% has gone on that. In fact, we're approaching 20% of the stock now. And the thing is, I think what you've got here with those ladybirds, with having that lovely amount of flower arrangement in it, you've got that lovely honeycomb in the background, it's going to work for so many different occasions. And it works, obviously, as part of this collection, but with so many different things you have at home as well. So if you want that duo, oh my gosh, I mean, look how many names we've got on the screen. Just to let you know, once they've gone in the smaller bundle, we're not then able to obviously restock them or anything like that, because we've got the full complete amount in this, so then it would only be available in the complete collection. Violet's got them, Maria has, Leslie has, Champa has, well done, Hayley, Janice, Angela, Elizabeth, Dawn, Susan, Wendy, Robert, Patricia, Hartford. Half the stock's gone. We're well over allocated now in terms of the duo of these embossing folders.
Oh dear.
You knew that was going to happen.
I did. I said to you, I said, because we've not been able to get in more stock. We've had to order this back in because they were the ones that sold out last
popular.
time, which is why we couldn't bring you the complete collection the last few times.
Yeah.
So to bring the full collection back is great, but for those people that missed out and maybe possibly bought, and I have a feeling the names on that board are the ones that bought the smaller, collection that we brought that missed out on those embossing folders. Now you've got a complete collection, which I'm loving. Yeah. However, just...
it's...
We're going to have that same thing on his hands again.
We've got about a 3-minute wait on the phone lines, and we've got triple the amount of you with it in your baskets compared to what is now left. So good luck with that. That is going to sell out shortly. We have another small bundle that obviously I can bring to you as well. Now, this is where you're getting that fantastic kind of statement piece. When I saw the boards that Debbie was showing there, this is the one that just called out to me, where you are getting that amazing kind of wreath, that card shape that we're seeing with this. You're also, of course, getting that bee that you can make up, your ladybird that you've got there as well. So many lovely elements, and look how they can kind of sit in the centre, or you can use them completely independently. It also comes with a stamp and die set that we can see just here as well. So you've also got that really detailed opportunity to be able to get your bee, which can be used independently, or use it with a die if you want that perfect cut. It comes with your edgeable as well, which you saw was such a beautiful cutout. I mean, to be able to get your little ladybirds there, as well as those lovely sort of sweeping foliage that's coming around it, is gorgeous. Then your small things, which we say small things, as you said, it's a really large leaf.
It's a large die, yeah.
But nice to have all those little extras as well, which I think you'll just be putting onto all of your cards, to be honest, for little...
Yeah, it's like them extra little embellishments part, isn't it? Right.
And then we have that fabulous amount of sentiments that we can see. So appreciate life, little miracles, ladybug look you've got there. Let your dreams carry you to the sky. Until you spread your wings, you never know how far you can fly. You know, that's just some of them. So there's so many jam-packed in that. And for this bundle, if you want to get all of those elements, we are talking under £40. So just £39 to be able to get all of that, which is a really, really big bundle again, isn't it? So if you want just a taster, then you've got the opportunity to be able to get that. I know a lot of people will want extras of the cardstock, of the paper pads as well. So if you want to do that, we do have another additional bundle. Now, this is where you will be getting your 12 by 12. And for me, it is one of the most beautiful pads that I've seen. I just think the fact that you've got these wreaths, even the secondary side is so beautiful. You've got the most gorgeous colourways from the yellows, the pinks. I don't know about you, Debbie, but for me, it is happiness in a paper pad. It makes me smile when I look at it.
And I think that colour palette and the fact that it does almost look like you're in a spring meadow.
Yeah.
Around all those beautiful nature, and I love it. I love what our girls do up there. Well, our girls and guys, sorry, because there is some amazing people on Leanne's team who create the most beautiful papers. They blow me away every time. Every time we bring a paper pad out.
Totally get that. And then, of course, you've got the linen cardstock, which we always love, but in the perfect assortment and accompanying colours to work with what you've got just there. So you can see this mix of colours that we've got. We've got those lovely sort of deep pinks. We've got the lighter tones of pink. We've got beautiful greens that we're seeing there. You've also got the burnt oranges, you've got the yellows, and you've got that deep kind of purple blue hue that we're seeing there as well. 250 GSM, of course, with that lovely linen texture finish. And that is £22 if you want to get the duo that we're seeing there. 10% again, gone already. And I think it's because a lot of the time people will go for the complete collection, see they've saved over £40 and think, well, let's have some more paper and card to go with it. This has almost completely sold out individually, which is the foil transfers. It doesn't come in any smaller bundle, but if you want to get it on its own, you can do, but we are sitting at a very, very limited amount of stock now on this. £12.99 to be able to get that. And I just think this makes everything stand out, because when you see that foil, whether it's those large images, the sentiments, it's captivating.
Yeah, and it adds that touch of luxury,
yeah,
little bit of elegance,
definitely,
and makes those stand out with that foil in detail, and no use of any machines, any pens or anything like that. It literally is cold foiling with an adhesive sheet, super easy to do, and I will show you in the show how to use them.
Super.
And I'll show you Debbie's cheats way.
Yeah.
I say a cheats way. It's the way that you could do it through your machine. I have, sometimes I have some dexterity problems with my arthritis in my hand. It makes it easier. If you've got great dexterity and you can use it with a stick or anything that you can, you know, bone folder, lollipop stick, whatever you can transfer that glue onto the cardstock without the use of your hand or any pressure, then that, you know, that's brilliant. And that's why I'm going to show you Jean's way.
Fantastic.
I
love
find
that.
it the neatest way for me.
Yes.
And I'm just going to pass that on to you for those.
It's always lovely to have those tips. It has sold out, so that has now
would.
gone. But it is still available in the complete collection, so don't worry. The only other thing that is only available individually and not as part of a smaller bundle is this as well. So if you do want your 6x6 paper pad, it's a great price at £5.99. So you've got the scaled down version, of course, of the 12x12. But again, this is almost completely sold out individually. So well done to Virginia, Muriel, Janet, Janice, Jill, Diane, new crafters, Alison, Lorraine. Everybody's jumped in early to get that as well. Any other individual bits you want, they're on the website if you want to get them. But we just wanted to show you the smaller ways. But of course, the best way to get them with the biggest savings is to go for the complete collection. It's the only way now, of course, you can get the foil transfers. A lot of you have come in for this already, so well done to you. And it means you're getting absolutely everything within this, but with a £42 saving as well. Shall we have a little play with it?
Absolutely, yes. So I will do. I'm just going to bring in all my plates, and I'll do it this way.
Yeah.
So I've got some black cardstock, but in fact, I'll just leave that there just for a second so you can see what I'm doing. Now, I love this critter card die. This is a really large die. This is not a little die. Look, I mean, this is
So
what you can do. You can create apertures with that, so you can create diorama cards and then maybe use other elements to it. I absolutely adore this die, and then you've got the extra embellishments there, the ladybugs there, the bees on there as well. So it comes in two parts. If you just want it to cut through your cardstock like that aperture, it will cut out the inside of your detail, but it won't cut out here. So that's why you could create an aperture for that diorama.
Yes.
I want to have it as a solid piece because I'm going to create a card with it. So I'm going to put those both onto there, but I am going to use my magnetic shim to hold that down rather than using tape for a change. Plus, I'm also showing you the different way that you could use your machine, because that is a magnetic shim and it will hold it into place once you've put your pieces down. Okay, so they're not going anywhere. So I'm going to put both of those. I'll put my black cardstock over the top and then my other cutting plate over the top of that, and then run that through the die cutting machine. Feels really weird doing it that way, Shez. I'm not.
Does it?
Yeah, I'm so used to putting down into my cardstock. I'm thinking, I feel like I'm going back to the old school days, the OG ways, because this is how it used to tell you to do it in your book. And I know a lot of people get confused, so I thought it'd be nice to show you. So literally, when you use this, let me just get rid of all my parts there. It's created, I mean, even as a solid piece, that looks fine. But of course, you can add your wings into there as well.
Yeah. Just to let you know as well, the foil transfers, as I mentioned, are sold out. The 6x6 is sold out individually now as well. So with both of those elements, if you do want them, the only way to get them is as part of the complete collection. So they're still available, but not on their own anymore.
Absolutely. Let me just make sure I'm chucking everything in the bin.
Yeah.
Not on the floor like I normally do. So when you look, you see, you just build him up. So, I mean, again, as a solid silhouette piece, it absolutely looks fabulous. And you could turn those, you could multi-layer those wings up as well because you've got that die separately. This part, when it comes out, I mean, I'll just give it a little tiny bang. Let me push that out.
Yeah.
Creates that full solid piece. And again, all you need to do is pop out all the extra little pieces that are in there. Take your die cleaning brush, but it creates the most beautiful, gorgeous wreath as a cutout. And like I said, if you don't want it to have as a full solid piece, then please do just cut into your cardstock, just remove that outside. However, that's going to create me a card in a second. I'm going to do a nice little card base using it. But you can see that beautiful detail. Let me just put that onto some white, which looks just stunning.
Amazing.
So I'm going to use this again. Now, literally, I'm just wanting to create a solid piece. So I'm going to remove my magnetic shim because I don't need it. It's just a nice, straightforward, solid piece. I'm going to bring in a piece of white cardstock. I'm going to pop that down and then just cut that out. And then we'll layer the two up together. I'll just push those there for a second. So I don't need my magnetic shim part for that one, Shez. I can just put that through the machine. With it being a straightforward die, it hasn't got a lot of intricacy to it, so it doesn't need as much pressure in the machine. I think I've got a Gemini special coming up, you know, and I don't know if it's a machine special or if it's just Gemini's.
Well, either way, it'll be good, won't it?
It's later on this week. I'm here all week. I've got today, Wednesday and Saturday.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Now, that has created this to sit onto the top of it. Let me just get rid of it. Do you know, you always think you've poked everything
I know,
out.
and then you spot,
and then
don't
you
you?
see the last couple of bits, you're like, get out. I shouldn't have I keep saying I'm not a perfectionist, but I actually am. And it just drives me mad. And before I stick it down, you'll probably find another piece, and then I get annoyed with myself that I didn't check everywhere. Let's just go around. Let's get all of those pieces cut out.
We are just running all the individuals through for you as well. So it's just to let you know that if there are any extra bits that you're thinking, well, like if you wanted this die set, for example, then you can get it then for, I think it's about £20, this one. And a lot of them are quite limited individually now. Obviously, a couple have completely sold out. But if you want any extras, they're all there now at the lowest prices as well.
Now, I'm just going to attach. Don't tell me I've not got me. Oh no, Dottie, don't let me down now. Oh, and I bet I ain't got a refill. Don't worry, it's fine. I'll use me tacky glue.
Sure.
Oh, it's just typical.
Do you know what? It was Craig yesterday. So Craig ran out of his permanent.
Did it happen to him?
His permanent was gone.
Oh,
so then
no.
he got his Dottie out and was like, I'm just going to have to use the Dottie. And then the Dottie ran out and he was then having to get the refill. Oh,
I know, and I haven't got a refill with me. I think it might be in the boot of my car, I think, because it's in the other bag.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. It's just to show you what I'm going to do, and I'm just going to do this very quickly. You can use tacky glue, but of course we all know the dotty tape pen cuts all of this out, and I like that dotty tape pen.
Oh, I have one.
Reason.
Do I have one here?
Don't tell me you do, Nabs.
Oh, I don't. I'm sorry.
You tell me that now.
No, it's been stolen.
Oh, is it being stolen?
You've got a.
Not by me. Can
I've
I
got
just
a pack.
put that out there?
You want the box? You can have the box. I've got nothing in the
that's
box.
hilarious.
I've got the straights. I've got the permanent. Yeah, I can't help you. Sorry about that.
Now, once that's down, you can then take your colouring mediums into this and use that as like a template to just colour in the wells, which I like. And you could, if you wanted to create a bit more depth, you could die cut that again and then put it over the top to create a bigger layer of there. But you can just use it. Now, of course, I haven't struck it all the way down. Oh, bless little Kat.
Here comes Kat.
She's
worked
so
it
good.
out.
She's always on her hands and knees, that girl. Bless her heart.
That sounds
Thank you
wrong.
very much. I know. Oh, God.
Kat's like, you're selling me.
I'm so sorry, Kat, but she, my Lord bless her. Just come in. Just come in. Come into the shot. It's absolutely fine. We all know and love Kat, bless her. She's always there. If I ever say I'm running out of something, you can be guaranteed that it's going to be there within a second or two because she's so good, bless her. As does Josh. You know, the guys here, they work incredibly well. They do. I'm going to just use this just a few, and I'm not going to do it all. It doesn't take very long because obviously you've got your template there just to colour around. So all you need to decide is in what colours you're going to go in. So I'm just going to do a little bit of scribbling. Oh, I could do it with the aqua markers, you know, if you use watercolour cardstock. Yeah, you absolutely could. So again, let's just do a couple more, and then
You just couldn't do a bad job with colouring this because of how beautiful the dye is already, could you?
Exactly. Oh, let me come down here. Let me do a little bit of red.
Yeah. Nice.
So again, literally just use that as a template, and then when it's done, Shez, it'll end up looking like this.
Oh,
so that's the full result looks like. Now I've done that twice. Okay, so let me just put my tops back on there, and I'll explain how I've done it because I wanted to create a card with it. This is from the Create a Card range.
Yeah.
So I did that twice. So that's my bottom piece, and the only reason I'm saying this is my bottom piece is when you turn it around, because of the nature of an alcohol marker, you get this effect. It bleeds through. That's absolutely fine. That's what all alcohol markers should do. So I've just sealed it again because that's going to be the base of my card and I want somewhere to write. Now you're probably thinking, well, how are you going to stick? Because I could just stick those together, put a little, and it could be a freestanding card. However, I cut myself another solid white piece out.
Okay.
And I've scored it at halfway mark and then just half an inch in here and put some red liner tape on because that's going to stick over, and I'm going to create an easel card with it.
Lovely. We are looking now at 20% of the main bundle having been gone, so the complete collection as well. We've still got Robert, Anne-Marie, New Crafters, Lynn, Christine, Elizabeth, Tracy, Maria, Carol, loads of people with it in their baskets as well. The duo of embossing folders as well, we're down to the final 5 chances. So if you wanted to get that one, then that's very limited as well now. So we'll bring the graphics up for it. So if you did want that duo that sold out completely, of course, on the launch, back in stock today, but 5 final chances available. And I think we've got over 40 people showing interest in it. So So fastest finger first on that one.
Absolutely. So I've sealed that together. So that's going to create the easel part of my card.
Yeah, it looks
the
great.
reason I did it like, oh, wait, because I prefer to do that and then I know I'm good to go without having to chop into it. So I just seal that all in. And then I'm going to seal that bit onto the bottom part. So I only need my glue just here on this bottom half of this.
Okay.
Let's just go in. I'm going to put that all the way around. Put quite a nice bit down. And then I can just match that up because there's no way you could go wrong with this because it's literally, she says, I nearly did. I just seal that on and it's now created me a beautiful a easel card part to it. So what I wanted is to stop that from flopping over, my little flopper stopper as I call it, a little affectionate nickname there. I've taken one of the lovely sentiments, and I say sentiments, this one's a really lovely little verse part. Good things should come your way with this tiny ladybug. And you're probably
so
thinking,
sweet, isn't it?
wow, where is the little ladybug?
It's coming.
Well, actually.
Is it not? Is it?
Do you know what? I've lost my ladybug.
Oh, no.
What have I done with my ladybug? Do you know? That's because I was binge watching soaps last night while I was making my cards.
Yeah.
I've done I've done my bee and I've actually put the body parts in. That's the solid piece. That's the one
Beautiful
with
bee
the
as well, isn't it?
body parts in. And the dye is on there. I can't believe I've lost my ladybug. Would you, Adam and Eve, it? Let me just see if I can find it. Just bear with me.
I'll have to borrow it. There's quite a few on the cards.
It's typical though, isn't it? Typical.
Yeah, I know, always. I feel like absolutely everything always disappears when it's the
There's
bits
always
that,
something, just a
that you
bit.
want.
Don't worry, it'll be fine. I shall. I'll find my little ladybug.
It will just suddenly turn up, probably on your 8 o'clock show, and you'll be like, oh, here it is.
So I'm going to put me, because my little ladybug's going to go on the top, and then my little bee's going to go there. So I'll still pop it on.
Yeah.
And when I find her, I'll pop her on there. I did do her.
Yeah, she is somewhere.
She is somewhere, yeah, she is. And then I'm just going to put my little, in fact, you know what? I think I might have him on the bottom. Where shall I put him? Shall I pop him there?
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
Or shall we have him on the bottom part of there? Yeah, I might go there, actually. I might go there.
Looks good in both.
And then we will be finding said ladybug. She will be going onto there as well. And in fact, I might even have to make one up. Might have to make another one up because I've got the dies to do so. We might do that in a second.
Yeah, exactly.
But you get the gist. Oops. Still stuck to the scissor, Debbie. Can you have a feeling that you're going to have one of those days?
It's when it starts off with the traffic in the morning.
Exactly.
You know it's going to go a bit crazy.
I should have realised Monday morning traffic. Now, you're going to imagine my little ladybugs here,
Yes,
which would make sense then to the card and the sentiment that I've popped
that's
on.
so lovely.
But for now, we're just ladybug free because she's disappeared. But that's the kind of thing that you can be creating with your creator card element, and a really stunning card. I mean, bigging myself up there, but
It is though, isn't
the
it?
dies do all the hard work for you. The only bit I've had to do is do a little tad bit of colouring, but that's exactly what you can be doing with your collection.
Yeah, it's brilliant. So that obviously was made from what you can see here. Do remember, if you do want any of the individuals available while they're there, the stock is there. Now that is £19.99 on its own for you to be able to get that creator card that we're seeing there with that lovely bee, with the gorgeous ladybird that of course we're getting to see there as well. So that would be £19.99. The other thing Debbie used was the sentiments that we can see just here as well, and it's one of the most jam-packed, I have to say, of sentiments I've seen. The fact you've got sending you a ladybug hug, love bug, ladybird hugs there, appreciate life's little miracles, ladybug luck, let your dreams carry you to the sky. 13 different sentiments that we're actually seeing on this one as well. How much is this one? Yeah. Oh, here it is. Gosh, that's a good price, isn't it? $4.99 if you want that individually. I'm shocked by that. So if you wanted all of them, they're just $4.99. But work that out, right? That is suddenly £25 for the two of them, okay? So if we take that off the price that you're seeing, obviously, just here, we're suddenly left with just £45 for everything else that you are going to be getting. Now, let's remind you of what you have in this, because you also have these amazing dies that are coming to you. Some of the die sets that I think you'll use the most to be able to get all of those lovely embellishments. That should be $7.99. We've got that lovely edgeable that we can see there that cuts out the beautiful ladybirds that we're seeing there as well. That's another $7.99 that we can see there. We then have this gorgeous stamp and die set where I just think the detail is absolutely amazing. So that's $7.99 that we've got there on those as well. Now, don't forget the embossing folders, because these have come back into stock today for you to be able to get. So there is 2 embossing folders that we're managing to get as well. Both of them absolutely glorious in terms of what we can actually see with them as well. We've only got them available as a duo. They're not even available individually, but if you want both of those, we're talking £10 today. So it is such a good deal, but we've only got the last couple of chances available for you to be able to get them. We then have the opportunity for you to get within this, of course, your cardstock. So your linen cardstock is here in such an amazing array of colours that, of course, we can see within this. I just think it's beautiful with all of those sort of shades that we've got, but also the finish of the linen cardstock that we love. It also comes with your 12 by 12 paper pad that we can see here. Now, again, if you would like to get the linen cardstock and the 12 by 12, you can for £22. Over 20% of that bundle has gone as well. So I can understand why a lot of you will want extras. If you just wanted the 12 by 12 on its own, we're looking at £14.99. So there's a nice discount on that duo as well. So we've got that comes with the main bundle also. Don't forget your 6 by 6. The only way to now get this is within the complete collection, because it has sold out completely individually. Just a lovely scaled down version. And I think, do you know, like if you like your 6 by 6 cards, you could just take one of these, pop a little sentiment in it, done. Finished.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you don't want to, you want quick cards, you can just stick them on and that's
foil onto the top of it.
Yeah, because they're just such beautiful papers that you just don't need to do much at all. So that is coming as part of the complete collection. We also have this that is coming to you as well, which of course is the foil transfers. Again, it's sold out individually, so you're only able to get this as part of the complete collection. Now, lots of you have managed to get this with that lowest price we've done on the complete collection, a £42 saving. We should have been looking at £111.89 for you to be able to get this. Now, we still have Georgina, Susan, Pam and Marie. We've got Crafter and Essex, Lynn and Elizabeth, there's Tracy, Maria, there's Carla, there's Carol. Lots and lots of you still with this in your basket. So if you want to guarantee your spot in this while everything is still available in the complete collection, then take advantage whilst you can. And you can see just there on that graphic how much is actually there. Now, there's something else that would go really well with this, where we've got the aqua pens, because you were saying about adding obviously colour to this bundle. So if you would like to get these, we've got a great deal on them. They are available individually for you at, I mean, they're meant to be £22.99 each if you went for them individually. I wouldn't, because we've got an epic deal on all 4 of them today.
Exactly, and it is epic. It's an absolute corker, this one.
Isn't it? Look at this.
For all 4 sets.
Yeah.
All 4 sets. This is our water soluble, this is our dual tip marker to create watercolour effects really effortlessly. With a marker pen. You've got a brush nib on one and the finest tip on the other, the finest nib on the other, for adding the extra detail, adding the, if you want to sketch with them. These are absolutely beautiful. They make colouring really easy because it's got that water-soluble nature to it. You literally can paint directly straight onto your cardstock and then drag the colour out with a water brush, or you can put them onto your glass mat, you can pick them up and then you can create and paint as well. It's such an easy pen to use, and if you've seen any of our shows in the past with these fabulous pens, you'll totally get what I mean when I say they're very forgiving. So if you're scared of alcohol colouring, and I know there's a fair few out there that are, this one would be the one to start with, because it's such a really simple, easy effect to colour with and to create that lovely watercolour effect.
And when you think they're normally £22.99 each, today £12.25. So it's a really,
I think that's one of the lowest prices we've ever brought them to you. I can't remember seeing them or recall seeing them any lower.
No, I mean, at £12 a pack, when you think that you're getting 12 pens, but you're really getting 2 pens in each with the different ends, it's almost like you're paying 50p.
And if you think about the colours that you're getting, fine. You can also colour, you can make your own colours up. You can mix and match colours around there as well. So it's a little bit like an infinitive kind of palette. So you're getting 12 pens in each one. However, multiply that by 4 and then multiply that by however many colours you mix together. You've got an endless supply of colour.
Haven't you just? Phenomenal. So that is there for you today if you want to take advantage of that. So almost a half price deal for you to be able to get all 4 of those sets. But should we come to another demo?
Well, I just wanted to quickly show you the cheats way before I did one of the embossing folders with the foils, because these are absolutely, I mean, there's that much on them, I would definitely cut out, but I'm going to show you my little simplistic way of doing this. Okay. So literally, it's a carrier sheet. It's literally glue that's on the back of here. So all you need to do is separate, and this is when Debbie gets all fingers and thumbs. Let's see if I can get me poker tool under there just to lift it. Oops, come off you. There we go. So I'm just going to lift that off. Now, when you take off that carrier sheet can be used for other things. However, make sure you do not get your fingers stuck on this side, because that's where the adhesive is. So I'm going to just try and take care, hold it up and pop that down onto the top of my cardstock, okay? So when I put that down to the top of the cardstock, I think you can see now the pattern there. This is when you need to apply your pressure. So if you were doing a smaller piece, then you could just take, like you could just cut around and put that on. And then just take your bone folders, which is a good one because it's a nice big surface to go over the top and adhere the glue down. But I struggle with that. So I bring in my machine and I just pop my pieces down as though we're doing a metal die. So it goes straight onto there, and then I'm going to bring in the plastic shim, the magnetic shim, and then the other cutting plate and run that through. And the pressure from the machine...
It's like you basically burnished it.
It's basically burnishing the glue onto that cardstock. Really, and then the same applies to the foil. So you do exactly the same with the foil. So when you take that off now, if I just remove that, it's literally now, you pull that back and all that glue has come off that carrier sheet, and you could use that for a little bit of acetate.
And that took seconds rather than actually...
it took seconds, and it literally is onto there, all of it. And I find this the neatest way to do it. So in your pack as well, you're also getting 2 sheets, 2 different colours in there. You've got gold and rose gold.
Lovely.
So I'll go in with, let's go in with the rose gold. Let's take a sheet of this out. Again, if you are using just certain elements of it, you only need to use a small amount. When you're remembering this, now with hot foiling, you have to put the pretty side down. With cold foiling, it's the other way around. You need to see the colour. So I'm just going to place that over the top, like so. I hope that's covered it all. Debbie, and you, there, you'll be fine. It'll be fine. And it's just the same. You just pop it into your machine, and the same configuration that you did with the adhesive sheet. Run that through. That puts all the pressure on. You don't have to put the pressure on. So I find it a lot easier to do it this way. I find it neater as well. So for me, it gives me the desired look that I'm after. And I just find it super, super easy. And then you've got that beautiful foiling.
That is one of my favourite tips I've ever seen.
Oh, honestly, I can't be doing...
And it's perfect, isn't it?
And obviously there's a lot of detail on there, so I wouldn't be using that as a background piece. I'd be using each one of those individual elements. But that foiling.
But the most annoying thing when you don't, you do the foiling and you miss them.
Oh,
whereas with that's giving you that.
And you would have to go back in and then take it off, and go back in and take it off.
Exactly.
No, just do it through your machines.
Good.
And it doesn't have to be a Gemini, it can be any of the machines.
Yeah,
Just treat it as a die. It's basically not a die, but you just treat it like a die, and you'll get that desired look.
Fabulous.
And can I just say this? Don't throw that away. Get that, put some, and I haven't got any with me, but our red glue, which is the stick and stay glue, that makes a fantastic, and if I just put that up against there, if you stick your glue onto there and then put your sheet over the top, and then just apply it over the top, you've got the, and literally with the glue, you've got your negative.
Yeah, they're really nice.
So, and you could reuse that. So don't waste that. Don't throw that in the bin. That would technically be the waste. Don't throw it in the bin. I never throw them in the bin.
No.
I literally use our stick and stay, which is the red can glue. Spray that over the cardstock, lay that over the top, let that dry, and then you've got another sheet. And it's another lovely way. So that was the cheats way of doing it with your foiling.
I absolutely love that. I think that's an amazing, like little cheats way tip, whatever you want to call it. Lots and lots of you still coming through for this main collection. It is back in stock today. Do remember, if you want those transfer sheets that you just saw being used, or you want the 6x6, for example, the only way to get it now is in the main bundle. Might be the same with the embossing folders also.
Right, so should we do another demo?
Yeah, go on.
So I've got the embossing folders. I think we've had, I don't know if there was a misprint on there, but this is actually the Ladybird Glove. It's the 5.5 by 5.5,
I see.
and it's called Sweet Flora. Twice. Yeah, so
They've
this
both
is
been
actually
called
the Ladybird look. That's
Yeah.
why I wrote it on there, and I just think that's like a little,
I think it's a little typo,
error
yeah. It doesn't matter,
on production.
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
don't worry about it because it's an absolutely beautiful embossing folder. They both are, to be fair, but they are 3D. So I've just trimmed my cardstock down to fit into there. A 3D embossing folder in a Gemini machine. The combination is your magnetic shim and your plastic shim that traps in there, and then run that through. Please revert to your manuals. Your little Bibles, your little instruction booklets about yours for a 3D embossing folder. This is just ours for our electronic die cutting machine. With our manual machine, the MIDI, because bear in mind this is a 5.5, so it's not going to go through your mini, but with a MIDI, it just goes straight through the mouth of the machine.
Okay.
So there's no extra needed for there, but the detail on this is, and this is before I've done anything with it, the 3D
Look at that.
sculpture that you get is just absolutely stunning. It's that extra sculpture, it's that extra dimension that you're getting with it, and I absolutely love this.
Yeah, I do.
Now, I'm going to colour this in now. I could have kept it white, which I think looks beautiful, but when you add colour to it, it just pops. It just pops, it really does. So let me go in with the pale pink and we'll add colour. And the lovely thing about an embossing folder, whether you're using pencils, whether you're using a pen, if this was a watercolour, you would use a watercolour cardstock. Oh, look at that, that's a close-up shot. Jimmy.
Nice
Close.
shot.
I can see it's a close-up. That means no room for error, is there?
Yeah.
I like
Those
it
pretty
though,
little
Jimmy. I love
flowers
that
and
angle.
things too.
Where's the camera? I'm like looking, where's the cat? I can't even see. Oh, it's up there.
Oh,
hello.
isn't that one? I wasn't even sure. I was like, I don't know.
I'm like, where's this camera come from? I love it.
Yeah, really nice shot.
Love a close-up, Jimmy. Love a close-up. And literally, all you're doing is using that raised element to take that around. Like I said, with a pencil, with a pen, with a watercolour pen, with a sparkle pen. It just creates the, illusion.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to work it out. It's done all for you. So again, I'm just going to add in now a little bit of the darker one on. And I'm using alcohol markers. But if you wanted to use the aqua markers, absolutely use those aqua markers as well.
Yeah, we've got that great deal, of course, on the
Oh,
pens,
yeah.
haven't we?
Yeah, definitely. Let's go back in with this one.
Great.
I do stop talking when I'm colouring, Shez.
I know, but do
I
you
may
find
need
that you
to
just
go.
get like lost while
I do
you're
get
doing
lost.
it? It's,
I have to remind myself that
you're still here.
yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I mean, if it were my granddaughter, she'd be studying with tongue hanging out, bless her, because she sticks the tongue out to the side of the mouth.
That's what I do to concentrate.
Yeah,
Exactly the
she's
same.
like a mum. My mum's the same,
Really?
and they got that from the dad. And my both of my 2 out of 3 do it. My eldest one doesn't.
Because I do it with my mascara as well. You know, stick my tongue out. It's the only way I can
Crazy,
put my
isn't it?
mascara
Like your
on.
mouth open, you're doing that.
Yeah.
What are you doing it with your mouth open for? What do you
I
need your
know,
mouth open
but
for?
somehow-
We do it, don't we?
Yeah. My mum's a hairdresser, and in terms of concentrating for her, if she's really concentrating, she does this different breathe, and it's like a slower, like she must be really focusing, and I'm like, is this like a hard cut at this point? Like, it's just really funny how you do different things when you're really trying to get something right.
We all have crazy things
Yeah.
that we do, don't we? We do. But it's what makes us all unique.
100%. Yeah.
Now, I do love this method of colouring in with the pens, and I just find it really therapeutic.
Yeah.
So have a go with colour.
And with that kind of elevation you get from a 3D embossing folder as well, I think
Yeah.
it makes it easier to, you're not going to go into an area you don't want to. It sort of feels like it's guiding you, because of the height of it.
Yeah, yeah. Just love, and it just makes it really, just a different way of being able to do it. You could, of course, pop it onto Centura Pearl. You can actually still colour onto your Centura Pearl.
Okay.
You can still use your alcohol mediums onto there, like alcohol pens, sorry,
Yeah.
and you can still do like your, your blending with your darker shades as well. Any kind of colour.
Yeah.
Looks beautiful on an embossing folder, and you'll see that in a second when I'm just using like a couple of colours
Yes,
here.
yeah.
Let's go in with should I have a darker pink?
So many of you with this full complete collection in your baskets as well. I'm just really excited for people to get it home, to be honest with you, because with a £42 saving for how much you're getting within this, don't forget that you have got a fabulous die set that you can see there with the small things. You've also got that lovely edgeable. You are getting your stamp and die sets that are coming to you. You're also getting your 12x12 papers, your 6x6 papers. You're getting your linen cards. You're getting your transfer sheets that we're getting to see. It's just jam-packed with all them sentiments, and everything is back today. We've been waiting for this to get the complete collection. It is here and available for you. And on a split pay, so £34.99 if you want to jump in and take that. Is there any left of the duo of the embossing folders? 2. Right, final 2 chances to be able to get this. So if you want the embossing folder that Debbie is currently using and you want this, we've got 2 final chances, that is it. Pam, Judith, Deborah, Shirley, Elaine, Linda, Janice, Elizabeth, Patricia, Sarah, then the names run off my screen and I can't see anymore, but all of you with it in your baskets, but we only have 2 chances left now, so it's all down to whoever checks out first if you want to get that. But of course they are part of the complete collection as well, but 2 of them for a tenner if it's just that you want to get.
So I've realised I fetched me wrong grey. I thought it were my shades, but I'm just having to use a lighter colour. But you'll see in a second, you literally just use the embossing folder to help you with the colour. So literally now, once you've coloured all of that in, and I've just seen the time. Where does the time go?
I know, it disappears, doesn't it?
Honestly, it flies by. But yeah, spend just a little bit of time. I'm just going to put all my pens back because I don't like to leave them.
No.
Leave them with the lids off. But when you take that, and this is the effect it goes from. So when you use this and then finish, this is the effect it gives. If you want to add a little bit of ink at the back, you can absolutely do that. You could have done a letterpress technique first and left the white bit so that you could colour with the background piece. Again, that looks lovely, but I wanted it to be clean and simple, just to add onto my card. So let's just bring in my card base. And again, I am keeping this really, really simple. It's a 6x6 card. This is a 5.5 by 5.5 embossing folder. So I've kept it really simple with mats and layers. I haven't, if you've noticed, not even used any of the gorgeous papers.
No, I know. When you think about that.
Yeah, but it's such a pretty gorgeous collection. Anyway. You know, if you do run out of your papers, I mean, obviously it's the perfect opportunity to get hold of your papers whilst we've got them. But if you do run out, there's plenty of that, what I call the hardware, that you can use after. So this collection's going to last you for years, with or without the paper. And that's what I'm always mindful of. So it's sometimes nice just to show you how you can, create without the use of your papers. So again, I'm just going to stick that down and hold that.
Yeah, so lovely.
And then I'm going to keep it flat. Normally I lift it up, but I'm going to keep this nice and flat.
Yeah.
And that can be literally the focal part of your card.
Yeah, it's just lovely. You could put any sentiment on that as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Anything, which is
absolutely.
Great. Or you could frame it, to be honest.
Yeah, nice piece of home decor. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm just going to pop that on when I'm happy with the placements. Let's get rid of that glue. And then I've just taken, again, this time I've gone fly high, dream big onto me. And then this is the hardest bit. Where am I going to put it? Because I'm going to cover something up. And I'm like, I don't want to cover too much up.
I know.
Bottom right, Jimmy?
Yeah, you
like, because I was thinking there, but then I'm thinking it detracts away from...
Yeah, the ladybirds.
The ladybird. Oh, do you think? What do you think? There? Oh, you like the middle?
I'd go there then. I like it all, so I don't really mind. I'm
going to go with Ellie. We'll go with Ellie. Well, I mean, there's like Jimmy, bottom right, Ellie, middle, bottom right, middle.
It's like this way.
Yeah, and then of course you can add extra pieces. So I can put my little ladybug on. Now my little ladybug comes from the leaf one. Now this is one that you do in 2 parts. You don't do it in you don't, and I'll just explain what I mean by that. If I was to put that onto there, this doesn't fit into there. It's 2 separate pieces. So one with your black base, one with your white base, or red. Yeah. In fact, is there some red in there?
There might be, mightn't there?
Let's have a little nosy. There is.
There's like pink. There's like a dark, coral, like the dark pink that's almost red.
There's the
like this sort of colour.
Yeah, I'll know. It's all right. I'll do it because I've got my colouring medium at the side of me. It's okay. So I'm just going to pop these on and then join them 2 together.
Just to quickly mention as well, in terms of colouring mediums, we have just had, and these were not actually in the show, but we've just been told that we've had availability given to us of the Duet ink pad. So they are at a really, really good price today. This is where you're going to get the 6-pack of them. So you've got your fruit pie that we can see here. You've got your sun goddess. You've also got your mountain meadow that you can see there. We have your Neptune. We have got your midnight rose, and we have got your active flower. For Duet ink pads today, all 6 of them are discounted from £47.94 to £30.
What?
Isn't that good? So yeah, that's why I was like, they've just literally come into the show.
That's good.
I know, and they're super, aren't they, these ink pads as well? You know, the fact that you actually get to see these 2 colours as well with the water. I remember the first time I saw it,
hybrid ink pads,
yeah, was just amazing.
They look at, they are, honestly, they're incredible because they've got, well, literally is a water-based reactive ink with a dye in there, and then the colour separation with the Duet. Is it the colour bloom ones? Those?
The Duet ink pads. These ones, yeah.
Yeah. So it's the 2. I just absolutely adore them. The things that you can do with those, they're just absolutely amazing. I'm just going to pop my little lady bug, a little body onto there, and then we'll colour her in. I mean, you can do it before, you can do it after. You can leave these wings to lift if you want to as well. But this is how you put it together, which is why you don't try and force it into the other die. It's just they're 2 separate dies.
Yes, makes sense.
Just to make sure that, because I know the first time somebody used it, they were like, have I done that right? I'm like, yes, and Debbie's done this wrong because I put the wrong pieces on the wrong side.
Oh, okay.
Stay there for a second. Let me just make sure I've got that the right way around.
Just switch them over.
There we go.
Lovely.
There we are. Let me just get that into there. Does look like a bit of cheese, doesn't it, Jimmy? You can tell he's hungry. He must be thinking of cheese. Oh, actually, Debbie, you were doing it right. What you doing, girl? You know, sometimes I do wonder about myself. There we are. So you've got that little element, and then I'm just going to take my red pen and we'll colour that in as well. So let's just pop her in.
We are limited on a lot of the individuals. We're limited on the smaller bundles as well if you want to get any of them. And so many of you have managed to get the complete collection as well. So well done to you. There is a £42 saving today. As Debbie said, we believe it's the lowest price that we've ever seen the complete collection at, because I know you've been waiting quite a while for bits of it, including the embossing folders, to come back into stock. They're here today. So it is down to £69.99 and on a split pay. So it is at £34.99 if you want to take it home. But obviously it's in your baskets. It's not guaranteed to be yours until, of course, you've checked it out.
I know, that's it. And it happens. Happened to me.
I know, it's me. Yeah.
It's always one of those you think, oh, nah, it'll be fine. No, I promise you it's not fine, because I literally went to go make a cuppa, came back, gone.
Oh my gosh.
And I was gutted. No. I was gutted. There we go. So literally now that's made us little bug up. And actually you could put her on there. Yeah. But guess what? She's going on this one.
Oh, yes, and that's finished.
Because I lost her. I lost my original one, and I'm like, it's really annoying me that I lost that one, Chase. I can't believe I lost it. So she's going to go on there and complete that card, because I won't feel happy until she's on there.
It's on.
There we go.
There you go. Perfection.
But there you go. Bottom right, it says. So 2 lovely makes that I've done through the show to show you, again, the versatility of that collection, but how beautiful it is, no matter which... You know, if you've gone for that complete collection, you're in for a right treat, because seriously, you could be making things like this as well. Really lovely. Love the colouring of the embossing folders. I think they look absolutely fabulous.
Now, do make sure you are checking that out. We have 5 minutes left of the show, and we're just going to quickly squeeze in an extra deal, because
we got this.
This is mega what we've got here. So this is your Hello Summer collection. You get over 220 elements. We're going to put a minute clock on, and then we're going to get the price down. It should be $99.99. Should we open it up?
Go on, let's get in there.
There's a lot, isn't
I'm
there,
hoping it's nice and tidy.
I mean, who knows, but...
We'll see.
Exactly.
We'll see. Oh, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Let's start with beautiful printed acetate. Absolutely gorgeous. Really beautiful foiled on there. The most beautiful single-sided papers as well, in that array of gorgeous summer colours and prints. They're just stunning. There's lots of things in here in terms of, you've got wildflower. Oh, Tried to catch me up that time. We've got wildflowers that you can build up. You've got edibles in here in this box as well. You've got some stamps. You've got tags, an array of already pre-cut dies in there, tag dies in there. Oh, let me just see if I can I just drag it all out?
Yeah, let's do it.
Drag it all out because I'm going to tidy this box up as well because there's lots of those wildflowers in there. You've got twine, you've got glitter paste, you've got glitter, you have gems in there, everything in here. You've got card blanks and paddle on a beautiful pearlescent finish. You've got card blanks and envelopes. You've got metal charms, edibles. For your glitter paste, you've got a beautiful wildflower stencil, and then all of this, all of these card blanks
and have you seen that
envelopes,
price?
and there is a lot.
£25.
£25 to pay for this cardstock alone, let me tell you.
But you could buy 4 of these boxes today, and you're paying the price you should have been paying for one.
And do you know what it doesn't require? It doesn't require a die cutting machine at all. Everything's been pre-die cut for you. Everything's been cut to size for you. The only thing you want to maybe do is get a little trimmer to cut down your papers to fit your card blanks and and things like that.
I just love the colours in it as well. You know, the fact that with your
beautiful.
glitter, you're getting those kind of vivid, deep pinks that we're seeing there. And that stamp set that we've got just here as well, just look at how bold they all are in terms of what we're actually seeing on that. Some are fun. You've got your happy birthday, you've got birthday wishes, you've got sending good vibes. So just because is there as well. Loads of things that you will use consistently. That is coming, you know, when you think part of it, look at all of those beautiful colours in terms of the pinks with your glitter paste, with your twines that you're getting. I mean, the fact that we have gems that are coming with it, which we always absolutely love.
Love a gem.
Glitter. This as well. I mean, that is some of the best
Foiled
acetate I've
acetate,
seen.
yeah, foiled acetate's in there as well. And the price of this is just absolutely incredible when you think of everything that you're getting in that box. And you literally just take it out of the box and craft.
Great gift, you know, for someone,
Great
isn't
gift
it, as
for
well,
someone
with the amount
if you know somebody who's had a little bit of an interest but never doesn't want to go to the extreme of buying like your machines and everything else. This is a great kit to get started with.
Yeah. A 75%
I'm not surprised. It's a great saving, an
Isn't
absolutely beautiful collection.
Lowest ever price that it has been at today, over 220 elements. Instead of for almost £100, it is £25 today. You know, most beautiful papers, the acetate, those lovely labels, all of the cardstock that we've got there. Obviously, you've got, well done to everybody who's multi-buying on this as well. There's just so much in it, and it is a brilliant little kind of opportunity for you to be able to get this as well, which is stunning. So we just had to squeeze that in. We were like, we can't.
I know, we can't miss
on
that one.
deal.
No, we can't miss that.
So that's there for you. Do keep checking out, of course, on the main collection though as well. It has been super popular with it being back in stock for us to be able to bring to you today. It's gorgeous and it's very sort of apt for this season. We'll be back shortly though, where we've got a completely different hour. All of the bits from our next hour is there and it's available on pre-order. We have got the template and envelope bumper pack that is coming up for you. People are already checking out on it on the website. It's been on once. It's sold hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. We've managed to get it back for you today, so jump ahead and get it while you can. I can't wait to see it.
It makes the most beautiful envelopes with ease because it's a template and it rolled on from the success of the template library. So literally what you asked for, you've got, and I can't wait to show you how that works.
So we'll be back with that soon. But before that, we have got Sizzix. We are about to bring you a brand new launch. We have Seth here, who has flown in from New York to be able to bring you his new collection. I would jump in ahead because we have what we have. It is going to be so popular and I cannot wait to share it with you. It's coming up straight after this.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hello, I'm Dave Bradford, and during my time on this mortal coil, I've been able to do things like this, and this. But one thing I haven't done is celebrate my 60th birthday here on HobbyMaker. But I'm pleased to confirm it's happening this Wednesday from 1 PM. So please tune in and make my birthday wish come true. Oh, fine.
Studio Light is turning 46 years old, so tune in on Tuesday the 3rd of June for Studio Light's 46th birthday show. To celebrate, we will be giving away free gifts to customers who shop with us during the show. You will not want to miss Studio Light's birthday.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello, rightio. How exciting is this? So we are here, of course, with Sizzix, who you know you love. But we have Seth Apter here with us for the first ever time. This is brilliant because we love it when we can bring new collections and we can actually have you here to talk about it as well. And you came in from New York.
I came in from New York and I am so happy to be here and to be able to finally share this collection with you and with everybody.
And for anybody, I know loads of people are going to know who you are, but for anybody who maybe hasn't heard of you before, hasn't met you before, do you want to tell us a bit about you, what you do, and then we can talk more about the collection?
Sure. I'm sure there's a few people who don't know me. So I am from New York City and I'm a mixed media artist. Yeah. And I love to use anything and everything in my art. Mm-hmm. And so over the years when I decided to start designing with different companies, I decided that my collections really needed to be about enabling everybody else to be able to do whatever they want, even though they're using the same tool.
Yeah, and I think that is what's so amazing about this collection. We were looking through it and everything works together. It all kind of adds something else and it's just absolutely fabulous. Now, it is all there on the website. So if you want to get any individuals, it's there. We've got some smaller bundles, but we also have the complete collection, which of course is where you're going to get the best price. But also, I do need to let you know that we have a good stock, but I wish we had more because I feel like I know how popular it's going to be. So if you want to guarantee getting this, then do, of course, jump in as soon as you can to be able to get it. So where did your inspiration come from? How did you come up with this collection?
You know, my inspiration, I think, tends to be New York City. And New York City is about more. More is more, and that's
100%.
become my theme.
I love that.
And so when I decided to create the collection, I knew I needed to have a lot. I wanted to make sure that everything worked with everything else and that things were really seamless.
Yes.
And it was really important to me also to make it in such a way that anybody could use it.
I love that.
Didn't matter your style, it didn't matter the type of work that you do.
Yes,
It was really, really important.
And that's what you want, where you're always reaching, of course, towards things. I think as well, we get loads of messages of people saying gents cards are difficult to make, teenage cards are really difficult to make. And I look at this and I think, it would work perfectly. You know, this is something that every age group, I think, would love, every gender would love. And it's building up those sort of textures, those backgrounds as well that you're able to do. It's just absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, it was important that everybody be invited to the party.
Yeah, which we love. Now, we are going to head across to the other desk because we want to have a look at the board. So I'm going to bring the big bundle straight in for you because I know that most of you are going to want to get absolutely everything. Now, what we have, because it is so new, and obviously we've just got Seth here, it is going to be dispatched in around a week to you. So it's just to let you know, because we wanted to get it straight to you. We didn't want to delay it while obviously Seth was here either. So it will be getting to you very soon. And of course, it's while it's available. Now, we are going to be doing a really good price on it as well. I will let you know. So it is a launch price. It is today's price that we're able to do on this. But I can see loads of names already there with this. You won't pay that price. It doesn't matter when you confirm. You'll still pay the lowest price, but it guarantees your spot in this auction. Right, 15% of stock's gone already before we've even looked at any of the boards. But yes, should we have a look through then and see kind of you know, what we're actually getting within this?
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea. I started with something that shows how all the dies work together.
Wow,
so there are a number of dies and an embossing folder, and each one can work alone, but they work the best when you begin to work them together. So all of these include everything from the collection.
Okay, I just think as well, like it's a statement, you know, and it's almost like I'm looking at it and seeing different styles, and you're going, it's sort of grunge, it's normal, but then it's Art Deco at the same time. It's kind of everything put into it.
I think that's very true. I think really no matter your style, this can work.
Yeah.
So just because I'm grungy, don't think that you have to be.
No, very true, yeah.
When we look at the second sheet, that also includes the other dies from here. You see there's words, there's a lot of textures, there's a lot of layers. You're going to get layers from me. And so the whole notion behind this is that any one die can be used to layer with any other dies.
Amazing. So that's why you definitely want the complete collection, in my opinion, because of how well they obviously all work together as well.
I would agree with you on that. Yeah.
I should be feeling like you've missed out. You'll be thinking, oh, but I wanted that one with this. So,
and I think they also work really well with other dies because most of these are abstract, and so that they can go with other dies. You know, if you have a tree or a house or a flower, they will work really work well.
You can use them to sort of build those scenes and then to put different sentiments if you wanted to with them as well.
And the backgrounds.
Yes, definitely. We are, if everybody checks out on this, we are approaching 25% of the stock has now gone on this already as well. As you said, there's embossing folder in this bundle as well as all of those dies that we're seeing as well.
I needed to have an embossing folder because I love texture. I love that detail that you get from texture and that tactile feel. So we had to have at least one, and we do.
Definitely. Which is absolutely
fabulous. Actually, I can quickly show you what that's like.
Definitely.
We have hidden in here. Here we go.
Oh, look.
So this is called dot matrix.
Oh, I love it.
And one of the things I love about this is the fact that there's almost guidelines in there.
Yes,
so
there
while
is, isn't there?
this is the size of the cut you get when you put it in the folder, you can cut it to any size you want. You can make it smaller for a card front, you can make it larger for a mixed media background, and the lines in there actually serve as guides for you.
Of course, absolutely. Right, a third of the stock has now gone, has been allocated. What we're going to do is we're going to bring a minute's clock in, okay, until we drop that price. In fact, let's do 30 seconds because I think it's selling too quickly for a minute. We'll do a 30-second clock and then we will get that price down. If you went for it all individually, this is what we would be looking at price-wise, £124.93, which of course is a fabulous price for how much we are getting in this. But we do know that we are going to go as low as we possibly can. Well done to Lynn and to Karen, Susan, Joe, Jackie, Jane, Fiona, you've guaranteed it. Crafter in Isle of Wight has. Carol, it's yours already. Sue, you've managed to get it there as well. Are you ready for this? Because you're not paying $124.93. Big saving on this. It's the launch day. It's the launch price. $89.99.
Wow.
I mean, it's like, wow, I didn't know
wow.
that. Yeah. And it's on a 3-way split pay. So that does mean you can get everything home in this today for under £30, $29.99. You've got obviously those die sets that you can see there, your roundabouts. You have got obviously your waffles that we're seeing there. You've got the words, a 28 pack that we can see in that as well. You've also got your tracks, you've got your twisters, you've got your borderlines, you've got your embossing folder that's coming to you. All of it today for $29.99 if you want to go for it in the split payment opportunities. But do make sure that you're checking out your baskets, because I can see how many of you are there. And while we have this, of course, with just that week extended dispatch, because it's so new, we wanted to make sure you can get it straight away, get it whilst you can. Okay, should we dive straight in? Have a little go with it?
Yeah, I'm excited to play.
Me too.
And what I really want to show in this demo is how all the dies work together.
Amazing.
So there are actually 4 out of the whole grouping that are in this one card that I made. And I made a card specially because I don't usually make cards. So
do you not?
Yeah, I'm very happy with how this came out.
I love that card.
And what I want to show you is how you can use 3 of the die sets. And there's also an embossing folder in the sample as well.
Okay, great. Yep.
And I'm going to start with tracks.
Lovely.
I'm going to quickly show you just what tracks actually is.
Super.
So when you get the set and you cut it, these are all the elements that you get.
That's phenomenal.
This is kind of the hero die right here, this one and this one. But the amazing thing about this is that all the other elements, including the frames around it, the dropouts, everything is usable.
Yes.
And it really works well together.
Yeah.
So I did want to start by die cutting that.
If you do want any of the individuals, so if you saw tracks, for example, there and you think I just want that, they're all there on the website. We'll be running through during the show. There is also some smaller bundles if you just want in certain elements, so have a little look. But of course, the best way to get this is with that epic saving that you've got there, where you're getting absolutely everything brand new today.
So I'm going to run both of these through at the same time using 2 different colors.
Perfect.
I'm using the Sizzix cardstock here. And what you're going to find is that when you look at the dies themselves, you're going to get the die, which you want, but you're also going to get all these little extras. And I think these little extras are really wonderful.
Yeah.
They come out really quite easily, and they're usable for the project you're working on or another project.
Yeah.
And then when you look at the second one, you see the same thing. Now, we also have the dies in here that give you these long cutouts, so that you're going to have even more from it.
Wow.
But one of the amazing thing about these 2 dies together is that you can put them together in 2 different ways. One that I think is pretty obvious, and one that's a little bit of a secret.
Okay, right.
So I got to share that secret.
There's the secret.
So just simply layering these 2 gives you an indication about adding some texture and some depth and some dimension.
Yes,
But I think the exciting thing about it is that these dies are also meant to weave together. And I think that's just a little bit different and unusual.
Yeah, definitely.
So very simply, all you need to do is start feeding over, under, over, under. And you can go as detailed in terms of every over, under, or you can skip around. And it's a little fiddly, and I knew that because you have to work it. So I just have a sample where you can see. And you just get a whole different sense of the texture.
You do, don't you? It's totally different
when you do that.
It through. Yeah.
And I love that notion, and in fact, that idea of the weaving comes in and out throughout the entire collection.
Yeah, fantastic.
So once you have these 2, you begin to think about how you want to layer them. So what I've done is I've used one of the dies in the set to make that background.
Okay.
And all of the dies, in fact, have that backgrounds.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do is just begin to make my choices of how I want to layer it.
Okay.
And it's always about layering. It's just a more is more. One of the exciting things I think also about the way this was set up is that each of these items was sized so that it works with the other items.
Yes, so they're all perfectly thought out in that sense.
Exactly. So when I think about maybe using a word wafer, I can take one of the words, and the
Yes.
words are sized just to fit exactly on the background.
Yeah, absolutely.
But at the same time, if I'd rather use some numbers,
You could do that. Yeah.
I could do that instead, and I could go to the Borderlines collection
Yes, yeah.
and get that. And then a scissor is your favorite friend with the set,
Okay.
because if I wanted the numbers loose and a little more
just snip 'em, can't
wonky,
you?
you just cut them off,
Yeah.
snip them off. And then also, if you wanted to use more abstract designs, you could just go ahead and use some of the other ones from Borderlines.
Absolutely. I think that's where, like you said, you can just see them working so perfectly together, all of them as well.
They work well together,
Yeah.
and it allows you to choose which you want to
Absolutely.
use for which project.
Yes.
And one of the things, while I tend to be a very linear kind of artist and designer, you can see how linear that is.
Yeah.
You can absolutely just break the linearity, and you can begin to set things up that are more in kind to
Yeah.
some randomness.
Yeah, which I actually
And
really
just
love as well.
continue to build the layers over and over again.
And that's where you can just be inspired as well by who you're making it for, or
Exactly.
anything like that as well. to
Exactly.
change it.
And I think that if you have a sentiment, even from another set,
Yeah,
these
got that one,
are
couldn't you?
perfect for the background.
I think so,
for that.
definitely. We've had quite a few messages coming through as well, so thank you so much for sending them through. We will share some messages throughout. We've just had Fiona saying, can't believe it, Seth Apter on UK TV, how amazing. Welcome, Seth. I was lucky enough to do an in-person class with him many years ago in Dumfries and Galway, and he is the most amazing teacher and a real gentleman. Congratulations on the collection. Have a great show.
I appreciate that, Fiona. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Fiona. Lovely to hear from you. Also, another message coming through just here saying, this is so up my street, I've bought it. That's from Janina as well.
Thank you, Janina.
Yeah, it's lovely and so different to other things, of course, that we do see. Now, over 30% of the full bundle has gone. That is for the I Want It All bundle. We've still got Pat, New Crafters, Patricia, Ken, Joe's, a couple of Susans there, Lillian, Nicola, Margaret, lots and lots of you with this in your baskets as well for us to be able to get this. Now, remember that what we've seen there is tracks. We've also seen borderlines. So if you do want to get either of those individually, they are there, they are available as well. But of course, they come within the complete collection as well as within a smaller collection also. So it's all about working out which way you want. In fact, let's just come across to that smaller collection that we have, because what we've got within this, and we'll just show you, it's the three that are set up at the bottom just there. It's the same with that week extended that we have on that dispatch. But if you are wanting these, then you have got the borderlines, the tracks that we've just seen being used, as well as the word wafers that we've seen. So those three, a really lovely bundle. And again, it's such a good price, down to £39.99. And it'd be a great little kind of starter set if you just wanted to go for parts of them, I think.
Definitely, and I think it'll start you well off because there's just so much to it. In fact, I kind of want to show you a little bit more.
Yes,
that you can
please do. Yeah,
do.
I'd love to
So,
see. Yeah.
as I showed you this board before, which
Yeah.
shares with you what you get in the set, I just wanted to show you a few things you can do with it that might not be so obvious. One of the things that I mentioned before was this whole notion of scissors. So remember that if you're working large, you can use it as is. If you need to use it small, you can cut it into smaller segments
Really
and use
nice.
it to create a border. One of
Almost
the,
looks like ladders and part of that now as well.
It
where
does, yeah.
It could be used as trellis or anything like that, putting flowers through it.
Exactly. That's very, very true. And speaking of flowers and leaves,
Yeah,
one of the
it's a
nice
nice
things
idea.
about this is that when you have the offcut, you are able to use it depending on how you glue it down. So if you glue it down fully, for example, right here,
Yeah.
then you have that as a background. But if you don't glue the center,
Yeah.
you begin to create these pockets that you can place things in. So
good,
this is
isn't
just a very simple thing that would normally be thrown out, but I think it's just a nice way to get more bang for your buck.
And for like your scrapbooking and things like that, it'd be
For
absolutely
sure.
perfect, wouldn't it?
To put photos in, to slice
Yes.
photos through, I think would be great.
Definitely.
And then if we take a look at word wafers,
Yes,
I want
yeah.
to show you what you get because you get more than just the words. So for everything, the three words you get, discover, imagine, and journey, you get a background that matches, but you also, depending upon how you cut it, you get two different size frames so that you can get some variability there. And then what I think is really exciting is you get the letters.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it is a little bit of a grungy alphabet.
It is. The
Yeah.
finish of it is so different to what we'd normally see, which I love.
It's got some wonky edges, it's got
Yes.
the holes in it. But the nice thing about that is that it is great for layering. So rather than just use the strip from the word wafers,
Yeah.
you can also add the alphabet separately.
It's a good idea.
It allows you to use different colors.
Yes.
It allows you to get some dimension, and you can see through the little holes. So you just get a little bit of extra seeing the background. And one cool thing about this is that you can absolutely use the letters without the word.
Yeah.
So even though it's not the full alphabet, you can absolutely make other things.
They're nice.
Now these were created by the amazing Pete Hughes from Sizzix, and you can see he spelled out the word Voyager.
Yes.
And he spelled out the word Curios.
Really good, yeah. Are you okay to make and sell with your collections?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Super.
Absolutely. One thing I love about what Pete did is he embraced in his own way the more is more. If you look very closely, you can see there's probably about 3,000 die cuts in this.
All kind of layered. And it almost
it's pretty impressive.
Almost suddenly gives like a steampunk effect,
It
you know, when you
does,
kind of layer it up that much as well.
Absolutely,
It's very,
especially
very
with
clever.
the rusty
Yes, the
format.
colouring and
But you
everything that we've
can
got
make
there.
it bright, pretty. You can really layer it and get very, very different effects.
Yep. We are approaching at 40% of the stock having been allocated now on this. Remember, it's £89.99 for you to get everything, okay? But of course, you can get it on split pay at $29.99 for you to be able to jump in and get that. And I think, you know, every single one of these boards, you're just seeing more and more of what you're actually getting.
More is more for sure. So this is borderlines, and while these 4 are the main dies, you also get the frames, you get the backgrounds, and I really love the elements that just cut out, because you can have a background show through, or you can put a different color paper underneath and have some really beautiful contrast. You can also cut with different colors, and you can reinsert this into the background. And then you just get that sense of the layers. And then again, as I said earlier, the idea of scissors just being your best friend for this collection, I really wanted everybody to be able to take it where they want to go. So you can see that when you cut some of the borderline dies, you can get these different shapes. They sort of resemble to me almost like aloe under the sea.
Yes, I can see that.
And because they're thin, you can spin them and turn them and angle them. When you start overlapping some, you can create different kinds of shapes.
Yeah, it's lovely.
When you split it in half, you can get a little bit of a border coming off the ends. And then the numbers, of course, where you can take it away from that bar and just choose to create your own numbers. And then last but not least, I really love this one, which is just cut up into small pieces.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it? And that could be sort of little paint splats, or it could be little scribbles, but there's so much that it could be. Message from Mags, I think, just come in as well. Hello to you. Just bought the whole bundle. I love Seth's art. And I think that's what's so amazing about this, is that you've actually managed to sort of take art and turn it into dies. And now people are able to actually put their own stamp on it and their own inspiration, which is just incredible.
Yeah, for me, it does start out as art, and then it gets transferred into how can I make this usable for everybody in a way that it's not so identifiable as me.
Yes,
because I really want everybody out there to be able to show their artwork using these dies, so that people don't say, ooh, that's Seth's die, I have it. They're going to say, no, it's Mag's artwork.
Yeah, look how good this is.
Exactly.
You've actually done.
Yes.
So those 3 bits that we were just looking through, those boards, they are in that smaller collection that obviously we showed you. So if you do want to get that mini collection for £39.99, you can do, of course you can. And that is again where we've got that week extended, but it's really, really lovely if you wanted to jump in and you wanted to make sure that you got your opportunity to be able to get those 3 that we are seeing there. So your word wafers, your borderlines, and your tracks, the cutting dies there are coming to you, which you could see how they all interlink so well. Of course, they're part of the big collection when we get that epic saving, but if you just want in those 3, they are there like that as well. Or of course, you can get any of them individually if you would rather. We do have then 3 other ones as well, don't we, that are actually there as well in a secondary smaller bundle that we will be talking through, which is your dots that you've got there. You've got your twisters that you can get. You get your roundabouts as well, and your waffles. So if you wanted to go for that, that's there, and that's available on the website as well for you to be able to get in. Love that.
Well, I wanted to share this one next.
amazing.
So this one is waffles.
Love this one.
And this, I think, is my favorite.
Yeah.
And I keep saying, don't let the other dies know that this is my favorite, but it definitely is. So this is big.
Isn't it?
This
really
is
big.
about 6 by 7 inches. And I think because it's so big, it's very, very versatile.
Yes.
So you can use it as is, or you can cut it down. And because of all those gaps in there, you can use it as a frame as well.
You can, yeah.
So one of the things to think about, as I mentioned earlier, is that the drop-offs, they're usable. in so many ways. So here I just chose a few of them and I just reinserted them back. And you can use all of them, one of them, none of them.
Okay.
And it gives you that variety and variability so it looks different each time. One of my very favorite things to do is something that I call the bump.
Okay.
And I do this with many, many dies. So I'll take a die and I'll cut it. And then I'll cut it again in a darker shade.
Yes.
And then what I'll do is just layer it down and then I'll bump the top to the right, to the left, up or down, so that you begin to create a shadow effect.
Yeah, it looks lovely.
And I just think it changes it so much.
It does.
It just feels more significant.
Yeah, 100%.
And
I'm thinking, you know, with things like this as well, like, you know, if you were doing, I don't know, like a wedding card or something, or an invite, you could actually put sort of little letters in it, and it could have a message kind of hidden in it, couldn't it? Or little photographs or anything like that as well.
You can definitely use it that way. You can spell out a phrase.
Yeah.
You can put photographs and make it like a an art wall of photography.
Put it in your
And
board.
one of the nice things that you can do is you can use the extra letters from the word wafers.
Yes, definitely.
They don't fit in on the inside,
Okay.
but they fit into the size of the outside, so you can layer them over.
Yeah.
And again, cross the different SKUs of the dies that you have here.
Yeah, really, really lovely.
But there's other things, always more and more. And I just wanted to share this and show that because I think it's just nice to see that you can create a frame within the frame.
Yeah.
And you can have something there. You can use it as a border or a strip.
Yeah.
You can use them individually. You can use a smaller version like this one here for a card front.
And I think you don't automatically think that. You look at the kind of initial die and you think, that's amazing. But then you don't think, oh, actually, look what I can do. Look how I can snip into this and what else I can create, which is incredible.
And the idea behind that is, again, is that you're going to make something that's a little different than what everybody else makes. One of the things I also wanted to note, for me, it was important to have the little drips. And you see the drips are on all four sides, which allows you to turn it any way.
So it doesn't matter which way.
So it doesn't matter which way. But I do know there are probably a few people in the entire world who don't like the look of drips.
Right. So they can just snip them off.
They can just snip it off.
Yeah.
So again, remember that you can really make this your own.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be the way that I initially was set to design it.
So really, really good opportunity. If you do just want to get waffles, it is under £30, isn't it? £26.99 if you just wanted to get that, which I think will be very, very popular to be able to get. We will bring the graphics in for that for you to be able to get as well. If you just wanted to go for that, you can see it just here. AE1S91 that you've got, £26.99, I think will be one of the most usable dies that, of course, you've got. Really, really lovely sample there as well. So that's what we're going to work with next, are we?
Yes, I really wanted to lean into waffles because I think it's a great background. It could actually be the forefront as well.
Yeah, without
but
doubt.
as a background, I think it would be beautiful. So this is a piece that I've made and that I am going to recreate in a little bit of a different way.
Okay.
And this one has, again, multiple dies. So this one has the waffles in the background. It has the dies that I've used already, the word wafers.
Yep.
It also includes some of the backgrounds from Borderlines. Some of the frames, and it includes something from the twisters as well.
So it just shows how they all just mold together to create the most gorgeous pieces.
It's interchangeable, just completely mix and match.
Definitely.
So I did want to die cut with the waffles die.
Okay.
Because I really wanted to show you what it looked. It's just beautiful.
Isn't it?
I just think hang this up on the wall.
Absolutely, I just love it.
As it is by itself.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use the precision plate,
Yeah.
which is just really good for intricate dies, and it really allows you to be able to do this with one single cut.
Okay.
Now, this die, we made it as big as we could, and it just is perfectly sized so that it fits into the...
Brilliant.
Correct.
We are looking at half the stock having now been allocated on our main bundle. We're approaching 3/4 of the stock if everybody who has it in their baskets did check out on it as well. There is, of course, that really, really big saving on this. Should be £124.93. We've got it down to £89.99 for you to be able to get this today. So a £35 saving on it for you to be able to get everything that is completely brand new. It's that new, but you've got a week to wait for us to be able to send it to you as well, because we wanted to get it here while Seth is here as well. Rightio, look at that, perfect cut as well.
Okay, so this is the cut, really, really beautifully done. And I just pre-cut this in black because, again, I wanted to show how simple it is to create that look and feel of a bump and a dimension. So you can have it very subtle, or it can be extremely large and just bigger. Another beautiful thing about this also is that you can use it as an overlay in a very different way. So you can begin to create and build and just extend it out like
you
that.
You can completely offset it if you want to.
Correct. And you had talked about the idea of a trellis with an earlier die, and I think this one would be perfect to be able to, again, this notion of weaving in and out. If you had a die cut of a flower with a long stem, you could bring that stem.
Like putting your wildflowers through or something like that.
Exactly, stem in and out. So when you actually create the bump, you're going to get something like that.
Yeah, it looks
and
great.
you're going to get that depth and that detail.
Super.
Now, what I want to highlight is that the other elements that I have here are all, again, interchangeable. So I've just chosen a few to use myself, but they're just one of the many. So I decided I wanted to use the larger die from our twister, I'm sorry, our twister set. And I wanted to create 3 layers. 3 for me is always a magic number. So I cut out the background of one of the dies, the background of the second die, and also the wonky overlapping concentric circle die.
I really like that.
Which I think is one of my favorites. And you can layer them in such a way that you then begin to either have something that fits in perfectly well like that, or again, you don't have to be so obvious. You can overlap in very different ways.
Yeah, exactly. And how different does that look then by using it in different ways?
It's almost like you're using a completely different set of dies. I leaned into the idea of backgrounds because of the many layers that go into my mixed media art. So it was very important for me for every die that you have a background, but I don't always use the background with the die that it was meant to be used with.
Makes sense, okay.
So I went ahead and I went to the border lines and I cut out some of the backgrounds from those as well. Again, these are very basic layering pieces that can be mixed and matched with everything.
Of course.
Similarly, I cut out one of the frames. And then if you look really closely at the frame, you're going to see, and this is really important, it's not a straight line frame.
No.
Everything is a little bit off.
It's
a little bit wonky, it's a little bit edgy, and you might even notice that here. It's very subtle, but these are actually not even straight lines.
Really great though, isn't it, to have that with this, because that's what this collection is kind of about.
It's about being free. To me, mixed media art is freedom. It allows you to do whatever you want with any materials that you want in any style. And it was important for me that this collection feed that. I didn't want to define you, I wanted you to define yourself and use your own artist voice.
Yes, perfect.
So then, I love a sentiment, I love a word, I use words in my art all the time. And I decided that I had to have words in this collection. And so what I did was I cut out the word journey here.
Okay, lovely.
And for me, one of the important things is that bump, that idea of that dimension and that shadow can work with any single die.
Yes, of
You
course.
know, I've only shown it here, but it's beautiful to take your words and do that as well.
Perfect, look at that.
And then you get that whole sense of depth and dimension. It's so simple.
I know, but so effective,
So
isn't
effective.
it?
And here's an example of that using the word imagine, which also then has the bump of the letters.
Exactly, and I think to be able to then put an iconic word like journey or like imagine, you've got something then, whether it's for wall art, whether it is a card, whether it's scrapbooking, whatever it may be, you have got something that it's just going to really inspire somebody every single time they see it as well.
I agree.
And just takes you on that journey, doesn't it?
One of the things I love is when you notice something when you see the artwork. And then 3 days later you look at it again and you notice something else. So if you look closely at most of the work that I do, and I think the dies will allow you to have that as well, you're going to notice a little detail that maybe you didn't notice the first time.
So good.
I think it's exciting, and it's like a reveal every time you look at the work of art.
Wow, look at that.
So if we go ahead and we take these, and by magic I've done some pre-gluing, we're going to just choose a background. I'm using the Sizzix textured cardstock here, which I really love. And one of the things to think about is that you can absolutely center your piece. But sometimes it's nice to be a little bit off.
Yes.
A little bit off center. Now you don't want to be just a little off center because then it almost looks like
You've made a mistake. Yeah.
So you want to own it. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to, and I don't have that much real estate here, but I'm going to move that off.
Yeah.
But I want to take it even further.
Okay.
And so I'm going to move it off to the point where, on this sample, where
Yeah, I like that.
the little drips are actually overhanging.
Okay.
And I think that's just so much more interesting.
Yeah, I do.
And then that also gives me the elements here so that I know that I need to then build
You've got
on
the space.
there.
Okay.
So then if I begin to play, and that's all it is, I don't necessarily, again, throw something smack in the center. I have to decide where I feel it,
Yes.
where the layers tell me to place it.
Okay.
So because I have so much space here, I'm thinking that I'm going to use this rather than as a centerpiece here. I'm going to bring it somewhere and just lay it out.
Yeah.
And I'm really not going to overthink it. I think that's one good thing about these dies,
Yeah.
is that they allow you just to play and stack and not really worry because they all work seamlessly together.
That's great.
So then I begin to think about where I want to go next. So I have these elements and I can layer these in lots of different ways. So I could be very deliberate and just layer over that.
Yeah.
I could begin to think that, no, I really would rather have this underneath there.
So you can just do it until you stick it. You can keep moving it around. can't you, all
Correct.
the
And
time?
so it's a little bit about playing until you decide where you want it and how it
Yes.
works best for you. And there is no end to the number of layers.
No, look at that.
So I think just by beginning to play
Yes.
and not, you can commit and you can glue right away, or you can go and
think
go
so.
over and under. Now I have this frame, and the nice thing about the frame is that while it would seem obvious that the frame would frame the element that it goes with, you can use that frame any way that you want. It can be a solo.
Yeah.
So I could go ahead and that frame could maybe be something that comes up from there and begins to bridge those elements there. And then again, I continue building.
Yeah.
And then I have my words. So in this case, I have the words journey. So I created this on purpose to have that sense of a bump.
Okay.
So I could layer it right on top there and then add the lighter color on top of that so that it stands out a little bit more.
Yeah, yeah.
Or I could bring it back down and I could use the backgrounds that I created there and layer over.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's just...
Yeah, just there's just so many different places, isn't it, that you
and
can do.
it can be a little overwhelming, but it doesn't need to be
No,
because
not at all.
you just can't go wrong.
Yes, yeah.
Anywhere you go. Now, I want to highlight that these are abstract.
Yeah.
So, except for the words, really they can go anywhere.
Yes, yeah.
And honestly, even the words can be upside down. So I've created that, but there's absolutely no reason why you can't just midway through the whole piece
it all around.
decide that that's
Yeah,
actually where
of course
it's
you
going.
can, yeah.
And then I'm going to put the words right there in that frame, and that frame is going to be. And then you can begin to then create over that.
Yeah.
It's actually asking for more, and we don't have time to demo, but I would love to see maybe
So
little
enjoyable, isn't it?
photographs under
Little
here.
family could be there, little
Your whole
points for them,
family.
that sort of, yeah, you can cut it up and have different sections that then it kind of brings that whole kind of eye into it as well. It's absolutely superb, it really is. I just think you are going to love working with this. So of course that is all part again of this complete bundle. We are looking at about 60% of it now having been allocated. And you can see of course that gorgeous sample there of the wall art that we can create. Now we do have a few more boards to look through, don't we, as well, just to be able to see what else you're actually getting within this, because in terms of the twist, we've seen a little kind of sneaky peek just there, but look at how much more you are about to actually get. This is stunning as well.
Okay, so this is roundabouts. and
roundabouts,
Kind of the
okay.
exciting thing about this is that this is only half of the collection,
Right, okay.
and you see how much you get. So when you look at the top of the board, you're going to see when you just cut it, these are the elements that you
Okay,
get.
fantastic.
And again, they look a little bit like plus signs. They
Yes,
weren't
yeah, I can see
necessarily
that.
meant to be, but they can also be X's, and they
Yeah,
can go in
kisses.
all, exactly, X's and O's.
Yeah.
They can go in all different directions, so remember that. And they all fit into each other,
Amazing.
again, as you see.
Yeah.
And then this element down here, this defies description. I'm not really sure quite what to call this,
No,
but
such
that
a
was
great shape though, isn't it?
it was one of my goals to create some shapes that maybe were not as identifiable.
Yes, yeah,
And you can
definitely.
see that while this is what you get when you die cut it,
Yeah.
a scissor can allow you to get all these different shapes as well.
It's fabulous, isn't it?
And I think that's just neat because you can really take it where you want.
Yeah, 100%.
And all those little gaps in there, those fallouts, you can just put right back in with different colors.
Yes, which is really nice.
And
it
if
gives
you-
you that totally different look, like you can see kind of down there.
Exactly, exactly. Then the second half of this,
Okay, so this is roundabouts. So if you want to just get roundabouts, then you can, of course, get that individually. It's only $11.99 for you to be getting all of these elements, which
yeah,
is
this
so
is just
good.
this is quite a lot. So we had to have a circle. I love circles, and people love circles, and circles have so much symbolism. So if you look at the top row there, what you're going to see is just what you get when you die cut simply.
Yeah,
And you get circles of different sizes. You get the edges and the loops.
yeah.
And if you look closely again, they're not perfect circles.
No, which is what I really like about it.
So imperfect becomes perfect.
Yes, doesn't it just? Absolutely. It's got that organic kind of feeling to it, I
Yes,
think.
exactly. It's just a little bit wonky like most of us.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
And then if you look in the second row here, you're going to see what happens when you begin to layer them inside and around. These also work really, really well with the other SKUs.
Yes, of
You
course.
can absolutely layer them under or over.
Definitely.
I love this one. I love 3. The number 3 is magic in art.
Yeah.
And so this has 3 of these shapes in here. You get the background, you get the frame,
Yes,
you get the actual die cut, which is the star of the show.
isn't it?
And like many of them, they also have these little extra holes in them.
Perfect.
So your background shows through. And then you get these, which would normally be a throwaway in many dies, but I just think they're really spectacular right
I do.
here.
And I think it's that hand-drawn nature that we've kind of got with this as well. It's just brilliant that you've got, you know, you can see that there. It's just, none of it's perfect, but it is perfect because of that. There's the roundabouts if you do want just this set. So ZC1S60, just $11.99.
And then again, remember with your scissor, you don't need to keep them as 3.
No.
You can make them 1, 2, 3, or more. You can do the bump,
Yeah.
which again just changes the whole look.
Yeah, really nice.
And one of the nice things about these is that if you have a large area of real estate and you want to cover it,
Yeah.
you can begin to intersect these together.
Yes.
So the edges of this right here fits perfectly well right into there.
Yeah,
so you can begin
exactly.
to create and grow something that only you have, that no one else has at all.
Fabulous.
I'm going to take you to Twisters.
Lovely, yes. So twisters, again, you can get this individually if you wanted to.
Okay, so we are going to Twisters. We're going to go to this board first.
Yeah, perfect.
And this board is going to show you some of what you can
I
get.
think this feels very fun to me. Like when I look
This
at
is
that board that we've
playful,
got
right?
there,
This is
yes.
playful. And I think the idea of stacking these is also very playful because while this obviously is the shape of an X down here, you can go ahead and you can then layer that over and over and spin it. And in fact, you can create it in such a way that you can actually have them spin around,
Okay,
which
yeah,
is just a
love
little
that.
nice detail.
Absolutely.
You can see here the offcuts can get sliced right back in.
Yeah.
All of them, some of them, different colors. And then again, most of these dies, when you cut them out, you can use the edges to create frames.
Brilliant.
And the frames can serve to just hold the die cuts, or they can be used like these with anything else. These
Yes,
can frame
it's really
photographs
nice
on a scrapbook page. Just something just a little bit different.
Yeah, 100%.
But again, this is just half
Half,
of
just
what
half.
you get. So this is the other. And we're going to turn it right side up.
They're just so good just to see what you can do with them. I think how you can use each one, obviously each of these sets individually, but layer them up into so many different ways. And then you get that understanding of how every single part of this works together as well.
Absolutely, absolutely, I agree with you. And you can see here with the layering, here I've layered 3 the same die over each other, and then these are the different ones just layered together. There
fabulous.
are actually even more. I had to fit it on a 12 by 12 page,
Yes.
but there are actually more combinations you can
That you
get.
can actually do.
That you can get. And one of the nice things about the circles here, remember this is Twisters, is that they work really, really well
Yeah,
with
which
the
you can
circles
see.
from roundabouts.
Absolutely.
And so you begin, if you get both of those, to be able to create layering of circles in a way that really,
Yeah.
I mean, it's an endless combination. I know people say that, but I honestly think
Yes.
it really is.
Yeah, I just think it's just, yes, it's not going to be ever ending. Now, we do have another small bundle that we can speak through as well. So if you want those 4 sets that we've just been seeing just there, then you can get these in a smaller set. So this is where you are going to get your twisters, your waffles and your roundabouts in terms of your die sets, but you're also going to be getting that amazing embossing folder that comes with this as well, the dot matrix. So that's coming to you as well. You've got another lovely discount on this, so down to £54.99 for you to be able to get this. Again, it's available on a split pay, so if you're thinking, well, it's just those 4 elements that I would like to get, then you've got that obviously at a really good deal again. But what I would be thinking as I'd be looking at that, thinking £54.99, brilliant, but for not much more, you can get everything. Now, everything should be £124.93, but instead we are talking £89.99. Now, that is giving you the embossing folder, the dot matrix that you are getting. It's also giving you that roundabouts, that amazing die set, so 9 dies in that. You're getting the twisters, another 6-pack of dies that we can see there, that amazing large waffles die, one of my favourite things I've ever seen that we've actually got just there as well. So much metal in it. You are also, of course, getting the word wafers. We've got 28 dies in that. You're getting your borderlines that we saw, so another 7 dies within that one. Your tracks is coming to you, so a 5-pack in that. So there is so much that's coming to you today, and it's for £89.99. We're talking £35 being reduced on this, and it's available on that split payment of £29.99, which is absolutely fabulous. So it's up to you. Do you want individuals? They're there. Do you want them in the smaller bundles? Or, of course, do you want to get everything, which is the most popular way, of course, to be able to get it. One other thing that we did just mention as well is the cardstock that you've been using. So if you do want to get this cardstock, it is available on the show anytime we bring it. It's always so popular because it's just such gorgeous cardstock, isn't it? The colourways that, of course, you get, the finish, the texture that we get with the Sizzix cardstock. We've got 80 sheets in this as well. You've got 20, of course, different colours, and it is down to £17.99. So if you want to create exactly what you've been seeing and being used, then you can, of course, get that. Coming to the embossing folder next, are we?
Yes, definitely.
Yes, so we can get the embossing folder on its own also, remember. So if you would like to get it individually, it's such a good price, £11.99. All of these prices, I'm just sitting here thinking, this is so great. And I just think it's fabulous how different this is, again, to anything else I've ever seen.
I really like texture.
I do.
Texture just changes everything in my mind.
Yeah.
I love the idea that my art that I make, the mixed media art, is touchable.
Yes.
And I know not a lot of art is.
No, it's not.
And so I want to bring as much texture as possible. So this does it. This is one of the amazing Sizzix that it has multi-levels of texture.
Definitely.
And so it's when you get close to it and when you use ink or paint over it, it's just delicious.
And a lot of people love sensory now, so on cards and things like that, to actually give something that has got that kind of sensory feel is absolutely brilliant.
Very true. Now, I wanted to show something on the sample that I showed earlier.
Yeah.
If you look at the background there, you're going to see that I used, in the black cardstock, I used the embossing folder.
Yeah.
And one of the things I like about that is that it's not so obvious until you get close to it.
No, it's true, isn't it?
And then when you see it or when you hold it, you feel it.
Yeah.
And so I often like to create my backgrounds with an embossing folder without doing anything to the folder.
Definitely.
We're often trying to bring out the texture by adding inks or paints, and I'm going to do that in the demo.
Yeah,
but I just like to use it as a plain sheet.
Yeah, I think so.
Where it's just not so obvious, but then when it's evident, it becomes just so beautiful.
It kind of makes me think of dominoes, you know, as well. You know, the game. I love that game. So when I'm looking at that, if you wanted to kind of cut that up, you could make it into little.
So now that's what I want to do for the demo, but I'm not quite prepared.
We've got 10 minutes, not quite time.
No. Next time.
Yes, exactly.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use the cardstock. And what I just want to make mention about Sizzix cardstock is it's just specialty because it's textural.
Yeah.
And that allows you just to get more bang for your buck. One of the things about it is that the texture is on one side. So when you're using it in an embossing folder, if you want the texture from the embossing folder to be on the side with the texture, you just need to be aware of where you're placing it.
Of course.
Upside down, right side up.
Yes,
It almost doesn't matter, but you get more when you do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So the other trick that most of you, I'm sure, already know is that I'm going to just spritz it.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm going to spritz it in the air, and I'm going to do my best to make sure it's sprayed. It's spraying at it, not at me, because
you don't want to have any glasses.
Well, I've done that many times. So I have 2 sheets here. Let me just grab one, and I'm just going to give a quick spritz.
Super.
And it just loosens the fibers, and it allows the pattern to come through so much better. And that's particularly true if you're using some sort of stiffer paper.
Yeah.
that's really important. We're just going to run it through quickly.
We do have the big shot available on the show, don't we, today as well? We have got this at a really good price today for you to be able to get this also. So you always get that perfect cut, of course, with it. I've been bringing it to you at a really good price recently of £119.99. So we are going to give you a lovely discount on that today. So if you do want to get a machine that perfectly, of course, runs through, then you have got that opportunity to be able to get it today. And I know it's something that it's a standard we have on the shows, but it always sells because people just love it as a machine.
Okay, so when you do that, you're going to have your beautiful cardstock.
Okay.
And what I'm going to share with you and show you is on here what I've done already with the cardstock and the inking. And what I've done is I've just used an ink pad. It's the most simple way to do it. I just run over an ink pad. But I like to do it a little bit differently. I like to use paint and a brayer.
Okay.
So I'm going to get my paint out, and I am going to get my brayer. And I'm using paint that is acrylic.
Okay, yeah.
And you don't need much paint.
No.
So I'm just going to put a little bit out of the 3 colors.
Okay.
And I'm going to put it side by side, although honestly, mixing paint is something that not everybody does, but it's just fun to do, so you make your own colors as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I like to go in with a brayer. So I'm just going to brayer this out, and I'm going to do it right on my sample board.
Yeah. We've got that multimedia mat available on the show as well.
And I'm going to go in with a light touch, because what I want to make sure that happens is that the surface of the texture gets covered, but that the lower level doesn't as much. So I'm just going to go in very, very subtly.
Nice.
And one of the nice things about mixed media is that if you make a mistake, and for example, you do get a little bit under there, it doesn't matter.
Not at all, does it?
And I'm going to bring that in, and I'm going to bring it into a few of them.
Okay.
And then one of the things I love to then do is just go over, and you don't need to worry about mixing and cleaning. I don't really have time to clean. I'd rather just spend time making. And I'm going to bring the other color over.
Okay.
And then what I'm always going to do with the paint is I'm going to layer the paint one layer over the next layer, and also try to find areas where there is no paint from the other color, so that I begin to get that variety. And then as the brayer gets drier, you can be more comfortable just giving it the fast roll without worry that you're going to get the paint deep. Very often when I create anything, I think in terms of contrasts. So I think in terms of if I'm using some light or bright, I'm going to use some dark and maybe some muted tone. So I have these beautiful bright colors here, and then I want the contrast of something that's a little bit darker and a little bit, in this case, cooler toned versus warm toned.
Different, isn't it?
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to begin to layer that over.
So good, isn't it? Yeah.
And it's going to catch the tips mostly. And then if I really wanted to just add something a little bit more sort of mixed media, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sort of go in with intent to kind of break the idea that it just has to be on the tips of the texture. And then you just begin to create levels and levels of interest and of dimension, and it just becomes more interesting, and it becomes more you.
Yeah, exactly.
As the artist.
And you can keep building it up as much as you want, or just add as little as you want, can't you? That's
Correct.
the kind of brilliant thing with it as well.
Correct.
So I think it's seeing all these different techniques, all these different ways of being able to use all of these die sets, but also the embossing folder together in unison, and just how they all work together. And don't forget, with it being brand new today, of course, we've got that 1 week dispatch, because it is that new that we are going to be sending it straight out, of course, to you. You are getting this fabulous price today of £89.99. It was £124.93 if you bought everything individually before. But instead said, we're right down. Well over 60% of the allocation has now been allocated. There is, of course, the smaller bundles. There's also the opportunity to get bits individually, so you can really take advantage of what you would like to get. But it is a huge collection. And I think having that inspiration of New York and having a collection that just works so unanimously together and just enables you to build up these grungy, these cool cards, these teenage or male cards or female, you know, it just kind of covers absolutely everything, which I think is brilliant. And different colours suddenly make it look totally different. Do you know what I mean? From the brights to the darks and everything like that.
You saw Pete's artwork before that was rusty and you immediately thought steampunk.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you can go pretty with pinks and whites.
Yeah.
You can really shift it up and
when I looked at some of the, you know, some of the twist collection, I was thinking goggly eyes, you know, like in googly eyes and things like that. So you can see just so many different things that you could actually create with it, which is just lovely.
100%. You know, they're all abstract, but you can make them into objects.
Yes.
You can make them into elements that tell a story.
Yeah, definitely.
Well.
And you've got loads of different bits here that you've cut out, and I think that's the thing, you could run it through and then sort of build from what you've got as well.
Correct. So I like to make what I call I call them bits, actually. Yeah. So that's pretty ironic, where I am just going to go ahead and I'm going to just have a major die cutting session.
Yes.
I'm just going to sit there and crank and crank and crank, usually while I'm watching something on Netflix.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
And then I end up with this great pile. Then the next time I have a few minutes, we all say we never have enough time to do enough art. If I have this pile, I can take 10 minutes and I can begin to make bits. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to make a bit.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. I'm going to go ahead, actually, let me do that here. I'm going to go ahead, I'm just going to layer that down. Then I would get a little bit of glue and I would begin to add a bit right there.
Right.
And then I would go ahead and maybe find another element and add it right there. And then I got to have some sort of word or number or something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and add that right there. I'm going to think about this notion of weaving. So maybe I'll add this element here, but I'll weave it in and out of that. So that you begin to create this dimension. And it really does become about play.
Yes, absolutely.
And then maybe I'll go ahead and I'll take one of the circles and I'll feel like I need to show that off more. It needs to have some more contrast underneath. And I'll begin to just build it that way.
Yes.
And there's no stress in doing it this way.
Not at all, is there?
You're not working on a specific card or a piece of art. It's just about play and layering.
And what's lovely, you decide, oh, actually, I don't want that bit now. You just take it off and you just move it.
You just take it off and move it, exactly.
Work with it as well, which is just absolutely brilliant.
And
most people are going for the big bundle. Most of you are wanting it all. It has got a £35 saving, being brand new for you to be able to get this today. Just to give you a reminder as we kind of scan across this, everything that you are getting within it. Because you can just see that you've got the most incredible elements. I mean, we saw the waffles that we could see just there. You've just seen the twisters that we have as well. You do, of course, get that dot matrix embossing folder, the roundabout you've just managed to have a look at as well. You do, of course, get your waffles that we've got there as well. You imagine your journey, you discover, look at the detail on those. We've also got the chance, of course, for you to get your world wafers. You are getting your border lines that you're getting within this and your tracks as well. So it is a big, big collection. All of it will work individually. It will work together. It will work with other collections you've got at home, as we were saying, to kind of add different sentiments, to build different scenes up as well. And that is what is so fantastic. I'm really excited to see what people do with it, actually, and to see what they create.
I am as well. It's been interesting. I have some people on my design team, and what they've created already just blew me away because it was so different than what I would have thought.
Yes, and that's where the inspiration comes.
Exactly.
57 dies altogether and the embossing folder for just $89.99 and on a 3-way split pay as well. Remember, any individuals, any smaller bundles you want, they're on the web as well, but this has been the most popular way to get it. You're back a little bit later, aren't you, with Dave as well, so we'll be able to see more. So at 6 p.m, you'll be able to see more of this collection as well. You'll be able to see more demonstrations and ways, of course, to put it together. 5 p.m, I think it is, actually. Thank you so much. It's been lovely to meet you and to be able to see all your inspiration.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
I
appreciate it.
To our show tomorrow as well, but back and make sure you're watching at 5, but that will be with Dave. I'll be back in a moment with something else that is completely new. We have got Sakura coming to us, so another welcome to something brand new to the channel.
you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hello, I'm Dave Bradford, and during my time on this mortal coil, I've been able to do things like this, and this, and this. But one thing I haven't done is celebrate my 60th birthday here on HobbyMaker. But I'm pleased to confirm it's happening this Wednesday from 1 PM. So please tune in and make my birthday wish come true. Oh, fine.
Studio Light is turning 46 years old, so tune in on Tuesday the 3rd of June for Studio Light's 46th birthday show. To celebrate, we will be giving away free gifts to customers who shop with us during the show. You will not want to miss Studio Light's birthday.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Oh, how exciting is this? I am loving the fact that we've got a full hour with you, Lou, with Sakura as well, and just the most superb quality that we're about to bring to air, aren't we?
Oh, I hope so, yeah. I am a big fan of Sakura.
Yeah. I think it's something that most people, obviously in the industry, know. They kind of, I think when I first hear about it, I just think superior. You know, I think quality, I think great effects, but also at really affordable prices for people.
Yeah, I mean, Sakura invented the jelly roll way back in the 50s.
Yes.
And it was only 1 or 2 colours. And then since then, it's adding something else on, you know, like the sparkle, the metallic, the opaques.
So it's always almost innovating at the same time consistently
nib
as well.
size.
Yeah.
And now we've got a different way of more on the go with them.
Yeah, which is great. Now, what we are going to be doing as well throughout this show is we're going to be sort of trying lots of different things out. We're going to be showing techniques, everything like that. So if there is anything as well that you maybe have a question about or you want to know more about, please feel free to message in, because we are live, we are interactive. If there's certain things you spot on the website and you think, oh, I'd like to know a bit more about that, or can we come to that pen set, please do let us know, because we'll always try and sort of follow what you would like to see as well. We're going to kick off first, aren't we, with what's in front of us just here, which is our on-the-go collection that we have got as well. I feel like this is a really nice set to get a sort of broad range of different pens that we've actually got within it.
Yeah, completely, because you've got a mix of colours for starters. You've got what I would call staple colours, i.e. a black.
Yes,
but then you've got your Micron pens if you want to work a little bit finer or write a little bit finer. So it works for stationery or all the way up to art, because all of these can be used in your journals. I use mine mainly for mixed media side of work, journals, but you can use them for your bullet journaling.
Of course you can.
For all your notebooks. I mean, I do have a blue one that I use for my notebooks and a white one for a black notebook.
Yeah, so you've actually got the perfect one that you know you'd like to get as well. And obviously, with it being the first time that we are doing a full Sakura show, we are also doing special launch day prices with these bits as well, which is going to be a great opportunity. So you're not actually going to be paying £22.95 for this. We are taking it down to £17.99 for you to be able to jump in. And of course, with our fine liners that we're seeing there, the 3 different tips that we've got, a lot of people absolutely love tangling, things like that.
Yeah, completely.
So it's great to be getting them also for those sort of uses that we're seeing. And then to be getting the jelly rolls that we have there as well is just lovely with the different colours.
Well, the different colours, you've got Stardust. So Stardust is a translucent ink with encapsulated glitter inside it. And then you've got the special ones, which is the same again, but you've then got a black. But you've got like a more metallic look to it. And then the Micron pens, you've got 3 different sizes, a 2, 4 and 8. So that means very beautiful fine lines to very thick lines.
Yeah, perfect.
Now, the difference with these compared to the old jelly rolls is, so if I'm going to bring in an older jelly roll.
Let's have a look.
So these are what we would call our traditional jelly rolls.
Okay.
And they came with a lid, and at the end there is a little ball bearing, and it's the ball bearing that makes the ink flow, and it flows absolutely beautifully. So these were what we would call traditionally ours. So what Sakura wanted to do was, they actually wanted to think, right, how can we take it so we can do stationery, but we can also take it further. So they've taken the same pen, but where you would normally take the lid off this end, it's now clickable.
Okay.
But so all the inks, you've still got the ball bearing and you've still got the technique you can do with it. It can stay wetter longer.
Brilliant.
So if you leave it open, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. And then you just click it closed again. So we've got the actual spring action in there. So that's why it's called on the go.
Really good,
you've still got the clip.
That's there. If you want to put onto your journal
completely.
Or like that.
And you've still got all the details about what the actual pen is.
Fantastic.
So you know which each one's done. So they're like the
It's
the
so
sparkle.
easy as well to lose your lid. I mean, we do it all the time, and then suddenly you're thinking, oh no. Whereas with that, you don't need to worry because you've got the little click on it as well.
I have little blue tack on my desk. So
It's a really good idea.
Sadly, but then
Lovely mix of colours as well. I think that
so you've got the green, the red, and the blue sparkle. And then in the other set, we've got like a beautiful silver. We've also got like a black, and then we've got a solid back. So this we would associate more with, if people who know Sakura, you associate it more with your glaze pens.
Okay.
So your glaze pens are more translucent with a deep pigment inside. And then this is more metallic with a sparkle with inside. And once the inks are dry, they're permanent.
Wow,
okay. They're archival safe. They're completely and utterly permanent. But the other thing I love about Sakura, which I can show when we get to demo, is that once they're designed to work on non-porous surfaces, which means they can work on top of each other. So you can colour over the top of each other and not affect the layer underneath.
That's really clever, isn't
or
it?
if you don't like it, colour over
Change
the
it.
top.
Yeah, and then
completely.
it's gone.
And that's one of the benefits, and that's where I think for Sakura, if you like to do, whether you're card making or you're doing your art journaling, that elevates it then, and you can use it in a completely different way. But in the same breath, you could colouring books.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Colour with them.
Yeah.
And then it's the Microns, the fine line. So the Micron pens are a 2, 4 and 8. And what we mean, let me see if I get that. So there's the 2. If I pass them to you and I'll hold the lids.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, there we go. And there's the 8. So you can see the difference in the actual thickness. I think I've picked up another 2. We'll show the 4, sorry,
that's
mate.
all right.
But that will show you the actual difference. So you go from a very, very fine line to a number 8. I will show you the 4 when we get back to the counter.
Absolutely.
But that means you can do really nice detailed work, or you can do your bold outlines straight away. You know, can you imagine, like, I can't do fancy handwriting.
Okay.
I try.
But that's very good.
But, you know, if you want to do the mock look, if you do a thick line and then you do a thin line beside it, it looks like you've got that mock look of thick line, thin line.
Really, really nice opportunity.
That's how the way I do it.
It's very true. And I think it's all them tips that you get, and there's so much kind of education, of course, online as well. So if you want to get this today, really, really good saving on it, down to £17.99 for you to be able to get this. We are looking at approaching 30% of the stock has now been allocated on this bundle, so well done for jumping in so quickly. The fact that you are getting those 3 in the Stardust, you're getting 3 in the Special with the glitter, you're then getting 3 of the fine liners as well, so a great little collection to be able to kick off your journey with Sakura. Should we go across to the steps and show what we've got?
Okay, I'm going to take my pens because I'm going to need these.
Yes, definitely. Now, this is our Get Started collection that we've got set up over here that we're going to speak through. So in terms of what we've got, how much, I mean, it's a big, big collection that I can see here of what we're getting.
So we've got a book. And the books are wonderful. They're a light cream paper.
Perfect.
But one thing, you've got an elastic, which to me is an absolute bonus.
It's lovely, isn't
now,
it?
the other thing with the book, if you go right to the very, very back.
Right to the back,
Oh, I meant here, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Every single book comes with a pocket.
Oh, yeah.
But the sides are material, not card.
Oh, that's really good, isn't it?
So that means now it lasts just that little bit longer when you want to put everything inside it.
Yeah.
I keep these because I cut them down and put them on card as bookmarks.
Good idea, isn't it? 'Cause it's lovely, like the imagery of it.
But you've got over, 80 sheets in there, but to work with. It has got like a signature, so you can actually knit the threads if you want to and pull pages out. You know, because sometimes when your journals get bigger, some of us do pull our pages out.
Good idea, definitely.
But it is a beautiful journal. And then we've got the Micron pens.
Yes.
But what's really nice, you've got them in colour.
Yeah, nice to have the mix, isn't it?
Yeah, to have the black and the colour.
Yeah.
So you've got the Micron pens in colour, and it's the same quality ink. It's all archival. It's this is called a 05. How Sakura work is the bigger the number, the bigger the thickness of the nib. The smaller the number, the smallest of the nib.
That's easy to actually be able to follow then and see that.
So these are 05. So so that means it's smack bang in the middle. So I love these stamping. You know, we always think we always stamp in black, and we don't. We always stamp in a range of different colours. So if you miss a bit, I've now got a colour. I also like to doodle with them and then colour in that colour. So, for example, here I've doodled in green, but then I've coloured in green, so it doesn't look like a black outline. So using the red and then colouring in with a red. So you can use your pens
to actually be able to do that and get those finishes that we're seeing.
And then you've obviously got the black, but you've got it beautiful in the black there. You've got the different range of nibs, but you've also got a brush.
Fabulous, okay.
Which is also, it's a beautiful brush nib, but it's also archival ink. And then we've got some beautiful different pens, but we've got a different set on the end there.
Metallic. I'm just thinking, you know, we all love metallic, don't we?
And it is, and the metallics in the Sakura are very opaque, very rich pigment. So they're absolutely beautiful, and it's exactly the same as you saw there. You just click. And
click,
and
it's ready to go. Perfect. So another really, really good bundle for you to be able to get this, £54.99, and it's available, of course, on your split pay. You are getting £14 saving, roughly, on this one as well to be able to get it. And it's £27.49 if you want to take advantage of it on a split pay opportunity. Just had a message come in as well. Hello to you. This is Isabel saying, I use the Micron pens for all my line and wash work. They work extremely well, line and watercolours on top. I think they're the best in the market. And I think that's what so many people would say as well, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to say I only have one or two, but I have a whole host of Micron pens because they do such a range of different nibs, and we all colour and we all do our line work in different ways, even our handwriting.
Yes, of course.
You don't always want to write with a chunky
it's true,
nib.
isn't it?
But sometimes
Changes the
you
look
do.
of it.
And it's great to have the colour as well, because that changes your line work and how you work as well.
And I mean, that's what you can see with some of these samples as well, kind of what's being created with this. Shall we start having a go with it and let you move over? I want to see them all in action. So we will set up to have a bit of a play with these. Now, 10% of this main bundle has gone as well. If you want any bits individually, then they are all on the website individually as well. So if you want to just have a little look on there, you can do. We've got other bundles that are coming up during the show as well. Again, they're there and they're available on the website. If you want the journal bundle, for example, that is there. And it might be that you just know that certain elements that you've seen from these first two are your favourite and you want extra bits of them, so you can absolutely jump in and get those. But Lou is going to have a go with them now and show us exactly how we work with them, what we do with them as well, and why these pens are so special.
I was going to say, did you want to have a go so you could actually see how the pens...
Oh, I mean, I can do, yeah definitely.
Oh, right, so the pens, I mean, I've got a load of journals here to show different ways you can do them. The pens are designed to be opaque, so the Moonlights and the metallics, but this is working on a wooden chip that you get. And I have actually used the pens on top of there.
That's so good.
You can do them all different ways. I've actually decorated the front of the journal with the actual pen, so you can start doing personalisation. And it's a faux rubber effect journal. But obviously we can work in our journal. So if we do a little bit of swatching, I'm going to move all of these out of the way so I can show you what I mean. So now I use my journals in different ways. As you can see, the pocket there is rammed full.
Yes,
So I'm just going to put... And the only reason I've got the foam here is because my journals get thicker and thicker.
Okay, which I can understand.
So if I'm just going to show you the colours as they are now. So if we go for the green,
If people want to get extra of the journal as well, because I know a lot of people will do, £8.49 if you want to go by 30 by 21 centimetres. It's a really good price for the quality of that journal. And then obviously decorate the front like we've seen just there, and you can personalise it yourself.
Right, OK, I'm going to get the two together because I think that would be just as easy, because I know we've got black journals later on. So these ones is the Stardust, and the slower you go with Sakura thing, the more ink you can get out. And I'm not very good at the telly wiggle to show the sparkle off, but you can do your fine lines, you can do the dots. Now, the other thing you can do with all jelly rolls, I'm just going to grab, is you can take a jelly roll. Now, they are designed to dry quickly, so you haven't got as much playtime with them as you would normally do with a normal watercolour. But you can colour them and water them out, which means that effect now is really, really, really shimmery.
Yes, isn't it? Definitely.
So you can do that. So that's the green that you're going to get in the Go set. This is the red, and all of them... Oh, I haven't started this one. So on the end is a little cap, and that just protects it. You just pop it off.
We do have a very limited amount available of the Stardust individually as well, but it has almost sold out already. A lot of you have spotted it. It's £6.75 for this set of 3 that we can see. Of course, once that's sold out, it will then be part of the 2 bundles, but we have got a couple of chances left individually.
So I just wanted to show that you can write with it just absolutely beautifully as well, and you can just click it or leave it open.
That sparkle is just fabulous.
And then we've got the blue, and again, it's just pop that off. I've got, you think I've just got 2 sets, so I thought I'd got activated them. There. So you've got the sparkle there. We can do the, you can do your dots, and you can still do your blending out with the watercolours. Now the only difference with the sparkle, I'm going to quickly move to the black, is they don't show. So I can put the blue on the top, as you can see. And you will just about see a wet shadow that has a little bit of a sparkle and a little bit of glitter. So it's not quite, it's a great highlight. It's a great way to add highlight to your work. So you can still use them on the black, but they won't stand out as much as they will do on the cream.
Lighter one.
So then we've got this beautiful silver, and I'm just going to start there. And it's a beautiful soft...
And is this one of the metallics?
It's in the Get to Go set there we've got. And it's a beautiful, beautiful soft
isn't
from
it?
there. And we can do the lines. I'm going to write my name. So it's like signing autographs, isn't it, sort of thing. But then if I come over to the black, it really does come to its own on the black. So again...
Yeah, he's perfect on both colours, isn't it? Looks great on the black. If you do want to get the metallics as well, then we have got them. Again, limited stock. We'll keep bringing each of them up individually as well, so you can get your choice that you want. Just £6.75 to be able to get these. Silver, your charcoal and your black.
Now, this one is from the special, and it's more like a beautiful pewter metallic. And it's got a little bit... I won't keep signing my name, but on here, it'll also show, but it will... It looks like graphite on the black, but it has a metallic look to it.
I do love it when you've got the option of using something on light and dark.
Light and dark completely. And then finally, we've got the black here.
Okay.
And this is a beautiful, solid, opaque, matte black.
Brilliant. The Stardust and the metallic mix have now sold out individually, but of course you can still get them in the Get Started bundle.
But again, on the black here, you will see it, but because obviously it's black on black, but what it will do is, I'm just going to colour in, it just recedes back. So you can technically use it on the black, but...
Yeah, you can't see it like...
No, I would use it on top of a colour if I was going to do that.
Yes,
so they're the colours we actually get on the go.
Yeah,
so if we grab, sorry, my Micron pens, I got them all out and then I chucked them all back, didn't I? So we, as you can see, I only brought a few with me as well. I have a few more. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a number 4. So in the Micron pens, we've got the beautiful, really delicate fine of the number 2. So that's the number 2.
Yeah.
But that means you can do your crotch hatching, your cross hatching there. And you can do the most finest of details. So that's the number 2. And then we've got the number 4.
Okay.
So you can see. And you can still do all of those. So it's a slightly thicker line again, depending on what line you want. And then finally, we've got the number 8. Which, as you can see, is much, much bolder. And they're all archival, so they've all got a place.
Yeah,
you know, depending on how you want to do it. I mean, I was saying to you, so if I do, I'm going to try and, where's my number 4? I can't do the fancy writing, so if I can go thinner, and I use the 2 pens, that's how I cheat. But you can actually do the 2 pens together. You can use them independent. They are archival. They last for ages and ages and ages. One thing you may notice is depending on how you write or how you hold a pen, you might find the nib slightly wears on one side more than the other. But that's depending on where you put the pressure.
Yeah, of course, because that would
where you put your pressure on your pen. So don't worry about that sort of thing.
Definitely.
You don't have to write so the nib is straight upwards.
No, so you can actually have it. So that's the smaller set that we saw in the first bundle that we had there. So that is the 2, the 4 and the 8 that we've got. So if you did want to get that, that's £9.45 to be able to get that. And you can really see the difference, can't you, on the finish of the different nib sizes that you've got there as well. And a really, really good price, of course, to be able to get all 3 of those for that price of under £10 to be able to jump in and get as well. Of course, the largest set of the fine liners that we have, which also comes with the brush pen as well, that you can get, which is in that main large bundle that we have, and that's just £17.25 if you wanted to get that, where you've got the 6 different sizes, including, of course, that brush, which are all in the black that we can see as well with these. And of course, there's the colour ones available as well.
Right, okay, I was going to show some different bits and pieces.
Yeah.
Now, if you've got the original jelly rolls, you can use them with them. So I'm going to mix in some of the original jelly rolls just to show that the two go together. And I'm working out what colours I've got.
Yeah, it's like
I have to keep mine in colour families, and that makes
it a good idea.
So I've started to do, so in your books are obviously plain leaves, as you can see. You don't have to do your books that way. I love cutting away edges.
Yeah, that looks really good.
So I've cut away an edge. So the page now underneath is going to be the starting point. And I just draw lines on, so they can be for your journaling, they can be whatever you want them to be. Yeah. So if we can get here, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to colour one of the things in here. Okay. And I'm going to use a mix of the clickables, but with the original as well.
Yes.
So one of the things you can do with your jelly rolls is you can blend them. I'm just taking mine off at the moment.
Yeah.
So if I just start, now they are designed to go down and they are designed to dry quickly. So you do not necessarily have to work quickly as such, but you just need to be aware that you can't go back to them in 5 minutes and think they're going to still be wet. So we can still blend them, and I can and I can create a set blend. Let's get my water brush.
It's lovely how they just so sort of easily move into one another.
Yeah, you can then go over this. You can use a water brush. I 9 times out of 10 don't always water brush. I'll use a dry brush while the ink is wet. Now, I will work both sides, one side at a time, because I know that the ink will dry, and we've got the aircon on, which means it will definitely dry just that little bit quicker.
Of course.
So this is now the regular. This is the jelly rolls that everybody's used to, which has had the lid on. And as you can see, the inks work absolutely perfectly because they're designed and to work together.
It's really
as is.
And that sparkle that you actually get as well. I think it's just
it's a very intense sparkle, isn't it? And you can work very, very quickly with them. So I can do so. And I think a lot of people think journaling is messy, and it doesn't have to be.
No.
It can be, as I'm doing it now, draw yourself a mandala or a doodle.
I love making memory books for my children.
Yeah.
And I think kind of using things like this with this colour and this pigment as well just makes it so much more exciting, so much more fun for like one day when they get it.
And also these are safe for children to use as well.
Better,
so your children could,
they'd love it.
Add the sparkle or anything like that. And Christmas time, writing on a craft tag or a black card.
Obviously, we are very much on the brink at the moment of launching all of our Christmas things here. So if you've got these, you're then ready to go when you get all of those made.
You are. So all I'm doing is I'm just blending the colours together, and they work. So very, very quickly, I've coloured, but then I can take...
That's fabulous.
I'm going to let's take a Micron that we've got. And I can use the Micron then.
Yeah.
I'm using to actually colour in the centre. And I would carry on building. No, I will colour these in between the show to get them all finished.
But it shows how you use all of these different types of pens together as well, doesn't it?
And you can use them together. So round the outside there is that beautiful in the go. Of this beautiful pewter colour.
Yeah.
And all I did was I didn't want to do it solid, because with the metallics, they are a solid matte opaque.
Okay.
So it means that the colour can be quite dense, and I didn't want it too dense, so I have literally just...
Oh yeah, that looks lovely.
But I've still got the metallic effect to my work. I've just dragged it out in a completely different way. So we can put that...
And I think it's all of these tips and knowing how to use them as well is just...
You can use, you can use your pens in so many different ways. So, so that is just one way we can use the pens. So I'm going to grab, and where am I? Am I going to go here? Yeah. So in this one here, this is using the coins, which we do have on the show.
Yes.
And I've wanted to show one that the paper isn't watercolour paper per se, but you can do all of that journaling techniques.
Amazing.
Now, I can take the pens I've got there and I can completely, so if I want to change and just add a little bit of sparkle to the leaves, I can go over the top.
Yeah, and just
And because the sparkle pens are translucent ink, they won't completely take away the artwork I've done.
No, just add something else to it.
I can add a little bit of depth. But the other thing I like to do with these, this might be just a little bit too flat. So if I just take a little bit of ink now, and I'm just going to go over there, and I'm going to grab my water. I can now pull this out, and I can add a little bit of sparkle into the shadow areas.
Yeah, good idea.
So rather than, I don't want it as intensely that green, but I can pull it out, and I can then, that will add just a completely little bit of sparkle to absolutely everything. And it's the same if I take the metallic and I want to change some of the outlines on here. So I'm just going to change those because I want them to stand out a little bit more, and I can go over the top. So I can take my black lines and I can now make them metallic so they have that look
really
to
clever,
them.
Isn't it?
And I'm going to colour in those little dots there. So you can use them in lots of different ways. So we can do them completely different ways that way. The other way, where am I looking for? I'm going to grab, if that's all right, is my black journal.
Okay, yeah.
Because I might as well while we're here.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
So I can take, so this is, let's move you. So this is a piece of work doing it, and this is using a different range of the jelly rolls. And I was saying to you, I might not like the way I've got the black dots in the centre there. So I can take my, let's have a look. Which one should we do? Let's go for the silver. Where are you?
We do have this available as well within a bundle. So if you do want that that darker journal, then we have got it available within the Black Page Magic, and we've also got it available individually, I think, as well.
So I can go actually over the top, and I've changed the black now to silver.
Yeah, really nice.
But it doesn't affect what's going on underneath. You do need to make sure, obviously, everything is dry. Otherwise, they're just going to blend together.
Yes, of course.
Because it isn't ink. But then I've now got those as silver instead of actual black. So you can, and that's one of the things I really, really do like about them, that you can actually do and layer on top of your work. I'm looking for something else, bear with me.
That's okay.
I've got lots of bits down here so I can show different bits and pieces.
And I think as well that effect is so different, isn't it, to be getting that with the black sort of card stock that we're seeing rather than using the cream that we've got as well. If you, oh wow, that looks good.
So this is a drawing I've done on blue, and I've started colouring it with a few bits of pencils, but it's a little bit darker than I want. So I can take the, I'm just now going to, because I've already laid down a bit of colour, I'm going to put the sparkle pen that we've got on the go, and this would be with all the sparkles. And now I've taken that and I've lifted the colour on the background. So this is going over a wax-based pencil. So they will go over that as well.
Brilliant.
Sorry, I'm going to get carried away colouring, so I will stop in a moment.
Can't you?
So all of a sudden, sorry if I can't, you've got
you can
the
see
sparkle.
that there,
So I can now do the sparkle on top of the wax-based pencils. So I can lift a piece of work very, very easily, and it coincides with all my other mediums. So if I want to make this stand out just a little bit more,
just add them in.
I can go, but I can still take my water brush, because I like to take my water, and I can blend it out a little bit.
It's brilliant. So remember, for that price of £54.99, lots of you have come through and got that. You are going to be getting your metallic mix that you can see. You are, of course, also getting the opportunity to be able to get your metallics, your metallic mix, your stardust that you've got there, your special. You are also getting, of course, your microns that you've got there, 8 different colours in that. Plus, you have got the 6 fine liners, which comes with the brush pen that you get as well. And you've got that cream paper notebook. So all of that coming to you today with that discount at £54.99, and of course available on the split pay opportunity if you would like to take advantage of that as well. Now, of course, there was also the initial bundle that we brought to you, which is the Sakura on the go. Over 30% of this has gone as well, so well done to you for jumping in. Down to £17.99 for that launch. It does, of course, have the Stardust in that has sold out now individually, so you are getting that lovely 3 mix of colours with that fabulous sort of glitter effect that we're seeing. You're also getting the special, which comes with those 3 different colours that we get to see as well. And you've got the Micron, those 3 different fine liners, the 2, the 4 and the 8 that we saw how different they can create, and that's just £17.99 on that. Just want to introduce this bundle as well, with you having just used this notebook, because a lot of people are saying, where do we get that notebook? Well, you can get this, of course, and we have got that just there. And I just think to actually be able to work directly into a notebook with your black there is just fabulous.
It is, but you can use it as, I mean, I know I use mine more as journaling, but you can use them as notebook. I mean, they are beautiful.
They are, aren't they?
And like I said,
it just feels so...
It's very smooth, isn't it? The
gorgeous, isn't it?
paper's very, very smooth. And then the pocket at the back, having that pocket being the material.
Yes.
You just know it's going to last.
Exactly, when you pop all your bits in.
Put all your bits in. And then for me, the saving grace is always the elastic.
Yes, because you know it's just going to keep it all together as it gets thicker and thicker and thicker, filled up of everything. So that comes, of course, with your journal that you've got there, but it will also come with your white pens that you've got, which again, working perfect onto this. And it's going to come with your moonlight that you've got here. So you've got a really, really lovely mix of colours that we can see with this. So there is 12 gel pens that we've got on these as well for you to be able to get. And all of that today, £33.99 for you to be able to get this. Should be £42.65, so a nice discount in that as well. Again, if you want to get any of these bits individually, we do have them available individually. So if you were just wanting the Moonlight, for example, then we could bring these to you. And that is a gorgeous mix of colours, I have to say, as well. Is that what you created with these?
Yeah, that's my swatch. I love swatches. I'm swatch mad. But sometimes it's nice to create a different type of swatch. So that is actually the whole of the colours. So it shows you that the Moonlight, even in the dark blue, will, you know,
good, isn't it?
will show all the way down. And you've got beautiful browns, greens, and then you've got the beautiful greys as well.
And how strong those colours are.
They are on the black. I mean, but they'll work equally on the cream as well. And obviously, you've got the white. But, I mean, your white pen is the clickable, which is lovely.
Yeah, the white pens, we've got individual as well.
So you've got the white pens, but then you can do all the ghosting techniques I did with the white. So when you do the ghosting techniques with the white, that's another swatch with it as well. I love swatches. But you can take the white pen and you can watercolour out with it. So you can actually create your different versions from there.
The white pens have just sold out individually, but are part of the bundle, of course. You can also get extras if you want of the notebooks, if you want to get more of these sketch notebooks as well. So we will just bring the price of that individually. But of course, most of you, I think, will go for all of them as well. That's a 13 by 21 centimetres, £8.95. But if you want to get all three of them, then you can do, of course, in that bundle today for that fabulous discounted price. And you've got those few bits there as well to have a little play with. There's just so much to play with, isn't there?
I know, there's so much to play with. So do you want me to do the black book, or would you like me to do the other bundle? Which one would you like me to do?
We do a little bit on the black book, on the white maybe on there. Yeah, a little bit. Then we can come back across to the other one, that'd be lovely.
Right, so your white, I just love the white, so, as you can see. So I've got a starting point here that I've actually done, but then the white pen is great for doing other things. Now, I'm just going to grab my stencils.
Oh, lovely, okay.
Well, it's not my stencils, it's my stamp blocks.
Yeah.
Because what I want to do is I just want to start creating, I'll draw around anything. So if you think you haven't got things to draw around, but you've got lots of layering dies, then you have. So I've just realised this is going to be too tall. I've got to go at different angles, sorry.
That's okay.
My shim is too thick for the pen to rest against. I'm thinking, why?
Yeah, why is it not?
Why is it not? And then I realised why, sort of then. So I can create my border, and then what we can do is we can start adding in some other bits and pieces. So I can go, so I'm going to just try and add in some other bits, and we're going to add a little bit of decoration around. I'm not going to do much. And then what I want to do is I just want to add some highlights around the border. So I'm just going to put a little bit more ink. Now, the slower you go, the more ink that comes out. But then I can take, well, if it would do if I cleaned my pen, but I don't mind. But I can take the white and I can build it up. And when it dries, it will dry with like this opaque white frosting. I was trying to think of an adjective then to describe,
No, sometimes
you know, what it was, sort of thing.
Yeah, something to get the exact one.
Yeah. But I can go, so as it dries, it will...
Almost looks like a chalky kind of thing.
Yeah, it'll add like a complete chalk sort of look to it. But it'll get more and more intense as it dries.
Brilliant.
So we can go around and we can add a little bit more. So I'm moving down the desk because this is how I colour at home. I move.
That's okay.
Well, I'd move the journal around, but that's not fair if I keep doing that sort of thing. So we can just gradually build it up bit by bit.
Brilliant.
And you can still do, oh, I'm just trying to think what I'm going to write. So if I just think, I'm just going to do heart for the moment. So I can still use mine and do forgive my handwriting, I'm writing heart, flower, and then I'll join it all together.
Yeah.
So this is what I wouldn't normally write. But so you can use it to actually write. I can actually use the watercolour and it's got the intensity of the colour. If you grab, sorry, I'm just going to grab my stencil. So look at the stencils you've got. If not, look at your base dies and die cut some shapes. So I can do the intensity. So the white pens will work
Super, aren't they?
brilliantly. It also means I can go over these, which is a jelly, which I've coloured with a mixture of the kois and the jelly roll, and I can now bring in a little bit of the white and enhance.
Really good. And I think that's the thing. I think you're building it up all the time, and then thinking, well, I can come back to this. I can add
Completely.
I want to. And
I think a lot of the time you see us use a white pen on stamping where we put little white highlights.
yeah, it's used a lot, isn't it?
If you've got the black notebook, you can actually do all your notes and your hand, you can treat it as a notebook. So I can go over the top there. So the white suddenly lifts it. And being clickable, it's brilliant. I just click it and it's closed. Now, the one thing people do say about the jelly rolls is sometimes that the ink dries on the end. And the reason for that is if you colour very, very slowly, a lot of the ink is going to come out. All I suggest you do now is wipe it on a cloth. I'm dreadful and I will wipe it just on the back of my hand, and I just take off the excess ink and then just close it. And the reason for that is at the end there is a tiny little ball bearing which makes the ink flow. And all that happens is if the ink dries too hard, the ball bearing can't flow, which means the ink can't come out.
Yeah.
But I just wipe mine on my hand. So the white looks absolutely, you can do so much with the white. And as I said, from there, well, that's me swatching.
Yeah, seeing
but
all of these.
this is like doing the journal page and going round in white. And then I've coloured them with the white.
Lovely.
But I can take the Stardust that we've got in that on the go and go over the white.
That's where I think it's so lovely that every single one of these collections that we've got actually all work in conjunction with one another, don't they?
And they don't, and they don't move. Once everything is dry, they do not move the colour that's underneath. So I could paint with it, which is what I've done there to create something a little bit different. I can go over the top.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing. I think when we look across all of these different pens we've got, it could be that you're wanting to scrapbook, you're wanting to sort of make memory books. It might be that you want to be, you want to be doing sort of cartoons, or you want to build up portraits. It could be that you're sort of thinking, well, actually, I love my writing. I like doing calligraphy. There's so many different styles of pen that kind of crosses over everything, isn't there? Artists.
Mixed media. I mean, I use mine on a whole host of different mediums as well. So I've now gone over with the green, which when I showed you that the green didn't work, but where I've gone over with the white now, I've got a really subtle pale green, but it's got a nice little sparkle to it. But your white pen also, let me just move you, looks brilliant.
Yeah.
On your front covers of your book.
Yes, doesn't it?
So because the book covers are black,
Really
they
good.
then they stand out. So I can, I've gone doodle through a stencil, but we can add to it.
And with them being permanent, you don't need to sort of seal them with anything. Or it's just there, it's perfect.
No, some of this has been down for a long, long while, and it's absolutely permanent. You just got to let it dry.
Yes, of course, yeah.
So I can go.
I mean, again, if you love doing your tangling, for example, these extra sketchbooks and notebooks, I think.
But you've personalised it for yourself as well, so you can actually write on it. And once, it's a bit wet at the moment, but once it's dry,
it's just there.
It's absolutely dry. But if you wanted to go a bit more mixed media with it, that's me going a bit more mixed media with it. So I've added it with rice paper, then I've drawn on top with the white.
It's fabulous.
And then I've coloured as well. And I brought in the Micron pen, so you can use your pens and cross over to whatever different style you want to do.
Yeah.
It depends on what you want to do.
Yes, it is, and it's using all that inspiration that you can have. So for £33.99, you are, of course, getting 80 pages in this, which is your black, of course, pages that we've got in your notebook. You are also getting that jelly roll, so 3 of your white pens that we see. They are then retractable ones, so all you need to do is just pop them at the bottom. And then you're getting 12 of your gel pens as well. You're getting such an amazing mix of colours. Obviously, we saw your swatches of them as well, and just how captivating they are in terms of all the colours that you're getting. So for such a good price of £33.99. Now, there is a couple of other bundles that we just want to introduce to you as well. You are back later, so I know that we're going to be seeing more demonstrations from each of these as well. If you love your journaling and things like that as well, then we've got a really nice bundle that we can see here for you to be able to get. We'll come to bits individually, and then we'll come to the bundle price. So it's whether you want to go individually or you want to get the saving on the bundle. Again, another really lovely sketchbook that we've got there.
But it's landscape this time instead of portrait.
Yes.
I work with those books. For demoing, I work with those books because then I can put the bulk of the book away from me or to the side of me,
Very
and
true.
it doesn't get in the way.
It's always helpful, isn't it, when you've got quite a full desk? So we've got that just there for you. That's 80 pages. It's your 21 by 14.8 that we've got. It said landscape, and that is £9.75 if you want an extra sketchbook. It's really, really great quality on them. We've then got your fine liners within this bundle as well, which again, if you want to get them individually, you can do. And I love that you've got the 10 fine liners. So they're going, of course, right from those really thin tips to those much kind of larger tips as well, that we can see, of course, on these as well. And it's fabulous to have that whole array, I think, in your collection.
It is. I mean, the finer ones, when you think about some of the, if you think of a floral, an antique floral design, and you see all those tiny little dots and all those tiny little cross-hatching, they're done with a really, really fine pen because you don't want them to overpower the image.
No, it's true, isn't it? Yeah. So you've got those ones there. They are £28.95 if you want to go for them. So from 0.15 all the way up to your 0.7. We then have these. Now look at this set that we have got. A pack of 24 of your gel pens, but I love you've got your Stardust included, your metallic included, and then your fluorescent as well. So, I mean, magic, like to be able to get all of that, I think, within this. The effects you're going to create is incredible, and your white as well.
And it's beautiful. It's a great start set. It's a great gift set as well because you've got an absolute mix of all of them. You've got Moonlights, the original Moonlights that came out, which is like your fluorescence.
Super.
So if you went for the Moonlight set with the black journal, it's a different size nib and different colours. So they're slightly thicker nibs, and the other ones, so they all work together.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as we've sort of seen you sort of building up different pieces as well by adding the sparkle, you know, the fact that you can do that with things like this. Lots of you with this in your baskets now. It is $49.95 for this. It is available on a two-way split pay for you to be able to get this. 20% of this gone as well. But I just think to have this array, to be able to get that mix of different pens as well from Sakura is just fabulous because you're going to have so much fun with your writing, your colouring, your techniques that we've been seeing in these shows as well. But also I think it's just going to take your artwork to a different level when you're using things like this.
Yeah, I mean, and colouring books are, you know, really, really big.
They are.
You know, especially if you're on the go, you know, doing your colouring. So you can do your metallic, you can do all your glitter effects, your fluorescence. And so it is a great set to take with you.
It's relaxing, isn't it? I think so many people now need a moment to themselves, and to actually be able to do that with like the colouring books is so fabulous to be able to have that chance. And lovely, lovely mix, of course, of colours that we've got in that. The one other thing that we've got as well is our koi colouring brushes, which you mentioned a little bit earlier in the hour, didn't you? Do you love these?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I was trying to think of, the koi, they're beautiful, beautiful brush pens. They've got a wonderful translucent but really pigment-packed ink to them.
Perfect.
You can use them as is, which means you get deeper colour, or you can actually use them and watercolour out. Okay. You can use them on your stamps. So if you want to take your stamps, have you never... I didn't know you could do that with these, no? Oh, okay, I'll do that. I'll do that later and show you then. So it means if you've got a stamp and you want to have that multicoloured look, so if you've got the flower and the leaves, you can actually take your brush pens and do that and stamp with that. But you can do tip on tip.
Right.
Which means now you can change the colour and bring in a third colour without damaging the pens as well.
So good.
And you've got a great mix of really a bit of primary and secondary colours.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great mix of colours that you've got there. And they're £29.95 if you want to get those. But do you want them all? That is my question, because we do, of course, have a great discount if you want to go for the full bundle. These have been very popular on their own. We've already got people checking out on the bundle. It should be, if you were going for them individually, the price on your screens, that is £118.60 that we can see here. But, of course, today we are going to be taking a nice discount, under £100, so £93.99 for you to be able to get that. So an over £20 saving, 20% off of that price for you to be able to get it, and it's on a three-way split pay, so you can take this home today as accessible as we can at £31.33 for you to be able to get it. And I think that should be getting such a mix as well, you know, across all of those with the sketchbook as well. It's kind of going to either start your journey if you're new to colouring, or it's going to really extend your journey. It's one or the other.
But also, I'm just being a little bit savvy here. It's presents.
It's exactly.
The Micron, I would probably give the Microns with the journal, the Koi's as watercolouring, and then the others. But that's how my head works with that way. But all do work with each other, because once you've laid your watercolour down and it's dry, you can go back over, as you've seen, you can, with the add the sparkle, actually change it and make it metallic instead.
So clever, isn't it?
Add the fluorescent. The fluorescent with the water brush technique looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I bet. We have got a bit of a wait on the phone lines with this bundle, so you will be answered next, Suzanne. We've got new crafters who have just joined us there. We've got Avril, we've got Georgina joining us. Lynn June, you've just managed to jump in and get yours. Well done to you. So lots of chances. Could we have a go with some of the bits in this? Is that possible? Yeah.
The way you say it, it's like, can we?
While we wait for the call centre to catch up on the phone lines with you all managing to get in. Very popular in the bundle, very popular with this one individually as well. So remember that it's totally up to you which way you would like to go, of course, with them.
Right, I'm going to grab my journal.
Yeah.
And let's grab some of the Koi's that we've got.
Okay.
I'm going to go for decisions. You know when you go decisions?
I know, it's always the hardest when you've got that mix of colours, isn't it? That we
I
can see as
know.
well.
Let's go for the greens. I go for greens and blues, and the main reason I go for green and blue is because they're my favourite colours.
Yep.
And it's got nothing else. Sometimes if you're working with something and you don't know what you want to do, it's great.
Favourites.
Yeah, go for favourites. And I want to grab some stamps just to show you what
what you were talking about. Lovely.
So if I can lay colour down straight away with the Koi's, and we can do, and I'll get some papers out to show. But one of the things that is really, really nice to do with them is I can actually just going to scribble on a stamp block.
Okay.
But if you don't have a stamp block because you're not into your stamping, packaging, plastic packaging works equally as well. I'm just saying out there.
You've got that probably at home to have.
Yeah. So I'm just going to spritz this. I'm just spritzing it away. And I'm just going to do a couple of spritz. And all I've done is just activate what I've put down. And all I want to do is I just want to create a really quick background for myself with the actual colours.
Yeah.
And because I've done it on the block, I'm hoping that if it does leak out, it'll only leak out a small amount, which means it gives me an actual area to work with.
Okay.
So I can create a quick background.
Great, yeah.
So we've got that background there. I'm just going to quickly blast it so I can do as many things as possible.
Lovely.
I won't be too long.
No, that's okay.
If push comes to the shove, I've got my kitchen towel there.
Right, so you can grab it. Yeah.
You know when you just go, I've got my kitchen towel. That's quicker. But I've got lots of ink on here, so I can take this now and we can build up a little bit of a background. And it's a great way if you want to do some backgrounds but you're not sure about random.
Yes.
Because all I'm doing is actually using up the ink.
Yeah, you don't want to waste any of that,
No,
do you?
I've got on there. So now I've really, really quickly created a... I'm just cleaning that down because I know I'll put my hand in it. So if I now I'm going to take some stamps. So I'm going to try and do one that's got a couple of colours to it. And we'll go for this one. So I've just gone for a little floral stamp. So now I can I'm going to take my 2 pens.
Yeah.
And all I'm going to do is I'm following where the leaves are, and I'm going to do it in the green. I just hold my pen on the side. It doesn't matter. The only reason I do that is I just feel, for me, it works better and I have greater control.
Okay.
So now if I take the orange, I'm going to take the orange on the top. Gone quiet as I do this.
No, it's because you're looking at. I just get lost in it. I do. I think we all kind of come very quiet when it's colouring because we all just get really.
And all we need to do to wake it up is just.
Oh, okay. Just give it a little breath. Yeah.
Because the moisture in our breath wakes up the ink.
Makes sense.
So now I've got a coloured stamp where I've coloured it straight away, that I've done the flower. So if you imagine if you've got...
perfect to get the colours like that, you can get exactly the colour you want, that you can...
So I can carry on. So if I do the next one, I know... But also what is really nice is it gives you a bit more control. You don't have to get with a smaller ink pad. To me, I would do 2 ink pads as well, and it doesn't bother me if the colours go over, but I know for a lot of people, that's just, no, you don't want that to happen. So we can do this as well, so we can go, and I can put another one, I'm just going to go down like this for now. Yeah. So now I've got the same colour as well, but that doesn't mean I can't go in
Yeah, and actually add more as well.
And add more. So what I've effectively done as well is done the technique of like no lines colouring. So we don't have the stamp outline, the black ink outline.
Yeah.
We've actually just got the flower. All I've done is I've just watered a bit down on the mat.
Okay.
So now I've got the...
Yeah.
It's a great way of doing that technique, whereas we can just see the orange flower. We haven't got a harshness of a black outline. And I can do exactly the same with the green leaves. So if you imagine if you've got something like a butterfly or something like that, then you can do it that way. Now your stamp will get coloured, but because it's a water-based ink, all you need to do is spritz it. Now you see me at home, I would have to use that.
Yeah.
When I'm going to.
You can just use it, can't you? You don't want to...
And I can get a completely...
But it looks nice like that when it's got that kind of...
And I can completely got a different watercolour. But if not, you just spritz it and take a cloth and you just wipe it and your stamp is actually back to new.
Yeah.
Now, another thing we can do, let me just, because that's wet, I'm going to move you. I'm just going to grab in another piece of paper if that's all right, only because that's
you don't
wet.
It.
Now, another thing we can do, let's grab a purple, because I've got a blue, and I would like a pink, she says, and then we'll get a green.
Okay.
So now what different things you can do is you can do tip to tip. I'm going to grab a yellow, sorry, as well, because I think we'll do that.
Definitely.
So what I mean by tip to tip is, so if I take the colour, the yellow, as we can see there, which is in the set, and I take the red, which is in the set there. Now, normally we would take a water brush and we would mix the two together and we would get a middle colour.
Yeah, perfect.
And we've got the other two separately. But what we can do is we can do something, so if you're into your handwriting or anything like that, or if you just want to colour a large expanse and have something a little bit different, we can do what we call tip to tip. So the pen at the bottom is the one that's going to take the colour from the top. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold the colour down. The longer I leave the nib on, the more colour transfers. If I rotate my pen around, I would then have it all the way around.
Yeah.
So that means now I can take the yellow pen and I've got my own version of an orange.
How clever is that? And then you're suddenly creating like this sunset.
And I've gone back to my, the sunset. I've now gone back to my original colour. Yes, your nibs will get a little bit grubby, but it actually goes back to the same colour.
Yeah.
Obviously, the longer you leave that on, the more it will do. So, for example, I could take, so if I take a red, and I'm just going to take a blue. It's also thinking about your colour families as well. So I'm going to put the blue on top of the red. So the longer, like I said, you leave it on, the more ink. But you can rotate it. So I could turn it round and have it both sides, which means you would get more coverage or more gradiated coverage, she says. Now I've got to find out where. So now this is the red. And I've only kept it on for a short while. So I kept that on for like 2 seconds, but I've got that dark tone going straight away. So that could be like a deeper purple. So when you think of your different colour families, you can suddenly change it in completely different ways.
Gosh, I want to get them home. I want to get these koi ones home and actually be able to play with them. Lots of you coming through for this. So that is seeing some of the techniques that we can do, of course, with these amazing koi pens. But remember, this bundle also comes with 10 of your fine liners. So we've got 10 different nibs, of course, than the fine liners. We then get a fantastic sketchbook. You get great quality, of course, than this on the landscape. And then you also get your jelly rolls. You get your stardust glitter, you get your metallic shine, you get your moonlight fluorescent, and you are getting your white as well. So that is coming to you as well. So all of that today down to £93.99. So around a £20 saving, and you can take it home for £31.33 today, which is absolutely fabulous that you're getting all of them. And of course, when you look at some of those samples that we've got there of what you can create with them, they're absolutely fabulous. Now, we've only got a couple of minutes left on the show, so I'm just going to introduce the final bundle quickly, which you might be able to get to see a bit more of later. This is Illuminate Your Dark Side. So again, it comes with a beautiful sketchbook that we can see. This is your darker page sketchbook that we have, 80 black sheets within it, and it is your 21 by your 14.8 centimetres. £10.25 if you want to get this individually. It then also comes with your crayon pastel, your expressionist that you're seeing here. So there's 12 pens in this. These are your oil pastels that we've got, 12 different colours. £9.65 $1,995 if you'd like to go for those individually. And this will also come with your white pens that we have, which have sold out individually, but you can get as part of these bundles to be able to get this. Should be £26.65 for all of those. We will take that price down for you to under £20. Let me just show you as well a couple of samples, because how amazing is that finish that we've actually got on this as well. So if you want that, it almost looks suddenly like we've gone, I'm sort of thinking, you know, Monet and things like that.
Yeah,
I feel like I should be sketching in Paris.
It's using, if you use the, obviously the opaque pastels last, you know, do the bulk of it. It's a great way of creating a really, really quick background with them.
I bet.
You can use them through your stencils, you know, and then use your finger to rub out. You can create so many different effects with them completely.
And they're there at that brilliant price of $19.99. Now, what I would say is go back onto the website, because there's a lot of bundles that we have here. There's lots of different pens, different types, of course, that we have available for you to be able to get. Do you remember the first bundle that we brought to you as well, which is a really, really good price point to obviously be able to kick yourself off as well, and to be able to get this down today to £17.99 to be able to get all of those sets that we're seeing there. That is your Stardust, that is your specials that we've got there, and it is also your 3 fine liners that are coming to you. But check out on everything that you want. You're back at what time is it later? Can you remember? Is it 7? 7?
I'm lovely. In my head going.
So 7 o'clock. So you'll be able to see loads more techniques at 7 as well. I can't wait for you to get these bits home and to start actually working with them and creating some of these amazing bits that we've seen as well. I'll be back in a moment, my final hour. Debbie is back with us. We are coming to some fantastic bits that we've got, of course, with Crafter's Companion. All of it's already on the website. I know a lot of you have been shopping ahead already for the template. So if you want to get involved, then you can right now. We'll be back in a moment.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hey, all you HobbyMaker fans out there. My name is Taver Carey. I'm the Vice President of Product Development at American Crafts. You're probably familiar with our We Are Makers tool brand, where we offer all sorts of innovative, classic crafting tools like our cinch, our crocodile, our punch boards, all sorts of things. Well, we're also busy innovating. We're working on a bunch of new things that we're going to be launching soon. And we're super excited to be partnered with HobbyMaker, because they're not only dedicated to bringing you top innovation, but they're also dedicated to bringing you amazing deals.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hello, I'm Dave Bradford, and during my time on this mortal coil, I've been able to do things like this, and this, but one thing I haven't done is celebrate my 60th birthday here on HobbyMaker, but I'm pleased to confirm it's happening this Wednesday from 1 p.m. So please tune in and make my birthday wish come true. Oh, fine.
Studio Light is turning 46 years old, so tune in on Tuesday the 3rd of June for Studio Light's 46th birthday show. To celebrate, we will be giving away free gifts to customers who shop with us during the show. You will not want to miss Studio Light's birthday.
Gosh, I feel like the day has flown by. We are back. We have got a completely different show, and I am really excited, I have to say, to see what we are about to kick off this show with. I know that it got launched, these templates, and it was so popular.
So busy, so popular, and we have brought it back again for its second outing, because it's almost like a little bit like where Sarah started, and she started with the envelope, and it was called the enveloper, which is like a box board that creates envelopes. But for everybody that knows about the template library, a lot of people love a template to work from, and because of that, this idea came from. So it's your board's absolutely fine, and I'll still continue to make them. But for people who just want something simple and easy, and anybody can take this template, and all you need is a pencil, pair of scissors, and you're good to go to create envelopes of different sizes with envelope liners. So it actually gives you a beautiful finished detail. So it's like your envelopes in certain sizes, and we'll go through all of those in a second. But it's for where you can then create your card, but then you are going to be able to create the most beautiful envelope. And if this lands through your door in this kind of style, you know there's no bills inside there. But what you have got is a beautiful liner and the templates to create the envelope as well as the liner, and then you just decide on the size of the card that you are following, including things like money wallets as well. So that's like a money wallet. So my kids always love money for Christmas. They never want anything. So I can now pop it into something really pretty, something beautiful in Christmas papers. Bearing in mind you are going to get the papers with this, but we'll go through it in a bit more detail.
Definitely.
But what we're saying is the tools for life are right here.
Yeah, you've got
the papers are just a little extra edition that we've just popped in there for you to get yourself started with. But think of all the papers that you have in your collection that you've already got, that you're going to be able to use your templates time and time again.
Definitely. You are getting in this, obviously, a 64-piece pack, because you are getting 36 of those single-sided printed papers that we're seeing, but then 14 envelope templates, which come with those 14, inserts that you've got there as well, which is absolutely fabulous to be able to get it. And I just think, for me, it's my pet hate, right? You get a beautiful card. And it's in a terrible, wrong size, too big envelope. And I just think, why have you done that? It almost feels like, because you've not got the experience, whereas you know when you open it perfectly and it comes out. So I think to actually be able to create not just envelopes, but envelopes that are fancy, that have got that perfect finish, and you know you can always do that forever, is absolutely brilliant. Great price already at $49.99, but I know that with it having just been launched, it's only been on the ones, we are going to match that launch price, which did have an extra little bit of a discount on, so we'll come back across to that for you today at $44.99 for that amount of templates that you're getting as well. And then it's like the papers have just been thrown in for you to be able to use
that's it
as well. Shall we see the kind of different shapes, different sizes?
So I'll talk you through them. So the templates themselves, each one comes now. So I personally, when I got mine home, I opened it all up. I then put them all into order. So your templates look like this. Now that's the liner for a 5x7. That's the envelope. So I personally put them together so that I know whenever I'm coming to make an envelope, I've got the template liner there ready to go. So you've got a 5x7 in this one.
Brilliant.
You have a slimline one. So you've got your slimline envelope. So the template is like so. The liner is with it. Put them together so they marry up and match. You can see how easy these are. Now, this is a really good quality, by the way. Not some flimsy. This is a really good quality template that it's been made from. So literally, 2 sorted there. Money envelope, like I said to you, the money envelope is valuable for me. I love this. And I will tell you, it's been the one that I've used the most with the amount of family birthdays we've been having.
So you're enjoying giving away all your money.
Exactly. And you know what? Experiences as well, because I buy my family a lot of experiences, but they don't come in like anything really
Not
nice.
anymore, do they ever?
Put it into a beautiful envelope and you've got yourself a really gorgeous gift there, a full gift experience.
Exactly.
This one is your 4x6 template, so that's your 4x6, that's what it looks like, and that's your sizing. And of course, with that, you do get your template for your liner part as well. So pop that one onto there. The next one is a 3x6.
Oh, that's a nice, sweet little one, isn't
Nice
it?
size, nice size one. So 3x6 alongside its matching liner. Okay. Then we're moving on to a 4.5 by 4.5 envelope. And again, you can see basically how it is. It's so easy and so simple to do. We'll try and get through as many as we can to show you just how simple and easy it is. And then, of course, you've got marrying that up with its template. I mean, I love making little cards for the grandkids. So 4x4 is this size. Again, you've got your matching liner there. And again, just marry them up together so you're not getting confused. You know where everything is. This is the template for an A6 style card or project in there, and then of course you've got your liner, your envelope liner. Then you've got a 5.5 by 5.5. Still not done. Still got more to come.
Loads, isn't there?
You've got your 5.5 by 5.5, and again you've got the templates for the liner. Pop that in there. The next one is a 5x5. So you've got your 5x5. And then again, as with all of them, they've all got their separate liners as well. A DL, love a DL card. Dimensional length cards, I just absolutely love them. And that's your envelope liner for a DL card. And then you've got your matching liner in there as well. A6, we've got a nice A6 size as well.
Covering everything and more, isn't it?
Yeah,
and your most popular sizes.
Absolutely, lots of different sizes. So that's your A6 one, and then inside that one again, marrying up with a liner one. Fantastic. We've popped a couple of US ones in because we have obviously a lot of our stateside friends and family that watch. So we've popped in some US ones as well. So if you were posting to the US, these are perfect examples, and that's your US letter size again with a template. And then another one in there. So we've put a couple of the US standard sizes in.
But again, you can just use them yourself if you're in the UK.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not just, it's not. You could use that yourself. And then all of your beautiful papers.
Papers as well.
And I've used a few of mine, so please just bear with me. But there is 12 designs, and I think, if I remember right, is it 3 of each?
Yes,
I think it is, yes, it's 3 of each. So you've got some really beautiful papers in there. It's what you're going to decide on what's going to be on the outside, what's going to be on the inside.
Exactly. And it's nice that the colours are kind of marrying over as well.
Yeah, so you could match some up, like, and you could have some really bold patterns.
Yeah, definitely.
You could have flowers on the outside, stripes on the inside. And this is just literally to get you started. So we're not telling you you've got to, this is just to get you started with your templates there. So yeah, I absolutely love them.
And I also cannot believe it's $44.99 to actually be getting 24 templates there, because you've got your 12 of your envelopes, 12 of your liners as well. And I love that it's got the likes of your 5x7, the likes of your 6x4s, your kind of slim lines, the ones that we see being used all the time.
Absolutely.
But then we come out of the box and you go, get your money wallet. Oh, go for them little teeny ones that we've got there as well. So it's covering, I think, every occasion for every person as well. We have been lucky enough to get a big stock stock given back to us, because I know we had hundreds and hundreds of sales on this when it launched, but already 20% of the stock's gone.
I'm not surprised though. And the reason why, do you know, whenever we bring a new launch, if we still have some stock left, we like to bring it on a different day at a different time for people that, because not everybody can watch day in, day out for the full 8 hours that you broadcast. So it's nice to do this, and I'm pleased that we've been able to bring it back at a different time slot on a different day to give the opportunity for you guys that probably missed that launch show.
And I'm glad we get to do it, because I actually really wanted to see this. So I was like,
I was like that, because I missed the launches of this both here and up there. So yeah, I missed both of them, and I was like, no. So yeah, it's nice to bring it to show you as well.
Should we see how we use it?
Yeah,
Because,
absolutely.
I always think, you know, it looks really easy on the templates. Then you go, can I do it? We all can with these, but we'll just show you that. Quick messaging as well from Anne-Marie in Staffordshire. Hello, ladies. What an amazing ideas. I'm shocking at envelopes, and you won't be with this. That's the thing.
Exactly. So shall we have? I'll tell you what. We'll have the floral, and we'll have the dots. So we'll have the dots on the inside, the floral on the outside, or the other way around. Doesn't really matter. The lovely thing about this as well, Shez, is we did deliberately do a non-directional. Do you know, like normally you have like a direction of a paper to go in, and then you can get a little bit lost when it comes to when you're doing your envelopes, and then you end up with like your skew with design. It's like. So what Leanne and the team did was popped the non-direct. You know, it doesn't matter which direction it goes in, which way you cut your which way you cut your template out. It doesn't matter.
Brilliant.
Because the pattern doesn't matter whichever way you go. So I like that.
Yeah, I do.
Because I often look at it, and when I'm looking at my envelope, I think, oh my God.
Does it go upside down? Does
Is
it
it
go this way?
upside down? Is it on the wonk? How can I do it? So it's absolutely fine. So it literally is just deciding now which of the sheets, and I'm going to do it onto the white so that I can see it, because sometimes with a busy pattern, trying to find your lines or your pencil marks can be a bit tricky. I also like to make the most out of my cardstock.
Yeah, it's true.
So I'm going to try and get it as much as I can where I'm leaving a little bit, so that if you are decorating a matching card, a bit similar to a bit similar to things like this if you want to use your paper. But I use sometimes strips. Craig does it a lot as well, where I do like herringbone kind of strip design or a fractured design. So these bits that
you're going to be using
consider
them,
as waste, you're going to be using them.
Yeah,
so I'm going to take it up to as far as I can, and then you decide. Now I will just say, if you're following the lines, can you see like there's a bit of a track and a groove?
Yeah.
If you are going to draw your line on the top part, make sure it's the top part all the way around. If you're doing it on the inside, make sure it's on the inside all the way around, so that you get an accurate measure. And that's just a little top tip, because it can happen where you've
gone to the top and onto the bottom in parts.
Yeah, and then it throws it out that little bit.
Yeah.
So, and you can use things like, we have heat erasable pens.
Oh, yeah.
I know there are other stationaries that do things like that, and other craft companies that do things like that. Well, that's a good one to use. I'm just going to use it as, because I've got my eraser.
Yeah, you can just rub it out if you want to.
Rub it out, on my pencil. And again, I'm just going to follow that around. Take your time. There's no rush with this.
No, exactly.
You can use the template through a Gemini die cutting machine as well. I think I may have shown that once or twice.
Just to kind of get the emboss almost in it.
Yeah, and what it does is it actually puts the emboss in, and you can see the line where to cut as well. So you can do that, but I'm doing the good old-fashioned way of just popping in my pencil marks, and then I'm just going to do exactly the same.
I really like as well that it's written on a scoreline.
Scoreline,
so you know where you're scoring, and that you don't
it makes it really super easy.
You can be a complete beginner, can't you? And suddenly it's really easy.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to pop all of those in and on, and hope to goodness I didn't move that then, because I know what I'm like. You can hold it down with a bit of low tack tape if you want, but...
Do you know what I love with this as well, right? So Bowie, who's 6 now, he makes so many cards. It's unbelievable how many he does, because he loves to take them into school, because everyone feels really special, you know, when they get given one. So never makes an envelope because he doesn't know how to. So he's always got a card and no envelope. And even if he posts them through to somebody, it's just a card. He'd be able to even do this.
He
would,
like,
that's the lovely thing with it.
Absolutely. Now, again, I'm cheating this way because I'm putting that right to the very edge so that I don't have to put a line. I don't even have to draw a line there.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, so it's just literally... I just need to draw the line where I need to cut. And it just, again, it's giving you the most out of your papers.
Yes.
And again, like I said, once the papers have gone, and they will go with your envelopes and your liners, they will go pretty quick. Think of all the things that you have in your crafty stash.
And also, you guys are always bringing papers out that are
all the
beautiful
time.
constantly.
Look what we had on earlier with the Flora and Fauna, absolutely. So you can see that I've done the template. So that's the the template for the liner. This is the template for the envelope.
Yeah.
So, and then it is just a case of getting your scissors. The bigger the scissors, the better, because you can get more, and we do scissors, but you can get like a more, what's the word I'm looking for? A more smoother cut.
Yeah, okay.
With a big blade.
Yeah.
I think that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
But again, just super easy to do. And you can do this in cardstock. So if you have got some card that you want to create an envelope with, you can still do it in card as well.
Exactly the same premise, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly the same.
Because once you've got that extra template and it's drawn out, it's there, isn't it?
And those
You just
templates
go
are there for
around.
life.
I know. At that price.
Myself and Craig, not that we had a hand in the design, but we had a hand in helping work out the math. Don't laugh. Me and Craig, mathematics. We did a bit of the maths because one of the girls
and it's
said to
right.
me, yeah,
you have done well then.
Yeah, it's not working. And we looked and we're like, this is why it's not working. And both of us went over to the office and we were like, ooh, what's this?
Yeah.
Because at that point we didn't know about this.
Okay, so it was just.
So it was last year we went over to help Shay and Paige out with it.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, just.
I think it's when things are in like the process of design.
Oh,
and
it's
you find out, you
fabulous.
think,
Yeah,
oh,
we were like
this is coming.
super excited.
Yeah.
And what we've said is, because this is, I feel like this is just pretty similar to like the template library,
Yes.
where we added
Yeah, you can,
expansion packs. I'm hoping that we do the same with this
Yes.
and bring some more of the traditional sizes
Yeah,
as
that's a
well.
really good idea.
So this is an idea that we've put forward to Leanne, and we're hoping and praying that we could have more.
Yeah, which
So-
I think would be brilliant. And I wouldn't be surprised, especially now we've seen how popular it is. Because,
Exactly, yeah,
you know, it's something that everybody, I think, hasn't realised maybe they needed, but needs, because it's just going to make everything so easy, so simple for you to be able to get those perfect envelopes.
Well, look how quick it was to just run that through. And I mean,
it's
that's...
you've got a liner as well, because I always think that takes the envelope to a completely different level than just having the white
because
inside.
that's where you would put your liner. I'm not going to do it just yet because I'm going to put my score lines into place. Now, with a score line, you've seen Craig often do it. You don't necessarily do a scoring board. As long as you've got a ball tool and a ruler, you can put that score in. I am of the good old-fashioned get a scoreboard out.
Again, if you've got one, you can
If you've
use
got
one.
one,
If
you
not,
might
there's
as
other ways
well,
to do it.
So I'm just going to grab a scoring tool. Just remember when you're using paper, and I do say this a lot, not to be too heavy-handed, because if you put a heavy score line in, you'll tear your paper. So just make sure you've done it enough to make sure that you've put a score line in as well, so that it's not too, too light.
I suppose the more you do it, the more you get used to what pressure you have to do as well.
Exactly. Yeah, because the first time I did this, Sherilyn, I just went straight in and ripped it.
Because
I was
you're
like,
thinking of card when
oh,
you score
Debbie. Yeah, I do it a lot. I could rub those out now if you wanted to at this stage, but I'm just going to make sure I've got all of those pieces scored and burnished. And then we'll put that together. And a bit of glue, that's all you'll need as well, a little bit of glue. There's envelope glue liners that are out there as well, so you can put a little bit of an envelope glue onto there. I know we've done one in the past. There are other companies, again, that do this.
Yeah, definitely some on the website.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just going to come in. I've just seen I've got a bit wonky on there, Shez. Look at that. My eyes. Not as good as they were. What on earth happened there?
I can't see in straight lines.
So I was like, hey, look at that. That's terrible. What happened there?
Created it.
I created a new... Yeah,
fine.
well, do you know... I don't know what happened there. I was not being...
We're just chatting. Just went
Too
off
busy
on another
chatting.
line.
Exactly. But once all those are in, you can start to see the shape now and how that goes. But before we do that, we'll make sure we've got... Now, if you want to get rid of those, just give them, like I said, a little rub out. I think there is an eraser in one of our kits now.
Okay.
Yeah, in our little toolkit, there is a little eraser. It's an adhesive eraser, but it does work on pencil as well. Good. So I'm just going to rub out where the markings are. Probably not going to bother with that bottom because you're not going to see that. I'm just going to put my score line into there as well. So let's pop that in and just pop a little score line.
Lots and lots of people with this still in their basket as well. Well done to everybody who's already checked out. So Diane, Graham, Amanda, Karen, Dawn, we've got new crafters there, Linda Jane, we've got Leicestershire, Wendy Sue. So if it's in your basket and you want to guarantee you get it, then do just enjoy you checking that out.
So I'm just going to turn that on the inside because obviously that's going to fold the opposite direction, but it'll make sense in a second when you pop that in. I am going to use a bit of wet glue for the liner and I'm going to use my tape pen just to seal the envelope itself. itself.
Yeah.
And it really is as simple as that.
So easy,
So
isn't it?
easy to put an envelope together.
Yeah.
And like I said, we're giving you some papers to get yourself started
Yeah.
with, which I think is great.
Yes.
We do have a little bit of extra educational tuition from our Sarah, who
Oh,
launched
fantastic.
this up at
Okay.
head office.
Yeah.
And she actually used these into card making, which I know you're probably thinking, you what?
Right.
But she did. She made a scrapbook page with the envelopes and then put like little things in there, which look really cool.
Yeah, good idea.
And she also made like a little envelope wallet where she stuck a few envelopes together. So when you opened it up like a concertina, a bit like a fab file,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
like.
yeah.
And she did that as well. So
watch all them back,
Sarah
definitely.
thinking out of the box. You can have a little look at her tuition on that. I'm just showing you what it was intended for, which was of course for envelopes.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, she just wanted to show you as a crafter what you could get out of there. So yeah, just pop your little bit of glue, a red liner tape, whichever. I'm just going to use our tape pen and I'm just going to pop that down the sides, fold that over, and I am going to keep it. You could take that little bit off if you wanted to, but you have, and again, just to finish that off, I'm going to pop my score lines and give them another little burnish just to make sure that it's a really lovely, beautiful envelope with a lovely liner and super easy to do. And like I said, the non-directional paper means that it doesn't really matter which way you take that on. But look how quick and easy that was to put together.
And it's the fact that you haven't got to spend all that time like working out your measurements or thinking about anything like that, which gives you more time then to be able to obviously make your beautiful cards and things like that.
Yeah.
And there's no reason as well why you couldn't put, say, 10 of these together in a little pack and then
Absolutely.
sell them on as like...
if you've got a little business and you want to sell some lovely stationery or some envelopes,
That's an idea,
absolutely.
isn't it, to be able to do that?
Make them, sell them in your pack.
Yeah,
We've got no problem with that. We've designed that in-house. The papers are in-housely designed, so obviously they'll go very quickly, but these won't. These are going to last you for a lifetime. You can do what you want with them. That's exactly what you can do, because there's no angel policy.
So
It's been designed by us.
Exactly. So we're talking 12 different sizes of envelopes that you've got within this. 12 different liners, of course, that are perfectly sized for those 12 envelopes that come with it. Plus, on top of that, you are getting that amazing array of papers that we're getting to see, which then just finishes off so gorgeously. So 12 different designs of papers, 3 of each of those that come to you for £44.99 today, which completely understand why this has been so popular, of course, for you to be able to jump in and get. Well done to everybody who's already got it, and to every of it in your baskets. If you want to get this, ensure you're checking it out. There is a little glue bundle, so if you are thinking, well, I could just do with some glue to like finish these off, then we have got a little bundle that's available on the show for you to be able to get as well. So we've got a really nice little price actually on this one, and nice to have the mix of the different glues. I
And
think, as well.
there's a reason why we put these two together. There's two different types of glue. So I will start with the all-purpose, which is the two in the middle. That is a solvent-based glue. It's clear liquid. When it comes out, it dries rock solid. It's like actually giving you an extra layer of cardstock once it's dry, so it gives rigidity. It gives you a little wiggle time as well, so it's a great one to move around. And if you do put something down wrong, you've got time to take it off and pop that back down, which is good. And it is solvent based. And if you get any excess that go out, so because sometimes I know a lot of people, I've seen it happen, and I've done it myself sometimes, put too much glue and it squeezes out, it rolls up really quickly, and it rolls into like little dry...
so you can always just then get it off.
Get rid of it, and it doesn't leave residue behind. Now, tacky glue is so this is solvent-based in the red. The blue is what we call a water-based glue. It's like a bit like PVA, but PVA's got quite a high water content. This hasn't. It's got a low water content, but it's still got, you know, it's still got a bit of water in there, but it's the perfect one. And both of these glues, can I just tell you, even though that's white, it still dries clear. But both of these glues have a place in your heart. I've done lots of glue schools in the past about the reasons behind this. This would always be used for mats and layers. On uncoated cardstock. And there's a big reason why. So if you was to use solvent-based glue onto glitter card with colour or mirror card with colour, it will strip the colour. So don't use it. I've shown that in ways before, and I genuinely mean it. Use it for all of your... They've got wobbly bottoms.
I know they have, haven't
they? Literally, they don't move like that. Like they're wobbling everywhere. So this is the one that you would use for all your mats and layers with your uncoated cardstock. cardstock. This glue is what you would use for your coated cardstock. So glitters and mirror card, this is the perfect glue for that. It's also great for construction. I always personally use this in construction for boxes and things like that. Super strong, comes out white, dries clear. It is quite tacky very quick, so it's not like the same as this. You do get a little bit of movement, but not a lot. But I'll tell you stuff, this, my God, this holds glue. This holds things.
Really?
You can stick big 3D items down with the glue. It's perfect for gems, ribbons, for holding. I mean, I wish I could show you the board that we have at head office. It's got things like screws, wood. It's got tape pens on there. It's got all sorts, and it holds it, and it's held it for years because that board was made years ago. It is super strong glue that is used for a variety of things. Brilliant. It really is.
And you can get all 4 of them, so 2 of each at that price, just £3.50 per one as well. So it's a lovely little extra to add on to your orders. Now we have a few other deals and goodie bags that we've got here. Now this is your card making goodie bag that we have got just here for you to be able to get. Wait until you see the mix of bits that you've actually got in this, because you have actually got some packs within this where you can, from start to finish, make your cards as well, which I think is absolutely
It's going to make 6 cards, this kit. It's got your foam pads in there, it's got gems, it's got little pom-poms, it's got sentiments, it's got pop-out features. So it literally is. Do you know, if you wanted to give it to somebody who's just starting out into World of Craft, the kids will love it. Let me tell you, my grandkids love these. But anybody starting out into the World of Craft, or if you want to make quick, easy cards that are really stylish, then this is the kit for you.
And it's nice that we've got a few different styles. So we've got that one that you can see there.
So it's exactly the same. You've got your card base as your envelope. It's going to make 6 cards. It's got all the features. This time it's just a bit more of a celebratory one.
Nice seeing all the inspiration on the front of actually exactly how you might want to put together if you want it the way they've showed, or you can do it in your own way. So that's 12. Then you can also get another 6 in this one. So that's now 18 minimum 18 cards that you've actually got.
It's exactly the same. Everything needed in there. Then we've got some dies. So for you serious die cutters, this one is from our Creator Card range, and it's going to cut out, and it's actually from our... if I remember rightly, we called this the patchwork dies. So there's lots of ways that you can use that one.
It's a great
one. I haven't seen this one. Where's this come from?
Well, it's coming. You know, I've never seen it before.
I've never seen this die before.
Oh, well, there you go. You're going to need this, this collection that you've got
the
here.
flower power die. That is beautiful.
Actually, it's open if you want to have a
It's a Creator Card die. Yeah, I've not seen that one before.
Size, isn't it, that we've got just there?
Absolutely stunning. 2-piece, so it cuts in, it cuts out, a lovely frame if you want that. Oh, I love that. Oh, hang on a minute. I've not seen this one either.
Oh, this is all just been put together
new.
For you then.
I love this one. So this
really
is from the
nice
Creator Card die as well, but
this
has got lovely lovebirds in the feature. It's beautiful.
So another, as you can see, if we bring that out,
large
look at
die
how much
set.
metal you're actually getting in that
gorgeous.
as well. I know, I think that's one of the nicest that I've seen. Then you get your Dragonfly Dreams, so that's going to come with
These are our colourable Creator cards.
Right.
So they've got a sucker now. Honestly, it sounds like I'm trying. Honestly, it's got, so in there is your die sets to create the Creator Card part.
Super.
There is your stamp set to actually stamp in or use as a stamp on its own independently. So you've got 2 ways straight away. And then you've got your frame die to cut out more, and a nice sentiments in there as well. So it's literally a one-stop card in that set alone.
Good, isn't it? So
that's your Dragonfly. And this one's one of my favourites.
Oh, is it?
The butterfly one.
Oh,
I love that.
Is. So it works in the exact same
Exact same way as that Dragonfly,
Amazing. Look at the price though, £35.
Hey, I'd have that just for those 2 that I've never seen before.
Yeah.
I might have to take them back with me. I've never seen these 2 dies before.
We'll sell it out and then you
I
can
love these. Flower Power. I don't know how that escaped me, and I don't know how that one escapes me, because that is absolutely beautiful.
Isn't it?
From the Delicate Creator Card dies.
Honestly.
Oh my life, that is stunning.
That is.
Birds of Love. Oh,
yeah.
Love those. 2 dies I've not seen before. I have not seen those before.
Two new ones that you've got there. Then you are also getting that stamp and die set that we've got with the dragonflies. You're getting, of course, that lovely honeycomb that we're seeing there. The stamp and die set with the butterfly that you said was one of your favourites.
That is crazy.
3 sets, of course, of these as well. So that's another 18 cards that we've got actually in our kind of making that we've got. I think it works out that you're paying for your Flower Power, so that one that you hadn't seen, that we've got just here. You're also paying for your Dragonfly Dreams that you can see there, and your beautiful butterfly. So that's basically the cost. Everything else...
free.
So that one that you loved, free. This other one that is so popular, free. All of the card making kits, all 3 of them, completely free to be able to get this.
That's really, really good. Really good deal, yeah.
And when do you normally get £50 given back to you? Oh, pay £35, but you can have 50 quid back in your pocket.
I like that.
Doesn't normally happen.
I like things like that. They always appeal to me.
I know, yes.
What coupon can I save? What can I have off that? What can I, yeah.
But then do you work like me where you kind of go, I've just saved 50 quid, so what am I going to buy with my £50 that I've just saved?
Look around, I can put that in there because I just saved some. I'll put that in there because I just saved it before I know it. I spent what I was going to.
You've got more for your money.
The object, but you do get more for your money, absolutely. And that's exactly what you're getting there. And like I said, 2 of those I've not seen before. And I think they'll have been like an exclusive somewhere else that now we've finished.
Managed to
been able to bring back into, so
Yeah.
there'll be some there that you've not seen before because we didn't launch them here.
But what we think about is when do we ever normally, therefore, say, right, you know what, we've not had these on before. Oh, but don't worry, because what we'll just do is we'll just basically throw them into this deal. And you don't really do that, do you? Because we could have brought these on full price. They'd have sold really well.
Yeah, exactly. Because like I said, I've not seen them before.
But instead, we say, oh, no, just take £50 off this bundle. You can have many elements for free, and it will include 2 new bits that we've not seen. This is fantastic, isn't it? Loads and loads of you coming through for this. We're looking at around a quarter of the stock having been allocated, so massive well done, of course, if you've managed to get it, because that is a super, super goodie bag that we have. Now we have another couple of goodie bags that haven't actually really ever been seen, which is really, really exciting for you. If you love your colouring, you love your mixed media, you love to get all of these kind of bits, then this will be the one for you, I think.
And it's just a different, so things that we do at Crafters, it's just different types of mediums that we bring, because we do have them in more different colours and things like that, and bigger ranges, but it's just like a little dabble into some of the world of what we do. One of my favourite, all-time favourite wax pencils we've ever done are the metallics.
And we can never keep these in stock. This is one of those things that
absolutely beautiful. They pop on black more, but you can use them on white cardstock. But because they're metallic, they've got like a really rich pigment. It's a very highly reflective pigment in there as well, and a really gorgeous set of 12 colours that have got a really lovely reflective shine, so you will absolutely love those. But like I said, please do pop them onto some black because you will see that reflective shine and that metallic finish on those.
We've got our spray and sparkle.
Love spray and sparkle, always have. I love this stuff. It is a varnish. It's a glitter varnish, just so that you're aware of that. And it just gives you the most intense, beautiful glitter finish.
So good. How about your extra chunky
glitter paste?
As well with your glitter paste?
Absolutely. Look at the iridescent sparkle on that. Now, this is thick, extra chunky flakes of glitter in that paste. Absolutely stunning.
Got your glitter glue as well.
Glitter glue,
different colours.
Lots of things you can do with your glitter glue, whether you use it as an embellishment, whether you use it for little jewels, gems, whatever it is that you want to do. Glitter glue in that beautiful ballroom kind of colour.
Now, we're about to take the price down massively. I've not showed you everything, of course, yet. £72.89 is everything that you will see in a moment. But how would you like to just pay for those 4 items we've just showed you? So that's £35.
Okay, yeah.
Right, so you pay for them. Everything else is now free that you're about to get. So you are going to be getting your shimmer spray. Look at the colour.
I want to just give this a little bit of a shake.
Yeah.
Oh God, my wobbly bits are shaking then, let alone the sparkle.
We've all got wobbly
but
bits.
Look at the beautiful, that mica sparkle that's in there. It's shimmering, it's absolutely beautiful in that gorgeous green gold. It is stunning. We've then got some of our ink pads. Now this one is our pearlescent pigment ink pad, which is in the frosted mint. It is absolutely beautiful. Now it's perfect for blending, so you can blend with these, but you have got a really highly reflective pearlescent finish on this in a metallic colour. It stays wetter for longer, which means you can add things like clear embossing powder, and you can heat set it as well, so you can add an extra to it. Different ink pads that we do, water reactive, so we've given you one of our water reactive ink pads in there, exactly what it says on the tin. We're giving you a little taster into all of our ink pads. This one is a quick dry ink, exactly what it says on the tin. The minute it contacts a non-porous porous surface, it's dry, it's instantly dry. It's perfect for smudge-free stamping, for layering with your stamps as well. And then we're also going to give you a little look into the world of our opaque pigment ink pads, which are absolutely beautiful. These are 2 man-made ones. This is a natural pigment in there. Absolutely stunning, and again, lots of effects that you can do with it.
And then you get your tri-blends.
Yeah, so a bit of colouring. So you saw me using tri-blends earlier. This is from the magenta colour family and the yellow colour family. And it's 3 shades of those 2 colours, light, medium and dark, to do all that blending effortlessly and where you don't see the marks and where you don't see the ombre effect with like lines, because it blends beautifully with that amount, you know, the alcohol based medium in there. So really lovely pens, one great to use. So we've literally given you a little taste of, because we do lots of tri-blends, we do lots of ink pads in different ways. But we're just giving you like a little bit of a taster of what we do.
11 different products for £35. So obviously we say tri-blends, you've got your spray and sparkle, you've got your extra chunky glitter paste, you've got your shimmer sprays there, you've got 3 of your glittering glues, you've got your 4 different ink pads, different types, and you have got your metallic pencils. All of that for £35. So a better than half price deal, which is absolutely fabulous. Now, we just had this, didn't we, given to us as well, which is an absolutely gorgeous pad.
Oh, can I tell you? And I actually, when I launched this, I think I took all the sheets out so we can show you each one of the sheets.
Super.
I absolutely adore this. This pad is something else. It really is, Shez. Honestly, it's just stunning.
It's the sheen that's on it as well.
It is, yeah.
I love, as
so
well as
that
the
finish is something else. It's absolutely beautiful. Now there's 24 sheets in here. This is like a construction cardstock. It's 250 GSM. Look at that. It's like, I wouldn't even know how to achieve that with inks.
No. And you'd never do it more than once.
No,
you know,
no, exactly. But you have got all of this beautiful. It's called Watercolour Waves.
Yeah.
I look at it and just see the most amazing colour palette.
Definitely.
It's just absolutely beautiful. I love the shine and the finish. Look at that. Yeah. It's like an oil slick. You know, the reflective that you see. It's just absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. Wow. So there are 12 designs and you are getting 2 of each of these. So just so you're aware that there are 12 designs, 2 of each, 24 sheets in there. Again, look at that.
It's rainbows,
absolutely
it's unicorns, it's happiness,
it's
sort of like sky scenes. It's absolutely beautiful. Fabulous.
And a gorgeous finish. It's like a UV finish.
Yeah, absolutely. £12.99 if you would like to go for one of them. We do, though, have a chance for you to be able to get a duo deal as well. So if you would like to get 2 packs, that will take you from 24 to 48 sheets for you to be able to get. Should be £25.98, but we will give you a great discount on this today. Now, it has previously sold out at this deal. We've managed to get it back in stock for you. Oh, under 20.
So that's less than £10 a pad.
£10 a pad, yeah.
That's
really good.
Ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't know why we're doing it at that price, because this would sell every day of the week at £12.99.
100%.
We've sold hundreds of thousands across the world of this beautiful pad. Rightly so. It's stunning and it's all right.
Else quite like it.
There's just absolutely beautiful to get that effect. I just think, you know, and you're getting double. So literally it would be 12 designs, but you can get 4 of each for that price.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just wanted to squeeze that one in for you. So if you want the duo, $19.48 or $12.99 if you want to get one of them. We do have another, the deals on this show. The fact that we've managed to get one of the newest items back in stock with the layouts and the templates that we've got there, but also we're jam-packed with like sale deals and sale chances.
And we've got more to come all day.
Oh, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's where I love when you have 4 different shows as well. So some of the best sort of dies and stamps that we've actually got in this collection, but it's going to come at a brilliant discount that we can see here as well. I love that you've got the special friend in the die there in a large size, but then you're loved as well.
And there's 2 different ways this is used, because the special cuts into your cardstock. The friend is one that cuts out, so it's like a where you literally. That's a great example on the front of what you can do, because everything that you're seeing on the front of that card is in there. Yeah. So all of those extra accessories, like the butterfly, like the flowers and the foliage, is all in there, including the stamp, You're Loved. So special friend, You're Loved. So it's a really lovely sentiment stamp and die set.
We've also got
With Love.
You can see there.
Yep. So this one again, exactly the same. You've got florals in there. You've got a bit of foliage in there. You've got your With that cuts in, your Love that cuts out, and then I think the sentiment on that one, the stamp, is Now and Always.
Yes, yeah.
And you could mix and match these.
Of course you could. It would matter,
Special
wouldn't it, as
friend with love, or with love special friend.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
and Always,
definitely.
your
Nice when you can
love.
use them together, isn't it?
And then we have, this was from our smaller sentiment stamp. So this is the thanks, which is a stamp and very much. But then the die allows you to place that thanks as a pop out. So it's like a topper.
Yeah, lovely. We've also got this one as well.
So these are 3 separate words: dream, love, and believe.
Yes.
Some really nice, bold statements there, and again, some powerful words. These now are they came from our expressions range.
Yep.
So this one is Save the Date. It's got the outside die cut as well as the inside, so it can be used in 2 different ways. I think that one is Just Because. The next one is Missing You. And then the one after that is Little One. So not always the run-of-your-mill kind of sayings, but some to have in your crafty stash when you need at a fabulous price.
A great mix, isn't it, that you've actually got there? And we're talking just £19. In essence, it's just 2 of those that you're actually paying for, and the rest of them coming completely for free for you. So again, we are way better than half price. That's a 60% saving. And you are getting something that's a forever deal as well. You know, these are not consumables. You've got them forever to be able to have at just £19 today. So a lovely, lovely set. Whether you want to gift them, whether you want to keep them all, it's totally up to you. But what a deal. I mean, I'll be thinking forward now to birthdays, to Christmases, making my crafty hampers at that sort of price when you're getting that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So a super deal for you to be able to get that one as well. We also have our 6x6s, so we've got a lovely paper pad collection deal.
Every time we bring the 6x6s, they go mad. Sarah fetched them the last time, sold them out.
Right.
Now we've had to rejig things around because of Sarah. But these are beautiful paper pads. These are single-sided sheets. There's 36 in this one.
Lovely.
It's got a little bit of a circus theme, but I see a lot of gorgeous colours in there that, you know, obviously that's your circus theme. But these kind of things, I think you could use, you know, with any kind of collection. We did have a carnival collection that this actually works with really well as a vintage carnival, but this could like zhuzh it up and make it a little bit more modern. But again, absolutely gorgeous paper. And that's 36. Now this one we called Easter, bet. I'm just going to tell you now, there's only 2 sheets in there that are Easter.
A lot of it's not.
The rest of it is all lovely pastels, lovely florals, some usual shapes, bit of gingham in there. Like I said, florals. Of course, that one's your Easter. It's obvious it's an Easter. But then you've got lots in there that you could use outside of the Easter theme. So again, another one there. But that, I love that one. I want that in 12 by 12. I love it.
Definitely.
But yeah, some beautiful papers in there. This one was launched with our balloon sentiment dies, but again, nothing to suggest that. It's just beautiful papers that have got a lovely summery spring-like feel in those pastel kind of colours with lots of different shapes in there. So really lovely, lovely paper pad.
Yeah, definitely. So that's your third. And then we've got
the tea and coffee one again. We're not screaming tea and coffee, apart from one sheet in there, which has got the coffee stain, tea stains. The rest of it is like papers that you could use all year round on lots of different collections, and a really lovely finish to it as well.
And it's £17.97 today.
For four, which has got, now then...
I mean, that's less than £5 per pad.
I was just going to say, it is, isn't it? Because they're normally around £6 a pad, normally. So, yeah, that's absolutely cracking.
£4.49 for each of those pads for you to be able to get it. So an absolutely superb deal if you want to get all of those, which is absolutely brilliant. Should we come back across to what we first launched off?
Yeah, absolutely. Should we show a few different sizes there so you can see? So this one's a 5x7 one again.
Oops, are you okay?
Are you all right? Ooh, I was just then, my little heart went into my mouth. I thought she were falling over.
She's okay.
Yes, she's okay, bless her, she's okay. But this is your envelope maker. So this template creates these envelopes with that beautiful lining as well. And then, like I said, if you do want to finish it off, use your strips of your paper.
That's a really good way to not waste
absolutely.
anything,
I don't waste a single thing.
No.
And I'm glad to see that some of our design team members haven't as well. Money wallets, you've got a money wallet in there. You saw this one at the top. You could be finishing it off with your lovely wax seals as well. If you really want to go posh, that could look. I mean, if that dropped in my letterbox, I know for a fact there'd be nothing really bad in there. But a beautiful.
You'd be expecting like wedding invite, wouldn't you, or something?
Yeah, like that. Exactly. Yeah. So again, it's just the perfect size for these perfect ones. Again, all of these, whether they're squared, I mean, that is another lovely side there, but that envelope in there, again, you could have them, especially with your papers. And bearing in mind, you think of all the papers that you've got that you could then match and marry your card up with the envelope, which I think looks absolutely stunning because that front of that card is on the lining of there, which I just think makes it gives it that real professional look. And again, whether you I mean, the papers that we're giving you in this kit, I just love. Because look at that, you put your stripes on the outside, florals on the inside, but you could be, I mean, this is beautiful, and I'm not sure who did this one. Let's see if there's a name to this, because she's used one of our metallic markers. Okay. It's Lisa. Yeah. She's used one of our metallic markers to go around the outside.
Really good idea, that.
Yeah, I love that. It looks absolutely beautiful. Can you see that finish? Yes, it gives it like almost like a foiled finish. And then she used
with the finish, you know, of the designs like the scallops and things. It's not even like they're just all in the triangular shape, are they?
No, and what she's done there is very clever, but use the template for the liner of something else and pop that onto a card, which I just think is really clever. Looks so effective. And then you've got your little slimline one there. It could be, honestly, it could be anything that you want to. But I just think when you've got everything, the tools at your fingertips to create the envelope as well as the liner, and then you just decide on what you're popping in there. I just think it's absolutely fab.
It's $44.99, and that is for 12 different sizes of templates for your envelopes. Of course, you've also got the 12 extra templates that do work for the liner as well to give you that really fancy finish that you're seeing with that. And then you are getting all of those papers that's coming with it to get you started as well, to be able to start creating your envelopes that we can see. Are we going to do another one?
I'll do one more. Should we do one more? We've got plenty of time. Let's. In fact, tell you what, you choose what you want me to do for the envelope, and then what you would like on the liner. Okay. Well, that's why I've given it you, because honestly, I was looking at it and thinking, I don't know what to do.
Do you know what? I'm going to go with this one.
Oh, I like that. Would you like that as the envelope?
Yeah, that's the envelope.
Okay, so we'll go with the envelope for that one.
I might
again, I'm gonna get the most out of mine, so I'm going to take it up to the very end and at the bottom as well, so that I don't have to waste too much of that beautiful paper, and it gives me the ability then to be able to use like the waste for my card. So again, I'm just going to come in, and follow the line, Debbie, follow the line.
I like when you're flicking through and I'm like, that colour's in that one, that colour's in this one, which liner shall I have? I'm going to go for this one, but I was torn, I have to say.
It's always difficult. Honestly, it's super hard to decide on what you're going to use.
That one would have been nice as well.
It would, yeah. And I think that's the lovely thing. There's lots in there that I think would mix and match beautifully. And then, like I said, once your papers have gone, just get your old papers out. It doesn't have to be ours as well. It could be papers from another company, papers that, I mean, I'm always buying papers. I go to my local craft shop and they always know what I'm doing. I'm in there, I'm like, yep, I'm there, I'm there to get my papers. And I will pay quite a lot of money for mine.
Yeah.
I don't mind if it's a beautiful paper I want.
The quality of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I think lots of people as well have so many papers that are almost stored maybe under the beds and things like that they haven't used.
Absolutely.
Maybe get them out to use them with them.
So is that the liner? Is that going to be the liner one? Right, let's come in with the liner then. Do you know...
It's like, come on, get it.
They're like, what's he doing? Sticking to the counter. Have we got glue on there? I'm like, what's going off? It didn't want to come off, did you see it?
Yeah.
It was literally stuck. So let's put the liner in there as well. And again, I'm going to try and get the most out of my paper as best as I can. Go right to that very edge. And then we're going to just pop those lines in again.
Super. Still got so many of you with this in your baskets as well. Hillia, Lynn, New Crafters, Emma, Elizabeth, Rob, Susan, Amanda, Karen, Dawn, Linda. Loads of people again checking out on this, like when we first launched it, which I'm not surprised about at all.
I'm not surprised in the slightest.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's super. It's such a clever idea and such a easy thing to do, and it was following the success of our template library with all our card bases and things like that, envelopes. We listen to what customers ask for.
And if you've got that at home, the template library, and then now you want the envelopes to go with a lot of those projects, you're going to have
absolutely
the right sizes there.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to trim that off. If you've got a paper trimmer, you can use your paper trimmers as well. It doesn't have to be scissors. As long as it goes around that template, you're absolutely fine. And a paper trimmer would probably be the best one of that option, because a paper trimmer's got like a V-like shaped blade on there, so you could use that. We do one Lots of other companies do them as well. You may already have got one, so you could, if you wanted to, use that as well. But I'm just going to use good old-fashioned scissors, showing that anybody of any skill level can take this template and just give it a go and make your own beautiful envelopes.
Yeah.
And again, like we said, there's no angel policy, so it does not, you're not limited to what you make.
Yes.
You literally can make as many as you want, and if, like Jess said at the beginning, if you want to make some and bundle them up and sell them, absolutely. You feel free to do that. You feel free to do that. We're not saying no. It's designed by our in-house designers and Craig and Debbie.
Yes, you've done the maths.
Oh, we did a bit of maths and it actually worked. I'm surprised Shay trusted us because he knows what me and Craig are like. Maths is not one of my strong points, but absolutely, they trusted us and it worked.
Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't me because that is not the person to trust. I've literally got, right, so maths was always my weakness at school.
It was always mine, yeah, it was mine.
And then I've like got my child who's like this genius in maths, and I just don't know where he's come from because Graham's no good either. They just keep saying, oh, we keep giving him harder work because they have to set him different work to his year because he's just so good. Yeah. And they go, oh yeah, it's just a bit too easy. And I'm like, I don't get it. Where's his brain come from?
Oh, honestly, so my Ezra's 4.
Is he like that?
And they went to parents' evening and they told, I mean, Tasha couldn't believe it because she was like, what? Because she's like me, maths is not one of her strong points. And math, they said they've got a little mathematical genius on their hands. And I'm like, what? I was like, really?
I put him and Bowie together and we could make a fortune out of them. So
I thought, good things for him when he's older, bless him.
Yeah,
good things for when he's older.
Exactly.
Again, if you want to, you know, you can attach this beforehand and just make sure you get it the right way around and not doing a Debbie then upside down. But I'm just going to do it exactly the same again. I'm going to put all my folds in first and I'm going to make sure that my... There you are. Are all just burnished really nicely as well. And then, like I said, you could either directly rub those out if that's what you want to do. You can keep them, to be fair, in because no one's going to see them. Yeah, exactly. Once everything's sealed, it's literally covered over. But again, super easy to put together, quick and easy to put together as well. And like Craig's shown you many a time, you don't even necessarily need a scoreboard.
No, exactly. Lynn, I think, has just sent us in a message as well. Hello to you, Lynn there. Please, can you tell me the sizes of envelopes these make, Mr. Beginner?
I will do. Shall we repeat those?
Yeah, we can give
I've got time. Let me just stick this together, Lynn. Stick with us. I'm doing it again.
Other way round.
Other way around, Debbie. Other way around. Yeah, I'll go through there for you. I'll just put this together and then I'll recap each and every single one for you. And bearing in mind, we have already asked for an expansion pack on these. Yeah. We've asked for some of the other sizes as well.
I'd look back as well to the earlier show that we mentioned, because the Flora and Fauna collection that we did had some amazing papers. The 12 by 12 pattern.
They look lovely in this.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if you want to get more, they were very bright, they were gorgeous colours that we'd kind of got in that. So that will all be there on the website, and we have some fantastic deals, of course, on the complete collection as well. So it would work well with this as well. So do just have a little look back at that if you get a chance. Tara said, Debbie's deal strikes again.
Thank you, Tara.
And you see a lot this week. You've got Wednesday and Saturday as well.
I have, yeah. I've got some really good shows lined up. I've got a new launch on Saturday that I'm all excited about. So, yeah, it's going to be a good week, I think, again. So literally
I like my choices, you know, my papers.
Yeah, I'm digging these. Yeah, absolutely digging those. But again, now you've got that lovely slim light. Look how jazzy that is.
Isn't it?
Loving your choices. Loving your choice. Absolutely beautiful. And how unusual as well to have, you know, like these kind of patterns in there. Really lovely. Now, was it Lynn that asked?
Yes.
Shall we recap for our Lynn? Yep, we'll recap for our Lynn, just so. Now, you've got 12 envelopes and you've got 12 liners. So there's 24 templates, Lynn, in this. And the sizes that you're getting, this is your slimline one, which is what we've just done. Yep. So it's your 3.5 by 8.5 inches. And you get the template for the liner as well. Brilliant. Then there is your 5 by 7, which I think is one of the most predominantly used cards. I know we do it a lot. And again, you're getting a template. So each one of these has got a liner template with it as well. The next one is the money wallet, so it's the money envelope one. And again, this has still got a a liner template in there as well.
Ellie wants that one.
I did think she'd want that one. She says with money in, did you notice?
Yeah, exactly.
Then you've got your 4x6, a really popular size card that we send as well here in the UK, because it doesn't cost as much.
No, exactly.
And you've got your liner for that one. This is a 3x6, so this is a lovely little dinky one. So you've got your 3x6, and then of course you've got your liner in there as well. 4.5 by 4.5, that's the next one. And again, has its own liner template. You've then got 4x4, so that's your 4x4 one. And again, that has its liner template. Envelope template for an A6. Great, so you've got your A6 size in there as well, and again, the liner's in there. This one's a 5.5 by 5.5, so perfect for like that size of embossing folder that we did earlier.
Yes.
That one would work in there, and again, you've got your liner. Then you've got your 5x5, so that's a 5x5 one in there as well, Lynn.
Yeah.
And again, the liner. This one is your DL size, so it's your dimensional length one. So whenever you dimensional length an A4 cardstock, that will fit in there. You've just got to trim a little bit off because it just fits in there perfectly. And again, the liner. You've got an A6 in there as well, so there's an A6 size, and again, that has its own liner. And then there are a couple of US templates in there. That was for our US stateside friends and family that we, because obviously we ship around the world. But you could use these yourself as well, and then just trim down the sizing for yours. And that's a couple of those just in there. So there's a couple of US sizes in there as well.
12 different ones with all the papers as well that we've got at $44.99. So well done if you've managed to jump in and get that. So two fantastic shows, of course, from Crafters Companion. You've got two more to be able to come a bit later as well. So 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock, do tune back in with Debbie for those shows as well. You've opened your P&P now, you might as well add more.
Exactly.
I always think. Obviously, we've also had the launch today of Sakura, so you can see everything that came on that show on the website. You'll be getting a second look at that later. Plus, we have lovely Seth here, who is going to be back up with you next with Dave as well, with Sizzix, that brand new collection. Very, very popular on the launch. Again, everything is there, individual, the large bundle, the smaller bundles, whatever is left is still there on the website, and you'll be able to get to see so much more in this next hour as well. I'll be back with you tomorrow, same time, same place, so I'll see you at 1 o'clock. Take care and stay where you are, because Seth and Dave are coming up right after this.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hi, I'm Katie Petit from Katie Petit Designs, and I'm here today to share with you a very exciting announcement. My first collection with Arden Creative Studio, the Hidden Creek collection, will be on HobbyMaker TV June 5th at 5 p.m. Be sure to tune in and see what all the buzz is about. See you there.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hello, I'm Dave Bradford, and during my time on this mortal coil, I've been able to do things like this, and this. But one thing I haven't done is celebrate my 60th birthday here on HobbyMaker. But I'm pleased to confirm it's happening this Wednesday from 1 p.m. So please tune in and make my birthday wish come true. Oh, fine. Hi everybody, how are you? Welcome along. It is Monday. Thank you, Sherilyn. She'll be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and I'm with you right the way through until 9 o'clock tonight. It is a great evening. We've got some amazing guests. We've been chatting away outside for quite some time. And we've got a brand new guest today that I'm really excited to introduce you to in just a second. From New York City, he's flown in. One of my favorite places in the world is New York, so I'm going to find out more about where he lives, what he does, all that sort of thing. This is what's coming up between now and 9 then. We've got Sizzix, brand new. Seth is his name. Seth Apter is here, and it's a new collection. First time ever with Sizzix, and it's fantastic, right up my street. 6 o'clock, Crafter's Companion, the great outdoors collection with, of course, the lovely Debbie. Sakura, we have got, of course, the fantastic Lou here, Lou Sims with Sakura. Lots and lots of brand new pens and brand new combinations and bundles for you. And it's the first show we've had dedicated to Sakura, or today's are the first shows, okay? And then finally, Crafter's Companion, we've got a double discount hour. It's a sale, it's going to be mad, and Debbie and I will be with that at 8 o'clock tonight. But first things first, let me introduce you to Seth. If you were watching earlier on this afternoon, you'll know all about him already, but if you haven't seen him before, Seth, come on in. Good to meet you, sir.
Great
You're
to
right.
meet you too.
Welcome to HobbyMaker.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Now, I love your accent from New York City.
I didn't know I had one.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Now, Seth is all the way from New York. Tell us about yourself. How did you get into the world of craft, and what do you do when you're not here?
You know, I was not a crafter or an artist type person when I was younger, and I just met an artist one day who pulled me into the world of art and really changed everything for me.
Right.
And ever since then, it's been my passion, my job, my everything, really.
So a chance meeting
Yes.
changed your life?
Totally random. Wow. And I ended up here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we're glad you're here. This is the first collection that Seth has done for Sizzix, so it's going to be really exciting. It is a week's dispatch, okay? So it will be dispatched a week today, the 9th of June. It will be on its way. Tell us about it, because it's inspired by New York, isn't it?
It is inspired by New York. My view is amazing. I see the skyscrapers, and they're all very linear, and they're very symmetrical, and they're also very symbolic.
Yeah.
You know, they're all symbols and shapes, and so this collection began there. Okay. This whole notion of linearity, symbols, shapes, and everything just like New York City. It's a big melting pot. It all blends together.
I love the vibe of New York City, and that's the vibe that is in this collection. Now, in one show, 70% of the entire stock has gone. All the stock we have for this, for a week's dispatch, this is what we've got, okay? $89.99. and it is on split pay as well. Can't see how many 3 split pays it is. 3 split pays. Okay, so it's $29.99, your first split payment of 3, or you can pay in full if you'd rather, and it'll be with you shortly after the 9th of June. All important item number is GOXC49. GOXC49 is your product code, and the price, remember, just $89.99, and that's a great saving. It's down from $124.93, so you're saving £35 on this new collection today, and we've got it in front of us to flick through. Seth, can we start to have a little look? If I hold them up,
absolutely.
Talk us through if you could.
All right. Well, as I said earlier, they're all based on shapes. They're all based on symbols, and the whole idea is that every item works with every other item. So this is twisters, and this is a set of dies that started with the circle and then went off a little bit.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I looked at that and thought manhole covers, you know, where the steam comes up.
That's definitely part of it.
Is it?
For sure, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Love it. That's the thinlets, so those are all dies.
Right.
The next one?
These are also dies, also thinlets. This is the roundabouts. And these are different shapes that are all over the place in New York City and kind of universal. So there are some that are obvious, like the circle, but some of them are a little wonky and a little, you can't come up with a word to describe them.
No.
And that's really what I wanted. I wanted something that sort of stood on its own and that you could make it whatever you wanted to make it.
Do you know what I love? It's the fact it's different, it's fresh. If you've got memories, as I have, of New York, you can instantly tell it's got that New York sort of inspiration to it. Taz, my producer tonight, went there for her 21st birthday.
Oh, yeah?
Dan went 2 years ago, absolutely. He's directing tonight. I actually, when I worked for, you know, the well-known shopping channel that starts with a Q and ends in a C, when I worked there,
I don't know that one.
they sent me on a host exchange to America, Philadelphia, and I spent most weekends in New York while I was out there, and I loved it.
It's a great place. Oh. It's really so exciting and so inspiring. This actually, if you look at it, this is the biggest die from the set. It's a whopper at sort of 6 by 7 inches, and think about New York, a bird's eye view. If you're looking down and you're seeing the grids of the streets, the other thing to look at is if you're looking at a building, this is just the windows of the skyscraper.
What a great centerpiece that would be. Maybe it reminds you of a helicopter ride over Manhattan or something like that. Craig from Crafter's Companion, he's going there for his 40th, and he's booked a helicopter ride. You can't wait for that.
What a great view.
Then we got this embossing folder. Now, this to me is the kind of street layout of Manhattan.
This is definitely the street layout with the people. You can imagine the tops of their heads, again, in the overview.
Yes.
And this is all about texture. One of the things I love in my work is texture, and I needed something in the collection that was textural, so we have this one embossing folder, and one of the nice things about it is that it's almost a guide. So you can think about this not just as it is, but you can cut it up into all those sections, or sections of your own as well.
Absolutely. And every time you look at it, you'll probably see something different as well, but definitely there's the New York inspiration. Just let me show you one of these finished projects using that big die. Isn't that amazing? What a centerpiece that is.
That's waffles. It has a big impact. It has a big impact.
You can paper piece it if you want to. You could even put little photographs in the squares or in the rectangles if you wanted to as well.
You can put letters, words, phrases, little designs. The photographs are great.
But that's not all of it, because there's more. We do have 2 smaller bundles as well, but the main bundle is what most of you have been going for today. Back to the thinlets again. Remember, over 70% of the stock that we've had today has gone. This is the last show today. There are 2 shows scheduled tomorrow, but where we're going to be with stock levels, I've got no idea. If you want it, get it sooner rather than later. And again, inspiration for this one, Seth?
Well, this is called Tracks, and actually I think the inspiration for this was the High Line in New York City. If you don't know that, it's an elevated train line that was turned into this amazing outdoor park, and had to have a piece of that in there as well. And this is also, if you flip it on its side, it's a little bit like the ladders that you see there, and also,
yeah.
you know, the scaffolding that is on every building in New York City.
Okay, now I love this one in particular. Lots of you coming through. Pauline has gone in and ordered this straight away and checked out. So is Julie in Suffolk. Joanna's in. Julie, Natalie as well. Again, these ones, all thinlet dies again.
Yep, these are all thinlets. This is borderlines, and these also sort of lean into shapes. And I really wanted some shapes here that were unique and different and not really identifiable. But then I love numbers, and I had to get some numbers in there, and so I threw it in this.
Very, very beautiful, very different and very lovely. Then you've got these words: imagine, journey, and discover. Now, imagine, obviously, New York was the home of John Lennon.
Very true, very true. Yep.
So how apt is that to have that in there? Love it. Again, thinlet dies.
User Thinlet dies, they're the words and also individual letters that match the words. And just lots of pieces because there's 2 frames for each plus the background.
Now, Teresa, I beg your pardon, Teresa, we're taking for granted you know what thinlets are. She says, what does it actually mean when you call them thinlets? Basically, they're thin metal dies, aren't they?
They're the thin metal dies, yes, they'll cut primarily paper.
Okay, and they'll go through any die cutting machine that you've got size permitting, obviously. It doesn't matter whether you've got the Big Shot, whether you've got the Gemini or any other brand of machine, it doesn't matter. They will work like any metal die will. It's just Sizzix's name for the thin metal dies, thinlets. And just to show you some finished projects. Oh. Now, I can see these being fantastic in scrapbooking as well as card making, home decor.
Definitely, definitely. I think they sort of lean toward all of those, mixed media, journaling. And we'll talk later when I demo about your friend, the scissors, because you can take these and cut them up and really make your own dies out of them.
Do you have artwork like this in your, do you have an apartment, a house?
I do have an apartment and I have artwork everywhere.
I bet.
Everywhere.
I bet.
All the samples are small because I do live in a New York-sized apartment.
Right, fair enough. A bit like London, I suppose.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Look at this. And actually, you say your brother lives in London. You live in New York, so you've got the best of both worlds.
It is.
2 amazing cities.
We're both very lucky.
There we go. Imagine the journey.
Yes, there you go. And the destination is right here.
Absolutely. $89.99, that is your collection. There are 2 smaller bundles on the website if you want to have a little look at them, made up from different elements that we've just shown you. But I think most of you, because it all goes together so well and works together so well, want the main collection.
That was the whole inspiration behind it, is to make sure that if you bought into the collection, you can mix and match completely. I actually have some samples of that.
Just want to show you a couple of 12 by 12s.
Yeah, so if you look at the boards here, this one includes probably 3/4 of the different dies from the collection, and they're just all layered. For me, everything is about layers, and it's also about more is more. So if you're going to have 3 layers, you might as well have 5. If you're going to have 5, you might as well have 10.
More the merrier, absolutely.
And then if you flip, you can see most of these are based on using tracks as a background. You can use it in a lot of different ways, but then both the border lines and the word wafers are then placed over. There's some of the frame elements, and one of the things that you'll also note is that there are a lot of uses for all the offcuts.
And also, if this is a new kind of craft style for you, the lovely thing is you can use the thinlets to die cut out the shapes, die cut out the words, and just layer, before you put any glue down or adhesive, just 100%. Layer and see what works.
Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of that soon as well.
Now, we've been on air for less than 15 minutes and nearly 80% now of the entire stock has gone. Remember, they will be with you shortly after the 9th of June, so that's a week today, and you can look forward to receiving these in the post. And you'll be one of the first people in the country to actually have these as well.
True.
You're loving them, absolutely loving them, which is fantastic news.
It's great. I'm so excited.
Everybody at home, do you think Seth looks like Stanley Tucci? A little bit, possibly? You did say that, a lot of people say that.
People do say that, and part of me wants to demo some pasta making.
Absolutely. Well, if you're going to look like someone, Stanley Tucci is not a bad person to look like.
There you go.
Seth, over you go if you could, and talk us through your demo. So this is really exciting for me and for you. You're loving it. I'm just so glad you do, because it is different, but you're loving it and you're embracing the difference and the individuality and the unusualness of this. But if you love America, if you love New York City in particular, like I do, what I loved about New York when I went there was the directness of everybody. There was no kind of waffle or flannel. What you see is what you got, and I love that. And that's what this collection kind of symbolises to me. $89.99 with split pay. That's for everybody that wants it. There's no credit check or anything like that. If you want to give us a third of it today, we'll send it out on the 9th. If you're wanting to pay for it in one go, you can do that. Obviously, of course, you can. $89.99 GOXC49. Different options for everyone. And their smaller bundles are on the website. 80% of the stock has now gone. But how do you use them? What can you do with them? Seth's going to show us.
All right. Well, first off, I just want to say that I have a particular style, which you're seeing in the samples, but these work well, I think, no matter your style at all.
Okay.
For me, I'm a little grungy, but not everybody is, and I understand that. And you're going to be able to adapt these to your style. It's what it's all about. I'm going to start a demo today showing you waffles. This is the biggest die. It's also my favorite die of the collection. I think it's just really, really useful in so many ways. I'm going to go back to the boards just to show you a few things. So this is just waffles, just cut out with black cardstock. It's big, it's great for a background, but you can also use it in lots of different ways as well.
Seth, I mean, that's lovely just on its own like that, isn't it?
It's a beaut, right? Yeah, I think it just packs a big impact.
Think of it as a miniature picture frame, a montage of pictures that you can put in those squares, or you can paper piece them with different cardstock if you want to as well, like this.
Exactly. So one of the things I mentioned earlier was that the offcuts are usable in most of the dies, and while this takes a little time to do a little mixing and matching, once these little pieces fall out, you can put them right back in. You can put them all back in, some of them back in, and think about what you can do. You can write letters, words, phrases, right on the little pieces. You can let the background show through. Again, the idea of putting pictures behind there are great. They lend themselves to picture frames. It's large enough for a 12 by 12 scrapbook page. And if you need smaller, like a card front, you can just cut it up into smaller segments.
Now, Seth, you love your art. Your apartment in New York is full of it. That, to me, in a picture frame, is wonderful contemporary art.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. I'm not going to argue with that one. This is an example of just what you can do. I mentioned earlier that a pair of scissors is your best friend. So I don't want you to think of each of these dies as they are only. You can cut up these little frames and make a big frame out of it. If you need a card front, it needs to be sized a certain way. How about that one right there? And then you can make strips. You can make smaller squares and rectangles, and you can even use one individual. And two things to note, again, because my grunge love, I put drips in these. I really love drips. I put them on all four sides so that you could turn it and it would feel like no matter where you placed it, it was going the right way. But if you are one of the few people in the entire world who don't like those drips, get your scissors and just cut them off, and you get something much more clean.
I do like the drips, I must admit. And I didn't think of the snippability of that. I'm so pleased you've shown that off. Brilliant.
It completely changes everything. It really does. And
for a new collection, sorry to interrupt you, Seth, we have got so many of you coming through. Remember, we've got less than 20% of the starting stock remaining. There are 2 more shows tomorrow. Seth's only here for today and tomorrow. Then he's back to New York, and then back to London, and back to New York, and so on. You're realizing that the stock is going much quicker than we anticipated. So please pop it in your basket, and it's only yours when you check out either the first split pay or the $89.99, whichever you want to do. GOXC49. Okay, Seth.
All right, perfect. I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just die cut this so you can see what it looks like in action. I'm using the Sizzix cardstock, which I really, really love because one side of the cardstock is incredibly textured. And I always like when I can get more bang for my buck. So I'm going to put this in, and we size this as large as we could so that it would still fit in the big shot, and it really just fits in.
Now,
So
if you do want to go for the Sizzix cardstock, which obviously is a perfect combination to go with Seth's dies today, $17.99, and that gets you 80 sheets of different coloured linen textured cardstock from Sizzix. Beautiful. All those combinations, all those colour combinations. Look at that. 22p a sheet, bargain.
So when you pull it out, one of the things you do get, which I absolutely love, is a frame. And you get those around almost all of my dies, and I think that this on its own is usable just as a frame, but always remember that you can then die cut this with a different color, and then you can insert it as the frame to that piece and have a full-on rectangle. And then you're going to be left with a million of these that are going to get everywhere, so you want to make sure you keep them because we all know that crafters save everything, no matter how small.
You're not wrong there.
And one of the things that I do is I decide to replace the squares with the offcuts based on which ones stick in.
Yeah.
Because then I don't have to go in searching for the ones that fit.
Do you find that American craft varies compared to UK craft, or is it very similar?
I think there's some similarities. I definitely think there's some differences though as well. But I think in general, craft lovers are craft lovers.
Yeah.
And I think people are pretty open now to anything and everything.
Yeah.
We're going to do a quick clean of that mat, and then I'm going to lay this out, and I'm going to show you a little trick that I like to use. Okay.
Now the mat it's proving to live up to its expectations. It's actually in the show. It's the multimedia mat, and of course it's got that lovely grip to it. It's not tacky, it's not sticky, but it grips things for you. So if you're using your ink pads and using your blending brushes and stuff like that, it will not slide all over the place. So if I just show you the box, there it is. Look, that's how it comes. And you've got your media sections on the side of the mat as well, where you can do your color mixing and that sort of thing, and use your pastes and stuff.
Yeah, it's really useful. It's really an all-in-one, which I love, because by the time I finish working, I usually only have a little bit of space left, and this gives me that much space. It's just what I need.
Good picture, that. White on white, but you can just about see it. There we go.
All right, so one of the things I love to do, and I do often, is something that I call the bump. And it's basically layering in such a way that you get a dimensional shadow. And so I've already cut this in a black cardstock. And what I love to do is just usually take the darker on the bottom, and then I will just match it up, and then I will bump it. And I can bump it up or down, left or right, or both. So for example, if I move it just a little bit like that, you begin to get that shadow that gives this sense of dimension and depth, and especially because these are windows in a manner of speaking, it's nice to have that feel that you're moving into them 3D. You can also go further and create a bigger shadow.
Can I ask you, Seth, are you a teacher?
I apparently am now.
Because you come across as really good at explaining stuff, and I could just imagine you teaching art classes and stuff like that.
I do teach, I travel and teach, and I have done probably about 5,000 Facebook Lives.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
No exaggeration, since the pandemic.
I've got to let you know, though, if you want this, now, if everyone checks their baskets out, we're limited stock, meaning only 10% of the stock for dispatch from a week today. That's all we've got left. So we are now down to the last 10% of stock if you all check out. Why wouldn't you?
Okay, thank you all. So getting back to this demo, one of the things that I love to do is create layers, as I said. So generally speaking, when I use one of something, I will use more than one as well. So I've already shown you, and I've glued this one together, I've already shown you the layers of waffles. So I'm just going to start with some cardstock as a background. I'm going to place this on here and realize immediately that if I have one piece of cardstock as a background, like many of you do always anyway, I'm going to get a second one, and I'm going to layer that. So I've already started this notion of more is more. Now I could do many things here. I could leave it smack in the center. I could have it off to the edge. I could even have some of those drips drip out off the sides, off the page, which is always a fun thing to do. I am going to go pretty standard right now and just smack it right in the center. And then I'm going to build. And one of the things I love about the collection is I can grab any die cuts from any of the dies, and I know I'm going to be able to build something interesting.
We are getting a question, Seth, whether you can buy the dies individually. The answer is yes, you can, but we only have single figure stock of individuals because most of you are wanting the big bundle. So if you just want that die on its own, the first few will be able to get it, and you'll find all the details on the website. So.
Perfect. So I often start with a circle, and the way I start is I just start. I don't overthink it, I just place it. So I'm going to place a circle. This is from the Twisters collection, and it's just one of many of the dies there. And along with that comes this wonky concentric overlapping circles. And I really love that because it's just a little off. None of the edges of any of these dies are perfectly smooth. Everything's just a little bit wonky. And it has a lot of personality from that perspective. And then I have the center offcut, which can go back in. I want to make mention that if you are a lover of little, all these little spaces in that concentric circle, you can absolutely take the offcuts and replace them using different colors or have the background show through. So once I do something like that, I'm going to make some decisions. I'm going to decide that I'm going to add some more layers, of course. And one of the things that I always think about is contrast. So because I have all that roundness, I want to go with something very strongly linear. And so I'm going to choose some of these. These are the backgrounds from the Borderline set, and I have several of them. And I have a decision to make, and the decision is either I place it under or I place it over. And there's no right or no wrong. It's just about play and then experimenting and seeing what you got and what you like. So I am going to place it over, and I'm going to place it smack in the center. I'm going to keep with that notion, and I'm going to get a second one, and I'm going to place it on it. Then I know for many of us, we may or may not be happy with that. So at that point, you might say, I'm going to flip the script, and I'm just going to put that at the bottom and that at the top. Again, there's no right or wrong. as I mentioned earlier, I'm very linear with my inspiration from New York City, but there's absolutely no reason why you can't do something like that and not be so on the line.
Can people follow you on social media?
Yes, I'm everywhere, and I'm under Seth Apter.
Okay.
So you can just know my name, you'll be able to find me.
So that's SethApter. If you're looking for Seth on Facebook or any of the other social platforms, you'll find him.
That's accurate, thank you. One of the other things I love is a frame, and most of the dies from the different sets do have a frame. And I like that for many reasons. One, because again, it's that linear New York City skyscraper feel, but also because I think when you put an edge around anything you make, it makes it feel more complete and more finished. So I have this edge here, and I think I'm going to overlap it over the top strip rather than have it be so that it's glued directly to the strip that is sized for, because it doesn't matter if it's perfect or not.
And none of this has been stuck down yet, so it's all about playing, seeing what looks good.
It's all about playing, changing your mind, adding more and more, coming back later and changing your mind as well. One of the things I love in art is words. You know, art expresses so many different things, and I think a word, it's so important in a card, in a scrapbook layout, in a journal. And so I leaned into words with the 3 words from the one die that I have, the word wafers. And very often I will start with a word as an inspiration for a whole piece. So this is a journey, but I'm not going to stop there, because as I've done everything below it, I've had more than one element to match. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cut out journey again, only I'm going to cut it out in a different color. It's a light color. Remember what I said about contrast before. And then I'm going to add the darker color over it, and I'm going to get that sense of shadow and depth and shading. It just makes it feel so much more dimensional, and also it makes it more you, because you are making these choices. Later on, we're going to talk a little bit about the word wafers in a little bit of a different way, but one of the things that you're going to find is that not only do you get the 3 strips of words and the frames and the backgrounds, but you get individual letters that match with all the letters and all the words, so that you can again layer and you can make it your own. So for example, if you look at this right here, this is the word imagine cut out in black cardstock, but then with the individual letters, again, which are all a little wonky, a little rough. They have the holes in it so you can see through them, and they're shaded to the right, so you get that definition and that bump.
And also the words are thought-provoking, Seth, as well, aren't they? The journey could be a life journey, it could be a trip that you're planning.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, taking a trip to New York is a journey and a half.
I tried to make them so that they could be useful with all these types of art and art approaches.
Okay, now you have to be quick if you want to get this. Remember, the current stock we have is dispatched from the 9th of June, so a week today. We are now limited stock. That means everyone that's checked out their baskets, there's now only 10% of the stock remaining, and that's not counting everybody that has it in their basket. So if this is really kind of ticked the box for you, made you think that's what I've been looking for, something that's a little bit different, something that's a little bit unusual, that you can make fantastic cards with, that you can make fantastic wall art with, pop it in your basket. You only have to give us 1/3 of the cost of it today, $29.99. It will be with you before the next payment is due in a month's time. Now you cannot buy the waffles individually. They have now gone. The only way to get it now is in the bundle, the big bundle or the smaller bundles, and they're on the website if you want to have a little look at those. But what you're looking at now is all of the first collection from Seth Apter here at HobbyMaker with Sizzix. And to come all the way from the States, all the way from New York City to do this is brilliant. It's great to put a face to and a voice to the designer behind it. And we're so glad that he's here, and I love everything about it, because everyone will look at this and see different things, I think.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
And my style is grungy, and I'm sharing that in terms of the makes, but I really want you to imagine, for example, in waffles, think of that as a trellis. And if you have a die cut a flower with a long stem, you can weave the stem in and out. I think you can really take these in your own direction, so don't necessarily get caught thinking, oh, it's got to be a grungy look.
Absolutely. Okay, are you going to show us another demo now?
I am, but I have to show you something else first.
All right.
I just want to take you through, just to give you another example of what I just made a little bit different in the sense that this has not just the cardstock, but it's got some paint as well. So if you want to lean more toward the mixed media side of things, your background or the paper that you die cut, think about painting it on your own. And then I also want to make mention of the letters. Those letters that we had, they are meant to layer over the words, but as Pete Hughes, the wonderful Pete Hughes, has shown in the sample, you can create many words just using the letters. And in fact, somebody Googled it, and there are 4,000 words you can make with the letters.
Wow.
So these are, whoop, that's upside down. These are just 2 samples where the letters are separated. And if you look closely, what you're going to see is underneath, Pete really went for the more is more. There are dozens and dozens of layered dies from the collection, and an embossing folder in this one as well.
And to be fair, it's like you've just walked into a gallery and seen fine art on the wall. That's what it's making me feel. But it's got the heart, it's got the, as my director Dan was saying, it's got the rawness, it's got the vibrancy, it's got the electricity of New York, all in this collection, the energy of it, absolutely. And it's here today, but less than 10% of the stock remains. Okay, more from Seth.
All right, so I wanted to show you another demo and a few other samples. So if you look at the board, this is tracks. So you get the background piece, you get what I consider the 2 hero dies, the tracks, vertical and horizontal. You also get these 2 dies, which give you these strips, thinner strips, as well as the frame around the 2 hero dies, which are extra. Mm-hmm. And then you will notice that if you just think about the offcuts themselves, you're going to get many more of these strips, which you can use as well, really any way you want, with this die or with others. And then just to show you a few ways to use it, remember what I said about the idea of scissors? So you don't need to use it in its full length. You can cut it down and make this sort of ladder-like element when it's this way, and make it in small pieces. I love the fact that these are meant to overlap. So if you just lay one on top of the other, this one right here, you get more of a crosshatch. And then these dies, and I'll show you this in just a bit, are also meant to weave. And that's just a cool, different technique to get more texture. And one of the things I love the best is that for your spreads or in your journals, if you use, again, the offcuts, you get these elements that you can use to slide in objects, photographs, other die cuts, pieces like that.
I mean, they look like distressed leaves, don't they? Maybe from Central Park?
Yeah, they're well, from Central Park via Tim Holtz.
Okay.
All right, so if I show you what that collection is made of, there's that leaf, the falling leaf. Mm-hmm. We have these 5 dies, and I'm going to cut 2 of them and begin to work on a card. And those of you who know me well know that I am really not a card maker, but I decided, you know what, I needed to show everybody that these work just as well with cards as they do with mixed media, and so I made a card. All right, so I'm going to go ahead, choose 2 different colors. I'm going to run them through the machine at the same time.
Do you think you'll be inspired to make cards now rather than just art, or are we making you think, maybe I should make some cards?
I'm going to say maybe.
Maybe. The thing is, it crosses over between card making and art and mixed media and, you know, art for the walls, home decor. It crosses over.
Absolutely. The reason why I've always shied away from cards in the past is because, you know, often cards are on white paper, and I am a mess when I create, and so I never end up with white paper. And when I realized that you can make a messy card,
yeah,
that opened up worlds to me. All right, so this is what we have, and you're going to see also these offcuts. So even though we have a die that also gives you more of these, you get all these beauties that you can use, and you can use them as framing elements, you can use them as overlapping elements, and also you can use them in the sense of weaving, which is what I mentioned before. And then we have the major piece of tracks, and side by side they are wonderful because they obviously work well together when you overlap, but they also are sized so that the elements from the word wafers and the elements from the borderline, and I'll show you this in a moment, will fit perfectly well with it. I did mention weaving, so I'm going to take a little detour. I'm going to weave around a little bit, and I just want to show you that not only can you overlap these just by laying one on top of the other, but if you take the time, you can actually weave them together.
Wow.
So they go under, over, and what that does, you can see it side by side. It just gives you more of a real legitimate texture, and it's just more interesting.
So it's gone from looking like the New York subway tracks to woven fabric.
There you go. It does have a fabric feel. I agree with you on that. So I appreciate that you saw that. So I'm going to start my card with just a black background.
Seth, we've got more stock. Oh, sorry, we've got more people want this than we actually have stock. So if you do want it, it's all a case of please checking out that basket with the first split payment or the full payment. It's entirely up to you. They'll be with you shortly after the night. But more people want your collection than we actually have stock of at the moment.
All right. Well,
How does that make you feel? Happy?
That makes it feel good. It actually makes the dyes feel good.
These are the people that I've got to check out at the moment. So Crafter in West Midlands, Crafter in Greater London, Patricia, Honora, Margaret in Devon, Jacqueline in Bedfordshire. Loads of you are just loving the concept of this, as I am as well. It's different, it's fresh, and Seth is here for the first time today, all the way from New York. Back to you, sir.
All right, so we're going to continue building, and we're going to build with, surprise, surprise for me, a linear strip. That's just going to be the base of it, and I want to build over that. And again, this is easy in the sense that you just can't go wrong. You just can't. There's just no way to do it in a way that doesn't work. So I've got that die cut, and I'm going to just lay it out. I could weave it, but I think I'm just going to go and just lay it over. And then probably, because this is what we all do, we change our minds, and then I'm going to flip it, and I'm just going to say I think I want that die over and to be more bold on top of that. Then I have to make some decisions about what I'm going to do over that. I'm going to pull that out and bring that in here so things stay steady. And I need to have something that's the focal point of this. So I could be traditional, and for me, a focal point is often a word. And I can take one of my word wafers and layer it on there. But I could also be a little less traditional, and I can use the numbers from the border lines set. And know also that if I wanted to, I could strip off that strip at the bottom, and I could put the numbers on separately or use them in a very different way or rearrange them if the numbers had certain meaning for me.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but those numbers look to me a little like the numbers that you see on street signs or subways.
Yes, this definitely has that feel of the subway lines, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, west side, east side, for those who know. I believe, unlike some people I think, that you don't need to have something representational like a tree or a face be the star of the show, that you can have some shape be the focal point. And that's really important when I created these, to give you some things that maybe weren't so identifiable, but I think are interesting, that they're dynamic and they're different. So yours will look a little bit different than others. And I think for this, at least right now, I like that. I'm going to leave that. The other thing, as I mentioned about contrast, is the linear, straight, crust-hatch lines underneath contrast really well with these sort of wonky, oblongy shapes. You get your circles and your squares. More is more, of course. So I went ahead and prepared in advance some red cardstock, and over the red cardstock, I put 2 more of the designs from the Borderlines collection.
They could be sound bars, couldn't they?
Absolutely, yep. You know, I'm not so sure that they have a name in terms of a shape. Some people see the top one as a fish skeleton.
Yeah.
And I do too, but that was not the intention, because even though some people fish off the piers in New York City, I'm not one of them. So I love this idea that I can then go in and change, add, differentiate. If I wanted to, I could go ahead with these elements here and just add these to fill up that space so it feels a little bit more complete.
Those shapes in the middle, Seth, I mean, they could be birds on a wire, they could be people on a platform waiting for a train.
Absolutely. There's a lot of crowds and queues of people in New York City, and I find that I do a lot of repetition, that it does look like, in fact, a line or a queue. Now I got to show you the card, since I actually made the card. So this is the card. And
is this one of your first cards ever?
Well, I made cards many, many years ago, but I would say it's probably my first card in good 10 years.
Right.
And the only thing that makes it a card in my mind is that I put it on this. Because honestly, this could also be a journal page. This also could be a piece of art on the wall. I find this very fluid.
Are your art pieces that you have in your apartment, are they very similar to this in style?
Well, I do have some of my own art, and I would say yes. But I have a lot of other art that I'm attracted to that is different. I do like abstract art, and so I have a lot of very textural and encaustic, plaster kind of pieces. And I do have some photographs and things like that. So yeah, I'm all over the place.
Are you a gallery man?
Say again?
Are you a gallery man? Or?
I love the galleries in our city. And yeah, and you know what else I love? I love to go to the auction houses before the auction.
Right.
Because you see the best art that you're never going to have a chance to see in your lifetime because it's being sold.
Yeah.
So that's a tip.
Now you can make your own art thanks to Seth.
Yes, you can do that too.
We're bringing New York City to you. I did mention earlier on about 10 minutes ago that we have more people wanting Seth's dies from Sizzix than we actually have stock. Remember, it's not yours if it's in your basket until you check out, either with the first split payment or with the full payment. It's entirely your call. There's no credit check or anything, so if you just would like, if you're brand new to us at HobbyMaker and this is the first thing you've seen that you've really wanted to purchase, all we ask you is for $29.99 plus your P&P, one P&P per day of $4.95. And then the next payment automatically comes off your card in 4 weeks and the final payment in 8 weeks. Remember, this will be with you shortly after the 9th of June. So it's a week today, dispatch will begin. And all these people, if you see your name, you're in with a chance of getting this collection, but you've got to check out your basket. These are people within their baskets who've not checked out yet. Everyone on the other side of my screen has checked out and they've got theirs on their way from the 9th of June. More people are coming in and putting it in your basket. I'm just so delighted that this is going so well and everyone loves it like I do.
I really appreciate that. It's so nice. You design a collection, you just never know.
No, you never know.
You never know.
What else do you want to show, Seth?
Well, I have to show the embossing folder because that is an important part of the collection. I love embossing folders because of the texture. And texture is such a huge component of mixed media art. I think people should be allowed to touch art. I know that's a little controversial if you're in the Museum of Modern Art, but you can touch all of my work and it's because of the feel. It just brings a whole nother element to it. So this is dot matrix, and this, like waffles, think about this as seeing New York City from a bird's eye view. It feels like the grid of the streets and all those little dots, those are the little heads of little people walking around on the street, a little overcrowded, but again, more is more. So I wanted to die cut and just show you a little bit about how I typically add color to the die cut. I am using the same cardstock, and one of the things to note about the cardstock is it does have the texture, and the texture is on one side only. So if you want the texture from the embossing pad to be on the texture side of the cardstock, you're going to need to make sure that you place it right so that it pops up where the texture is. Before I place it in there, I'm just going to hit it with some water to make the fibers just a little bit easier to cut, to texturize. I'm going to go ahead and place it in there. I'm going to put it in my big shot and I'm going to run it through.
It was funny, Seth, when I came in today, I knew I was working with you, but I saw in the green room, Pete Hughes is here and Sharon Curtis is here. And I thought, oh, am I working with you two tonight? And of course, they're here with you, representing Sizzix. And they said to me earlier on that they followed you long before you joined the team at Sizzix. So you've got a strong following all over the world.
Well, I so appreciate people who follow, and I wouldn't be here without them. And Sizzix is new to me, but it's going to be a very long-term relationship.
Great stuff.
So more is more, so there's going to be more collections. So you see here, you can see the texture.
Love it.
And this is one of Sizzix's amazing multi-level designs. So when you look really close, you're going to see that it's not just one level, but it's two. And that just adds to the depth. And again, it's like the bump. It gives it an automatic shadow and a feeling of more is more, and almost like you're walking in through the streets of New York City.
I love your thought of the round circles being the tops of heads of New Yorkers.
Yeah,
love that.
It just looks that way to me. You can see that some areas are a little overcrowded, just like New York, but that's what brings its vibrancy. I'm going to paint. I'm going to be using acrylic paint for this.
Yeah.
And you really don't need much. I find that people tend to be over pourers with paint and end up with excess. So I'm just going to put a bit down. You can always add more later. And I'm going to put it in 3 piles. I'm going to use 3 colors. I'm choosing these colors because of contrast. So these 2 are warm, really rich colors. And this is a rich color, but it's a very deep dark blue. And so it has a cool tone. So you're going to have that contrast to whatever you make. And it's a nice way to almost guarantee you're going to get something good. I'm going to use one of our brayers. And I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to brayer this out. And I'm not overthinking this. There's no plan. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to roll it over, some of it. I did it in 3 segments. That's typical for me. Again, this number 3 just has so much meaning. I want to make sure I don't cover everything, but I cover a good amount. I am not going to worry that this is still wet, and I'm going to just roll into the next paint. A little paint mixing is good. You're going to come up with something that might be a little surprising. And now I'm going to be a little bit more conscious about where I place it. I'm going to make sure I get this color over some of the areas that were not already painted. And then I want to make sure I get this over some of the areas that were painted. In doing so, you're guaranteed to get much more than 3 colors in your piece. I am also holding the brayer very lightly when I roll it out. When I do that, it doesn't guarantee, but almost guarantees that it's only going to hit the tips of the texture and not the lower piece. However, as soon as I say that, I know it's going to change and cover everything. All right, so I have that, and I could go in more with other colors. And one of the things I often like to do, although I'm not going to demo it, is just to take some dye sprays and spray it now, and then wipe off the top. The acrylic paint is permanent. That will stay there, and then the dye spray will seep into the lower layers, and so you get much more of a paint effect.
And Taz, our producer, has said that what she's thinking it looks like to her now is like raindrops on windows, and possibly some of those raindrops are falling down the window pane. It could be that.
I hadn't seen that before, but now I can't unsee that. And I love that. But what I really love is this notion that the designs that I've made are abstract. You know, they're recognizable usually. They're symbols, they're shapes, but they are able to be whatever you want them to be. And so I think that the beauty of being able to use this as an artist is that one day maybe you'll see it this way, another day you'll see it a different way, and maybe perhaps in the end you'll end up making very different art because you've been inspired by the single supply, but you're getting more than your money's worth from it.
I think I'm right in saying that we've had nothing like this. We've done Tim Holtz and had Tim Holtz, of course, and he's got a great relationship with Sizzix as well. And there is a kind of nod in that direction, but this is so unique. We've never had anything like it before. I think that's why a lot of you are investing in this. Hopefully Seth will be a regular guest and he'll fly over from New York as often as he possibly can to do more collections, because you've absolutely embraced this and loved it, because it's different. And you can have this on a card, you can have it on the wall in a frame. I'm a big, big art fan. I'm not an artist, but dies and embossing folders like this can turn you into an artist. And you've got the genius eye of Seth, who just takes in everything around him in New York and then converts it into dies and to embossing folders, you know, that we can use at home with those 3 important special words. You've got, remember, imagine, you've also got journey, and you've got discover in there as well. All thought-provoking words.
Well, I appreciate that, I really do, thank you. I wanted to share one more thing.
Sure.
It's all about play for me. Art is play. Art is fun. It should be joyful. It should bring you so much, just emotion and happiness and escape. And so I wanted to make sure that you could just take the jumble of this whole collection and literally make a jumble. So what I've done here is I've just spent time die cutting, and I do that. I die cut in segments. I don't die cut per project. I just sit and I spend an hour and I crank and I crank and I watch TV or whatever and I crank. And then I end up with a big pile so that when I'm ready, I don't have to worry about taking out the machine and taking the time. I can just get to it. And that's where the play begins, because what you're going to do is you're just going to grab pieces. You're going to take an element, you're going to just lay it out. Again, I said to you earlier, there is no wrong way to do this. You're just going to place it under, you're going to place it over, you're going to remember this whole notion about weaving, and you're going to begin to just see what you can come up with and look at the layers as you're creating, and it's going to guide you and give you some indication about maybe what you should do or where you should go with it.
It's like a jigsaw, but all the pieces fit.
They all fit, exactly. So it's a jigsaw that has no frustration involved.
Yeah.
And you just build, and you build up, you build out, you think about these elements as different things. Like this one, for me, feels a little bit like an arrow. So I'm going to lay that out at the edge, and then you start gluing. At some point, you can be a person who glues instantly, and then you can't go back. And maybe you're a person who wants to audition a little bit, and you just build it up. But when you do that, especially if you take the time to play, and you take the time to play over time, you can really build something that just is large and big. And this is the beginning of something that I started that I feel like I want to make wall size.
Oh, wow.
So if you take a look at that, you can see what I've done with that.
I love it.
And it just started out with me playing. And I think I was talking to people and just started to glue and glue more and even glue more. And I think that it's an endless amount of inspiration, because what'll end up happening is I'll look at this cluster in the center and I'll say, oh, wow, I really love how I did that. I am going to make that the centerpiece for something that I'm going to make an art journal cover for. Or, oh, yeah, this word, imagine. This is going to be my idea of what I can imagine if I were in outer space or if I were in a place I've never been. And I just think it's fun. And if you can't have fun when you're doing this, you just got to
What's the
carve out
point if
time
you
to
can't
do
have
that.
fun?
What is the point? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, bearing in mind, Seth has shown us that last picture. I'd have that up on my wall tomorrow, without a shadow of a doubt. If you're looking to use Seth's dies with the Sizzix cardstock, which is what Seth's been using, can I recommend this bundle of, I think it's 80 sheets, isn't it? 80 sheets in total. Look at the colour compendium you've got in here. So you can make wall art just like we've shown you, like Seth just showed you then, with all those wonderful vibrant colours, all those wonderful shaped dies and embossing folders from all these colours here. If you get this together with the collection today, you are home and dry, and you can just play and play and play. Don't stick anything down until you're happy with the way it looks. But that's the thing, it's a jigsaw and there's no right or wrong. And everyone who buys this will use the elements that Seth's designed in different ways.
The great thing about that set also of paper is that it's all in the same tone. So every single sheet matches with every other sheet.
Yeah.
So it's a perfect blend with this collection because you can't go wrong.
Yeah, so you've got the linen side on one side and the smooth side on the other. Which side you want to use is entirely up to you. $17.99, lots of you are adding that into your basket right now. But still more to see with Seth?
Yeah, I just want to finish up by showing you some of the plates that I made for the other die sets, because I am very conscious about how the dies feel and I don't want to leave anybody out. So this is my way of sharing and showing, and just showing a few other options that are out there. So this is borderlines. You have the main dies, these three. You have the frames that you get. You have the backgrounds. And then again, this is, I guess, supposed to be waste. This is just the excess that after you cut them out. And I think they're amazing, either to use separately to have the background show through, or to replace the dies in the die cuts inside with different colors.
So there is no waste.
There is no waste. And then again, scissors are your best friend. So this is the same set looking very different. I can cut those numbers out right here, and you can see that you can use them separately and angle them, do whatever you like. You can cut this element out, and because it's so thin, you're able to kind of make it curvy and wavy. Almost feels like something at the bottom of the sea moving around. You can layer these elements and you can create this grid like that. You can add more diagonally and make it a star shape. You can cut these in half and use them as borders. And then this element right here, you can just cut these shapes into millions of pieces so that you end up with all these individual elements that you can use in many, many different pieces. And then just really quickly, a couple more, because I did want to make sure that you got a lot in every individual set. So this one is twisters, And these two are examples of just some of what you get when you cut them individually, when you layer them. And then I'm going to move to roundabouts and want to share with you in roundabouts that they're not all round, but the ones that are sized really well so that they also work with the twister set. Again, I'm trying to think about how you can buy into the collection and feel like you've gotten way more than the number of products that you bought.
And the fact they're not a perfect circle is just character building, isn't it?
Totally. Yeah, for me, imperfection is perfect.
Yeah.
Perfection is so overrated. And then lastly, I just want to share with you, these are the word wafers. You get 2 different size frames, the background, the words, and all those letters. And then when you layer those, as I showed earlier, over some of the other elements from the different dyes, you just get all different kinds of backgrounds and all different kinds of flavor.
Now, Seth is going to be here tomorrow with 2 more shows, but what I've got to let you know, and this is the God's honest truth, the stock that we have for dispatch from the 9th of June, a week today, is virtually gone. So we will come back with the shows tomorrow and there will be another offering, but we're not quite sure how long the delayed dispatch will be. So if you order now and check out, it will be on its way from the 9th of June, a week today, okay? Thank you for all your messages, by the way, on the screen. I don't know, Seth, if you've been seeing them. They've been popping up on the bottom of the screen. Lots of people messaging in saying how inspired they are, what a great imagination. They'd love to be inside your head, someone said, I think. So yeah, it's gone down a storm here today. I've loved it as well. Seth, come over if you can for the last minute or two, because I just want to show everybody what they're going to get. This is the first collection from Seth Apter. You can follow him on socials and find out what he's up to, what he's done in the past, what he's doing in the future. It's SethApter on Facebook, on Instagram.
Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Pinterest, and website.
All over.
Yeah.
Oh, and you've got a website too. Okay.
Yeah.
So have a little search for that after you've ordered this. And be rest assured, Seth is going to be back with us and more collections will come from Sizzix as well. But this is what you've got in the collection today for a brilliant price. It's an introductory discount of about £35 off what the price should be. These are all thin metal dies. Sizzix call them thinlets, but they'll go through any die machine, whether it's manual, whether it's electronic, doesn't matter. All of these are there for you to play with, and that's what it's all about. Have fun. Cut them out, put them down, don't stick anything down until you're happy with the way that it looks. There's the embossing folder, which is reminiscent of Manhattan or New York from above, the cross sections of the roads, all the different sections and neighborhoods, and the heads of the people waiting to cross the road or whatever. Love that. Then you've got the crisscrosses, which could be fabric, they could be tram tracks, they could be anything along those lines. Again, you can weave them together, snip them, everything has got snippability. Love those as well. That could be, as I said before, that could be people on a platform waiting for a subway train, it could be birds on a wire, that could be security wire, possibly. That could be, as you can see, that could be the numbers on streets, it could be the numbers on trams. That could be a noise bar down the bottom there if you wanted it to be, or it could be fish scales like you mentioned earlier on. And then the 3 beautiful, very, very thought-inspiring words: imagine, journey, and discover. What a show. A massive thank you to Seth. You are going to be here tomorrow with more of the same, so more inspiration, more ideas from Seth tomorrow. There's going to be very, very manic phone calls going on with Sizzix after this show to find out what we can offer you tomorrow delivery-wise, but there will be shows tomorrow, one in the afternoon and one in the evening?
That's correct, yes.
I'll see you tomorrow evening then.
Fantastic.
I've loved it.
Thank you so much, Dave.
Cheers,
Appreciate
Seth.
it.
Brilliant. What a show. Right, coming up next, we've got Debbie here with Crafter's Companion and lots more besides through till 9 o'clock tonight. Don't go away. Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Hello, I'm Dave Bradford, and during my time on this mortal coil, I've been able to do things like this, and this. But one thing I haven't done is celebrate my 60th birthday here on HobbyMaker. But I'm pleased to confirm it's happening this Wednesday from 1 p.m. So please tune in and make my birthday wish come true. Oh, fine.
Hi, I'm Adam, and 3 times a week, I'll be taking over the HobbyMaker's Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube on Craft O'Clock. Send in your recent makes to enter our crafty creations with a giveaway at the end of every month. Exclusive deals and secret sneak peeks. And not forgetting the word game, where you could win items featured on the shows. So join me 3 times a week at 11 a.m. on Craft O'Clock.
If you're shopping here at HobbyMaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Hi, I'm Katie Petite from Katie Petite Designs, and I'm here today to share with you a very exciting announcement. My first collection with Arden Creative Studio, the Hidden Creek collection, will be on HobbyMaker TV June 5th at 5 p.m. Be sure to tune in and see what all the buzz is about. See you there.
At HobbyMaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remember to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Studio Light is turning 46 years old, so tune in on Tuesday the 3rd of June for Studio Light's 46th birthday show. To celebrate, we will be giving away free gifts to customers who shop with us during the show. You will not want to miss Studio Light's birthday.
From New York City to the great outdoors. Well, that's the great outdoors too, isn't it, really?
It is, yeah. Yeah.
Seth
I've never
lovely
been.
guy,
Oh, no, he's lovely. I love watching him.
Oh, you'd love it.
I know, I really want to go.
Debbie Robinson in New York. You should have gone with
Well, I
Craig.
should have gone with Craig for his 40th, but he's took his mum instead.
You could have tagged along.
I could have tagged along, couldn't I? I could have asked nicely. But I don't think they'd have let us both have 2 weeks off.
Actually, you and Craig in New York together. Oh, my word.
No, they'd be trouble.
I don't think New York's ready for that. Now, the great outdoors then, what have we got coming up? Now, this is a brilliant collection. If you love camping, if you love walking, going out in the great outdoors, the Lake District, the Peak District, all those sort of places, this is going to be right up your street. But it's also about pastimes that you do outdoors. Cycling, fishing, orienteering, all that sort of thing. It's a lovely collection and it's so affordable. We haven't even dropped the price yet, but already I've got Angela in Surrey coming through for this. ET2001, 8686 should be the price. And look at the sort of cards you can make with this. We're dropping the price down. You can get the whole lot and I'll flick through what you're going to get in a second. $65.99 gets you all of it. And the number of people that are into their motorhomes and caravans.
Exactly. My dad's one of them.
Is he?
Yeah, my dad, they towed the caravan, although my dad's not driving it currently at the minute, but my stepmom is. They drive their big caravan. It's what they've done for years and years and years. They love being in the outdoor and the nature.
It's the freedom it gives you, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And my grandkids are going camping for the first time this year. They were going to go in a caravan, but they're now going to camping.
I used to go camping with the Scouts.
Trip. Yeah,
years
I
ago.
did with the Girl Guides.
Yeah.
Yeah, very long
Love
time
it.
ago.
Now, not only are you getting a great discount, you're also going to get a free 6x6 paper pad in addition to the discounted price as well. You're not paying for this, but this is included with it. And of course, it just teams up beautifully with the stamps and the dies that are in here too. You've got kind of Highland tartan in there. You've got wonderful florals. You've got wood paneling. What else have we got? There's your caravans and motorhomes. Really sweet. Love it. Then you've got the mountain. That could be the Lake District, couldn't it? Hikers. Yes. There we've got the hiking boots. You've got the, lumberjacks.
I love that one.
Axes.
Yeah.
And then you've got your canoes as well. Oh, that reminds me of canoeing when I was at school in the pool. Oh, I used to hate canoeing. Could never get the balance right. Okay, so that's your 6x6 paper pad, but let me show you what else is here. You've got a mixture of dies and stamps together, so you can stamp the image and then die cut it out. You've got your caravan or motorhome. You've got your caravan, there we go. You've got your signposts and the stamps that you can put onto the signpost. So you can tailor make what you want the signs to say. That's a really nice idea.
I like that idea, yeah.
Then you've got your tent and all the extra attachments that you expect to find in a tent. So these are dies, these, aren't they?
They are, yes, they're all dies.
So again, use your colour cardstock or use white cardstock and colour them in. That's the first thing. Then you've got your edgeables. Now, these are edgeables with a big difference because you've got the mountain range. That could be in this country, it could be in the Swiss Alps, it could be Austria, wherever you want it to be. Then you've got the beautiful pine forest. That's an edgeable die as well. And then you've got your beautiful tree, falling leaves maybe, or you could put the leaves on the tree if it's spring and summer. Then you've got your beautiful grasses down the bottom there as well. And then you've got all of these stamps. So the stamps are all about your pastimes, whether you like to go mountain biking, whether you like to go fishing, dog walking. Then you've got, what's that one? That's,
the lady with the dog.
Oh, it's a lady with a dog.
It is.
It could be a couple.
It's hiking.
Could be both of you.
That'd be my daughter and her partner. They took the dog out.
Then you've got your compass. And then lastly, you've got your words and your sentiments as well. So here you've got the words like great outdoors. You've got take a walk on the mountains, explore more, the great outdoors, enjoy the journey, find yourself in nature, bon voyage, the road is yours. Always take the scenic route, follow your dreams. They know the way. Oh, I like that one.
Yeah.
And the best for you comes after the hardest
I
climb.
like that one. That's a really good one, that one.
Now, I've got to let you know that as a bundle, you get the best value and you get the free 6x6 paper pad. But if you want any individual dies or individual stamps, they're all on the website for you as well. So just have a little look. We're not going to actually show them to you individually during the show because it's going to take up too much time. But they're already there on the website and all the prices have dropped. So any individuals you want, cherry pick and make your own bundle. If you go for the big bundle, that's always where you save the most money.
Absolutely.
And you can see the boards that Debs has got.
It is. I thought I'd show you boards so you can see them true to life, because in packaging, I don't think packaging ever really shows them off. So I love the mountain trees. I'm not going to lie. I think that one, called the Alpine Charm, as it's called properly. You've got your mountains there, like Dave said. The tree one I absolutely love, and look, it looks a lot bigger. Now it's out of the packaging, you can see just how big it is. Very useful one for lots of other collections, not just, you know, not just this one. And I do like the fact that you could make this a tree of all seasons. Yeah. Because it could cross all 4 seasons there.
And trees can stand for so many things. It could be a family tree, a money tree, tree of life.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, rebirth, did you hear, Dan?
Rebirth, yeah.
Rebirth,
well, trees get planted, don't they, to mark special occasions?
Yeah, I love this one. I do love this, because look at all the little extra bits there, from the rabbit to the bird, your campfire there. You've got your kettle, your pans, everything from your light to your guitar. I love the guitar feature. I think that's a really super cute one. Yeah, in my head straight away. The string lights there as well. Like you said, Dave, this one I think is so useful. Even if you just use that on its own without putting these in, maybe think of other stamps that you might have in your collection that you'd be able to fit onto those panels. I do love that. I think that's absolutely fab.
Yeah, I love it.
The stamps themselves, they're really easy to colour in these. There's not, and this sounds terrible when I say this, but not a massive amount of detail. No. And I don't mean it in a derogatory way. What I mean is it's a really clean, simple stamp to be able to colour in very quickly and very easily. And I do love that you could, you know, create scenes with these.
They could be partners, they could be brother and sister.
They could, yeah, absolutely. And then, like you said, the pastimes and how you would have those. So if you love your biking, great mail cards as well. There's a lot of this collection that crosses between both sexes there. But like you said, it's pastimes. Do you know a fisher in your family?
Yeah.
I know plenty.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think a lot of you maybe are suddenly registering that, hey, I can make a card for so-and-so because they do this. They go on their bike a lot. They go on their fishing trips quite a bit. They go on orienteering, maybe someone that's in the Scouts or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you get Edinburgh Awards?
They were all the stamps and dies. This is like your cross of both. So it's a stamp and a die, so you don't have to fussy cut. You've got your caravan there. I love this truck. This is in my head how I would go around travelling.
Yeah.
Pulling that behind it.
Did you ever see Priscilla, Queen of the Desert?
No.
The film?
I've never seen it.
I can picture you in that truck with the flowing chiffon going through the desert, you know.
I need to go and watch it now. I need to go and watch it. And like you said, the stamps, I think the stamps are fab. And they're a lot bigger, aren't they? They look small on the packaging, but they're a lot bigger.
They're a lot bigger than they look.
They are, yeah. And I just absolutely love it. I love the addition, like, of extra little ones here where you've got a bit of colour. But I like something a bit different about this font and this way that they've been laid out, and the play on the words as well. But again, absolutely fabulous. A lovely collection. And if you love your outdoors, this one is so going to be for you.
Now, more of you are coming through. Remember, you're getting a discounted price on the stamps and the dies, and you're getting the extra 6x6 paper pad free, okay? So that is $65.99 for all of that. That's a lot of content and a lot of connectivity. You can relate, I'm sure, to, if it's not you, members of the family or friends or people at work that love to go and do all these pastimes, go camping, go in their motorhomes or go cycling or whatever. So this is a great, maybe it's the sort of collection you've been looking for because it just ticks the boxes in so many ways where you get asked to make, you know, cards with a fishing theme or a mountain biking theme or a hiking theme, that sort of thing. The Great Outdoors, perfect for this time of the year. It's on 2 split pays. So if you want to spread the cost between a payment now and a payment in 4 weeks, it's $32.99 your first payment of 2 or one payment of £65.99. Can I just show that card that's on top of the Gemini?
Gosh, Ken.
Do you mind?
There you go.
Look at this. Now, if this doesn't make you want to go for the collection, I don't know what will. Using your coloured cardstock, isn't that just magical? That could be a festival, it could be a camping trip to celebrate a special occasion. Yeah, total escapism.
Absolutely. I would, you know, I actually want to go. Now I've seen that, I actually want to go camping myself. When my daughter first said, because they were initially going to go in a caravan, and then they had the bright idea to use a tent that they'd got. And I'm like, you're not taking kids, because they're only 4 and 7. Okay. And I'm like, you're never taking kids. She went, oh, I can't wait, Mum. I'm like, my daughter is more of a glamper than a camper.
I can see you glamping.
I would
rather
be
than camping.
glamping, yeah. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But yeah, I want to go there, Dave. That looks lovely, that.
It does.
Yeah.
Looks fantastic. And everything you get for the collection, there's so much for your money in there. And these finished samples are fantastic as well. So again, if you want coloured cardstock, we've got a great deal on cardstock coming up in the show a little bit later on, including A3, which I can never remember seeing with Crafters
No,
Companion
and not
before.
with colour. It's the first time I've seen it with colour. So yeah.
More of you are coming through for this. It's fun to colour, it's fun to put the whole composition together, to tell a story with each card.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
over to you, Deb.
Well, I'm going to build up a scene, so I'm going to use quite a few elements. So I'm going to use the Best Views die set, and I've just using some of my cardstock. So I'm going to just literally run a few dies through. So I've got my Alpine Charm. So these are basically from like the Edgeables, and we will be doing a few of those. So because I want to create like some texture with those. Now then, what did I do with my low tack tape, Dave? Just bear with me. Thought I were all prepped and ready. Turns out you're not, Debbie.
You're always
prepped
and ready, always ready.
I thought, oh, I'm all organised. I went back into green room. I thought I'll have a little drink, a little cheeky biscuit as you do.
Debbie, always ready, Robinson. That's
she says. Right, so I'll run a few through, and then we'll start to build up, and we'll do a spot of colouring as well. So I'm going to be using a few elements. In fact, doing one at a time, Debbie. Don't try squeezing them all on at once.
Can I just also, at this point, thank you so much for your birthday messages. Thank you for... Yeah, and also your birthday cards that you sent in. Thank you for all of you that have done that. Really appreciate it. My birthday's actually tomorrow, but the birthday shows are on the 4th, okay? So the day after my birthday, so that's...
And I'm here, so I'll be able to celebrate with you on the shows, yes. I thought I was missing it. I thought when you said, like, you went out for your dinner tomorrow, and I'm like, oh, I really love it. And I love going to the Golden Goose, I'm not going to lie. It's absolutely gorgeous
We've got a company carvery tomorrow to celebrate the birthday. So what state I'll be in when I get here at 5 o'clock, I'll probably want to sleep, to be honest, after a carvery.
Absolutely. So you can see, first of all, I've got my first one there. Let me just, in fact, let me grab my pokey tool as well. Let's grab the pokey tool, get that little piece out. So just taking out, and we'll run that through again in a second. I'm going to do the mountain though, so that's the first one. I will tell you, do you know the waist? You could actually use, if I just snipped.
Boy, you can, yes.
You could use the waist as well. So you just reverse it and just snip off a little bit extra, and you've got like some different texture trees.
Well, that could
as
be
well.
bushes and things
Yeah,
like that.
absolutely. So you could like layer up if you wanted to. So yeah, absolutely have a little play around with them. So I'm just going to pop, now then, Dave, what did I do with the tape? Oh, it's there, honestly. So I'm just going to use, and I'm going to create like different depths so that I can pop it onto my card. And I'm just going to run that through as well.
And again, use different colour cardstock. You know, for
Different
your
colour.
trees, use different shades of green. It makes it look much more realistic.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And your mountains, they could be grey.
They could be
white,
grey,
they
brown, white. You could add a little snowy top to the top of them, like use your puffy, you know, like your puffy snow, kind of what we did. Or you could put a little bit of glitter if you wanted to glitter them up, have a little bit of sparkling snow going over there. And again, do you know the waist? You could actually use the waist as a different texture.
Totally.
So don't be throwing your waist. I'm sure you'll be able to use them. But we're going to start building up a little bit of a scene. Sorry, I'll just bring that down there for a second. So I'm going to run that tree one through again. Let me just turn my plate round.
And different shade of green.
Yeah, different shades of green. So we'll build up a few pieces. So again, I'm just going to run that through.
Now we have actually got, just so you know, in the show, we've got a bundle of cardstock, an assorted card compendium actually, of 153 sheets. It's on the website, but we will flip through that for you. I don't remember ever doing a card compendium like that before.
No, I know. I like that one, actually. I saw it. I was having a little nosy beforehand. Great deal on the large guillotine as well, which we'll go over when we've done this, because, again, some really good deals on the show today. So I'm just going to move those out of the way, because I think I'm done with my die cutting.
And you and I have got a sale show tonight at 8.
We have indeed. Love
deals galore.
Show. Yeah, Debbie's deals again. I love a
Debbie
deal.
does deals.
Well, we've had some crackers of recent times, haven't we? We have. So I'm just going to let... Oh, Debbie, you've released that in the wrong place. However, it doesn't matter because I'm going to be trimming some off. So I'll just release that. And again, like now I've got a little bit of like different colours going off there. You could add some darker ones to like create a bit of depth as you're building up. So you can start to see all of that coming together.
And if you wanted the trees at different heights, you could flip it over.
Flip it over, yeah, and that use, like I said, use the waist part to it as well. Now I've already pre-stamped images, so I've used the compass. I've got the man and the lovely lady there. So we'll just do a spot of colouring. Now I'm going to just pop a little bit of blotting paper underneath. What have I done with fair skin? So I'm going to use my tri-blends. Yeah. Lots of colouring mediums that you could use. It doesn't necessarily have to be alcohol markers. It's just that I love working with alcohol markers.
And always put some paper behind when you're using alcohol markers and pens, because obviously it bleeds through the cardstock. That's what it's supposed to do. Yeah. If you don't use paper or card underneath it, and it's a glass mat, it can actually send the ink back into the card,
back up into your card, and then it looks like you've made a bit of a mess, but it's not. It's just the fact that the mediums come through. That's all it is. So again, but what I said, and do you know what I said it earlier about it being quite a simplistic, easy to colour in. It's not going to take you a long time to colour these images in, and I love the theme. I love walking myself, Dave. I don't know about yourself. Do you go out walking?
Not as much as I probably should.
Oh, I love being out in nature. I love it.
To be honest, where I live, near the New Forest, that's a sin that I don't go out and walk more. I should be.
Is that where you live? Yeah, God, I've been never away. We go around some beautiful places. We've got loads of lovely places. The one I want to go to next is Langset, because my daughter's always talking about Langset.
Langset?
Langset.
What's that?
No, not far from where I live. So, and it's like a nice walk around, like reservoirs, and yeah, it just appeals to me. I mean, we were going to go the other week, but I got a dress on, and Tash said to me, "A dress is not really suitable for what we're going to be doing, Mum." So I was like, "Okay." Problem is there, Dave, I don't do trousers, so I don't know how we're going to work that one out. But hey ho.
Got to be careful with the insects this time of the year. The
Yeah,
flying
you do.
midges.
When we walk around, literally. Another area the other day, I got bit a few times on the legs. Too. Yeah. So I'm just literally just going to drop a little bit of colour. Nothing too like heavy, just a nice little bit of colour. I think she can have, we'll give her a blue top.
And this could be a couple, they could be brother and sister, could be a family holiday, could be husband
and
wife.
Husband and wife,
Best
yeah,
friends.
with a couple of dogs, yeah, literally.
Now, lots of you are finding the individuals on the website as well. So if you go and have a little look at hobbymaker.com, you can see that all the prices have dropped. So if you just want that signpost, for example, with the stamps, that's $7.99. If you just want the hiker with the dog, the male one, is $2.99.
Yeah, no. Yeah, this is the thing. This is why we've brought you an option to be able to cherry pick as well, because maybe, there's only a couple of these items that you think, yeah, they'll work. Well, then we've given you that option so that you don't have to get, the entire collection if that's not for you. So I'm just going to finish off my little bit of colouring.
You colour quite a bit, don't you?
I love colouring, yeah. I have to remember though, Dave.
You're on TV.
But yes, let's not colour too long. But I'll just do a couple, because I've already coloured them in, and I've coloured mine in different colours, but you can have a little play around. I'll give her some grey trousers. Let's do a little bit of grey trousers there. But yeah, they don't take long to colour in these images.
And you can use not only alcohol markers, you can use pencils, you can use whatever you like.
Pencils. If you're using a water-based medium, then just make sure you're using the right cardstock. Just switch your cardstock around. This is alcohol marker cards, so yeah, just make sure you switch. But yeah, you can use any kind of colouring medium that you want, making sure that is mid-colour.
And of course, the alcohol markers give you great shading and make things look very dimensional, like the legs round, for example.
Yeah, just by adding that in. And as you can see, it's already starting to come together. Now, I have done my little images, and I'll bring them both in, because I did colour both of them in slightly differently. So I've given her a pink top on this one and a blue backpack. So whichever way around, and she's got a little pair of blue trousers on, little denim trousers on.
You also, if you wanted to make them look different people, you could actually snip away the dog. So one's got a dog, one hasn't.
Yeah.
So you can make it look like a group of people.
Yeah, I've coloured in my little compass as well. So, and I've snipped these round because these stamps aren't, they don't have a die with them, Dave. Normally we like bring dies, but we've done it so that you can create a little bit of a scene. And I did want to chop off the mountains, which will become clear in a second when I bring in the rest of my bits. So let me just bring it all in so you can see what I mean by that. Because I have die cut quite a few pieces and I've created a little bit of some clouds in the sky, just with a little stencil and a bit of ink. So it was literally a little bit of our water reactive ink, which is the Oasis one, and one of our stencil dies. You can get that kind of image by just either taking a bit of cardstock and ripping it, like wavy, or you can fussy cut out it as well. And Craig showed me a little top tip. He used our finger daubers, and he put the finger daubers on and drew round them and staggered them so they went up and down, and it created a lovely cloud scene. I thought, very clever.
That looks so real.
Yeah, it looks lovely, doesn't it?
It does look great.
So I'm just going to pop it. In fact, actually, I'm not going to put it on there just yet, Dave, because all of my pieces are this is 5 by 7, and I want, so you can see it's a little bit bigger, but I want to place them and then just position. And I've cut quite a few different trees. I've popped a grass one on there, so I took that from the family, you know, that I keep calling it the family tree one. It's not the family tree one, it's the outdoor tree one. But yes, so I'm just going to pop these on, and then I'll trim it down once I've done. And I might need to borrow the guillotine, Dave, because
you can borrow the guillotine. Absolutely,
and
we do have a deal on the guillotine in the show.
Perfect.
It's coming with cardstock too. I'll bring it over for you.
We'll talk about that fabulous piece of equipment in a second. So I'm just going to literally pop, and in fact I'll come a little bit higher up with that because I've got a few trees on there. And then we'll come in and just build up. Just hope this tape pen doesn't run out on me. My dotty one ran out on me earlier. Right, let me just make sure. Just realised that was on wonky. Can I get away with that? I think I can get away with a wonky background there.
Mountains aren't straight, are they?
They never are. Do you go up mountains a lot, Dave? Strange question there, but I mean, like, do you like walking up mountains, or have you done a mountain climb before?
I think my mountain climbing days are long gone, really. I struggle to get out of bed in the morning with my bad back, so I go up a mountain. I don't think. Go on a cable car. I'll do that.
Oh, I love a cable car. I went on a cable car with Nigel, though, over London, and he scared living daylights at me because he kept wobbling everywhere, and I was terrified of him. I literally think I feared for my life. Right, can I just borrow that guillotine for a second, just so I can trim this down?
Okay, now the guillotine we've got for you today, this is a huge piece of equipment, and wow, what quality this is. It comes with cardstock today as well. You're going to get 24 sheets of the Fairy Glade cardstock, which is pearlescent, and you're going to get an A4 luxury mixed card pack as well. And that you're not being charged for. No, the cardstock is free. So that's what you're going to get. So basically there's 24 sheets in each, I think. Is that right, 24?
I'll talk about the guillotine in a second, just for a second.
Okay, yeah, 24 in each. So you get 48 sheets of A4 cardstock. Not 69, not 67.97. It's going to go down in price, and you'll get this cardstock included. $39.99 tonight, and that's a big blade on there as well, isn't it?
It's a honestly, you know, Leanne, you know, she's a stickler for detail, manufactured. Do you know, like your sword kind of quality?
Samurai sword.
Yeah, seriously, honestly, she resourced it, and it's such a satisfying knife, isn't it? It really is. But it's also, as well, an integrated scoreboard in there. So I'll talk about it in a second once I've built my scene up and pop there down. But I'll talk about it in a bit more detail. Okay. But we'll just finish this demo, and then we'll show you. But literally, Dave, what I'm doing is just layering up. In fact, I wonder if I can get that just down there. That'll do. And I'll just trim that off with me scissors, and then we'll pop that onto the black piece. So you can see now I've started to build up a little bit of a scene there where they're walking in the woods with the grass around them, and that's the lovely thing about this. You can have a real good play with the collection.
I think it's a really good collection because it really resonates with so many people. Even if it's not you, maybe it's a member of your family or a friend.
I know so many people this collection will work for in my family. And then I'm bringing in just literally, I've got a really large piece. Let me just, I realise that's where my little one is. Because again, the waste, Dave, no such thing as waste. No such thing as waste.
Just flip it over.
Just flip that over and you've got another set of grass. And I can now fill up, just because that bottom bit is annoying me because I've got a bit of white showing. So I'm going to just trim that down to about there. There we go, just to give it a double length. That's it. And then I'm going to pop that onto an 8x8 card and then just finish that off with a sentiment and my compass on there. And again, the sentiments to these are just, I mean, they're so appropriate. So I'm just going to stick that roughly around that side. I've got the best view comes after the hardest climb. Again, an absolutely fabulous sentiment in that. Whoops, a random
Very
piece
profound.
there. And then we're just going to pop, in fact, I'll pop that there. And then, where's me, there it is. I'm just going to put my compass just at the bottom there.
Now, the more you're seeing of Debbie's demo, the more popular this is becoming. We've got a surge on the phones and on the website and on the app at the moment.
So we pop that just going across there. And I'm going to leave it as it is there, just so you can see, like, you can take it and create just a beautiful scene, an outdoor scene, great sentiments, a lovely, lovely collection, just regardless which one. I've just chose that because that's my daughter and her partner. They are always out walking. They love walking the dog. They love walking the kids. It's just a fabulous collection and very appropriate for those two.
Well, the Great Outdoors, it's $65.99 for all of it. You can see there, the picture shows you all of the dies and the stamps you're going to get. You are not only going to get a discounted price, which is the $65.99, down from $86.86. So that's a £21 saving virtually. You're also going to get a free $4.99 6x6 paper pad as well included in there. All of those individuals are on the website as well if you want them individually, but if you buy the big bundle, you've got so much for your money. And I'm not saying you're covering every outdoor activity, but you're certainly covering quite a few, including cycle riding, caravanning, hiking, dog walking. It's all covered. Fishing, orienteering, it's all there. Okay, now the guillotine that Debbie wanted to borrow, I say borrow, it's yours. This is a big, big guillotine.
It is.
The blade, the story of the blade was Leanne at Crafter's Companion couldn't find anyone that would manufacture the blade conventionally, so she actually went to a samurai sword manufacturer to get the blade for this guillotine done, hence the curve. And it is a whopping guillotine at such a great price, and you're going to get 2 packs of cardstock. I've got to show you quickly the cardstock you're going to get, because this is no ordinary cardstock. This is a combination of luxury mixed cardstock.
Can I pinch one?
Of course.
Let me have that. Oh, look at that, Dave. Give that a flash to the camera. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at that.
You've got encapsulated glitter in the blue. Oh. You've got it in the burgundy, your pearlescent finish in the burgundy. You've got it in this lovely dark green and a pearlescent finish as well. And that's like a night sky, that blue, isn't it?
It is. It's gorgeous. That'll work lovely with the outdoors collection.
Look at the gold glitter non-shed.
Yeah, beautiful.
You've got satin finish in the gold, and you've got the luxury mirror.
It's a lovely warm gold, isn't it?
It is actually. Yeah, like a 24 carat.
And it's free?
Yeah, that's free.
It's totally free.
And so's this.
This is beautiful as well. Get that one out, Dave, because that's pearlescent.
So the fairy glade, not furry glade, fairy glade. Here we go. You've got the pearlescent blue. You've got that really deep, rich blue. Look at that. Purple.
I love the purple. The green's gorgeous as well, yeah. Oh, look at that, beautiful. And that lovely cream colour as well. Stunning. Got that gorgeous pearlescent finish to it.
Now, to be honest, correct me if I'm wrong, 24 sheets of A4 would be probably $12.99, $13.99?
Well, anywhere between $12.99 to about £15, yeah.
Okay, well, let's say it's 13. Let's split the difference. £13 for a pack. You're getting £26 worth of cardstock. The guillotine's only $39.99, and this comes with it as well.
That self-sharpens at the same time as well. And like I said to you, Dave, so he's got an arm that you lift up. He has got that curvature on there. Please remember, this is a blade. Do not pick it up. That is why you've got a big chunky handle. I have known people stick their finger underneath to lift it up and slice their fingers. No. This is a super sharp piece of equipment. It goes up to 13 inches across there as well with the extendable leg. If you did want to, so we'll cut this down to 8 by 8, but you get that
Oh, that satisfying sound.
The sound is just exquisite.
It self-sharpens, doesn't it?
And it self-sharpens, so can you
Metal
hear that?
against metal, yeah.
Metal on metal, so it self-sharpens itself, and you get that perfect cut. But what it also is, this is a very useful board. You know what Leanne's like. The majority of them are just like a grid that you count, but this is why you've got your tool. Can you hear the tracks?
Scoring board.
It's a scoring board. So if we wanted to score this now, and I'm just going to push it up to the edge of the blade.
It scores up and down and left and right too.
It does, yeah. So again, literally, you just put that tool down into there, and then it gives it that precise, and it literally is. I'm just going to do that very quickly, Dave, because there you go. Where there's no, it literally is a workable scoreboard.
Also, the arm, by the way, goes out to 13 inches high, long, so it can cope with your 12 by 12 papers.
Yep, all your 12 by 12s, your A3s as well, so this is what I use for your A3. You've got your inches on the bottom of there, and then you've got the centimetres. And at the very bottom, if I just bring that up just for a second so you can see it, it also is on the bottom of it as well. But this way, it's the centimetres there, and then you've got the inches at the bottom, so it's like reverse to it as well.
And you can actually lock the handle as well, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So literally, and when I say this with like the precise way of that, you can literally go in and do the tiniest of slithers on there. And if you do love that kind of, honestly, look at this, where it literally does the teeny weeniest right up to, you know, your larger pieces.
I'll be honest with you, Debbie, I can't remember the last time we showed this guillotine actually on the telly. It's been in stock, I know, for a while.
Yeah.
But it's a whopping blade, and it's an absolutely brilliant quality guillotine at such a wonderful price. And remember, you're going to get about between 26 and 30 pounds worth of luxury cardstock included with it. 48 sheets, 24 in the 12 days of Christmas, and 24 of the Fairy Glade as well. 10% of the entire stock of this has gone already at $39.99.
Because that's what you pay for the guillotine. It is a large guillotine, so it's a more considered purchase because it is a large one. But people always say to me, Debbie, you know, because we do the small one as well. I'll say it openly and honestly. The large one for me is the one that I would have gone to first. Obviously, the way that it came out was the small one came out first, then people asked for the larger one came out. But if you were buying anything in a guillotine, I would go for the biggest one.
Well, you can always do small jobs with the bigger blade. You can't always do bigger jobs with the smaller blade. So that makes absolute sense.
And just make sure when you are bringing out the leg or the arm, however you want to call it, it literally it lives inside, but you have to pull it out, Dave. It has to come right out and click right out. So this here, and then you've got like a little leg. If I just turn it this way just for a second, it's got a little leg here that you just clip up as well. So can you see that? That needs to be out as well because that levels it. So when you pop that down onto your desk, it levels it. But this needs to be fully out to make sure that you get the precise cut going across the full length of that board.
Realising that you're going to get this luxury cardstock, and it's cardstock that you'll use all the time. It's not like cardstock you think, well, I don't think I'll ever get around to using this. At the end of the day, ignore the collections that are printed on there. It's these coloured cards. So you've got your wonderful linen cardstock there, 24 sheets from the Fairy Glade, and then you've got a mixture of encapsulated glitter card, mirror card, and satin finish, and the pearlescent as well. $39.99. Now, if you were paying £26 for the cardstock, you're only paying £13, £14 for the guillotine, which is crazy. Isn't it?
I thought of it like that.
Yeah.
That's a good way of thinking. Well, then that makes it cheap. That makes it cheaper than the little guillotine.
It does. Yeah. If you're paying for the cardstock you're getting free, that would be £13 or £14. So that's why the deal on this is superb.
Love your maths. I never even looked at it like that. I just saw it was 2 freebies. That's how I looked at it.
I'd be really infuriating if you went shopping with me. I really would be. PT2091, and it's also got a built-in scoreboard on the base, so it's a 2-in-1, and it's a self-sharpener.
It makes it a really useful tool. And you know, 9 times out of 10, I do it at home. I get my guillotine out, I cut my cardstock, then I go and grab my scoreboard, and I'm thinking, Dave, I've got a scoreboard, why aren't I using it? When I'm out and about, I don't need to think about if I've got my scoreboard with me because it's all here, and it is the most useful tool to have 2 in 1. In terms of your cutting and your scoring.
And also you've got, of course, the finger guard there as well, which is obviously going to hold onto the cardstock, stop it slipping, but it's going to protect your fingers as well at the same time for £39.99. So, yeah, £26 worth. I guess it would be around about £26 worth of cardstock there. You're getting that for nothing, okay? And you're paying £39.99 for all of it.
that included. Look at that. What a deal.
That looks good. Look at that. Like that little shot done. That's cool.
Yeah, split screen. PT2091 is your item number. Now, I did mention that we've got a card compendium in the show. I don't remember ever doing this before, or anything like it, actually. For a start, Debbie was saying to me that she didn't even realise that they had any A3. It's kind of heavyweight paper, lightweight cards. You've got all of this A3.
I've never seen it in the colours before.
No. Look, A3 in your pink, in your orange, in your green, in your blue. So it is heavyweight paper, lightweight card. I think it's 180 GSM if my memory serves me.
I just think it's amazing to have A3 coloured cardstock. I'm so used to seeing A3 like in your whites or your pastels or your darks, but a beautiful bright colours. And this is perfect for matting and layering or for die cutting into as well,
Apologies.
stamping onto.
It's 160 GSM. So heavyweight paper, lightweight card. You get, how many sheets of that? 25? 25 sheets of that. Then you've got...
Oh, the pastels.
The pastel Centura Pearl. Now, many of you know the sad story that Centura Pearl has no longer...
Yes, so that's your baby
It's no
pink.
longer being produced. So this is a chance for you to stock up on it if you're going to miss it. You get 10 sheets in each colour,
That's
10 in the
lovely.
pink.
I think, is that the platinum? It looks like platinum from there.
Yeah. You've got the
You've
cream.
yeah.
This is the ivory, we're calling that.
The red.
Christmas red. And then you've got Christmas green. And Christmas is not that far away. I actually today launched my first Christmas collection.
Did you?
At Carnation. Yeah.
Oh.
So Christmas is not long around the corner. It's coming. In the next couple of weeks, it'll be here at HobbyMaker. You've then got, look at this.
Oh, I love this pad from our Violet Studio. Do you want me to open it, Dave? Is it open?
Oh, I think it is open, actually. Yeah, it is.
There you
it's
go.
fine.
There you go.
Now, this is the metallic one in 6x6.
And it's your satins.
Yes.
It's got the satin finish.
It's like sheet metal.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
Got champagne gold, 250 GSM. Look at that lovely blue. Gorgeous. Then you've got a yellow gold. Then you've got a copper or a rose gold. That could be too. So you've got in total there 18 sheets of metallic cardstock. 250 GSM. You've then got your Lovebirds 24 sheet pad. Now I think this is double-sided. Yes, it is.
Yeah, double-sided.
Excuse me, frog. 180 GSM. So you've got the full pattern on one side and then a slightly lighter pattern on the reverse side. That's beautiful, isn't it? So that is your Lovebirds. Then we've got the Easter collection. Now, a lot of these, yes, some of them are Easter, but a lot of them are just basically pastel colours.
Yeah, lovely. That's one of my favourites, the springtime kind of colours. There is a few in there that are Easter, so you've got your eggs and the rabbits, but again, rabbits all year round.
Well, that could be a summer picnic blanket, couldn't it?
Absolutely. So some really pretty papers in there as well.
So in total, you've got 153 sheets in this bundle. It's called a compendium because there is so much in there. At $41.91, already you're in ordering it at that price. Everyone pays the final low price at HobbyMaker with 1 P&P per day of $4.95. Taz is going to push the button and drop it. Taz is producing tonight with Dan directing. We'll meet them a bit later on. There they are. Hello. £30 for the lot. What does that work out per sheet? 20p.
That's good. And like I said, I said to you, Dave, I was like, why have I never seen? There's a few things I've not seen today that I'm like, I love the brights in this. The brights is really lovely. You've
got to be quick. Now this weighs a lot, as you can imagine, delivered for the 1 P&P of $4.95, and it will be a big box it comes in as well. £30 for the lot. Fill your boots, go for a couple. If you are a Centura Pearl fan and you are thinking to yourself, I'm going to miss it, stock up today, get a couple of these, and then you'll get double the quantity. They are individually available on the website, but the big compendium is the best saving. Look at that Centura Pearl. Is it a shame it's gone?
I know, it's really stunning. And I mean, I know we do pearlescent cardstock, but Centura Pearl's always been, for me, top of its game. It's absolutely stunning.
It's the first designer cardstock I think I ever saw when I started working on TV, doing craft. So it's here, and there'll come a time, probably sooner rather than later, where it will not be available anymore. But crafters have got this, which is good news. So you're going to get all that Centura Pearl, all the A3, and this is 160 GSM. 160 GSM, so it's heavyweight paper, lightweight card, great for die cutting. And of course, if you're going for the great outdoors, you've got lots of brilliant colours to use with the great outdoors dies, for
example. That's what I was thinking,
the greens and the blues.
exactly, yeah. your campfire, your greens for your nature, the blue for the sky. Yeah, absolutely.
24 sheets of the Easter, but a good 50-60% of it is generically spring and summer, really, rather than just Easter. You've then got your Lovebird paper pad, and you've got one of Debbie's favourites and one of mine as well, of the Violet Studios Metallic, all for £30 today. RX 2029, 20p a sheet if you divide it equally. Now, the guillotine is flying.
I'm not surprised.
Absolutely.
I'm not surprised. It's when you did it that way around. I was doing it buy the guillotine, get the cardstock for free. But when you put it into perspective about the price of the cardstock and took that off the price, and it brought that guillotine down to about £15. Did you say 13, 14, £15?
Well, let's just say it's £13 for the card. I'm guessing it's usually anywhere between £13 and £15 normally for the 24 sheets of A4. Say it's 13. Let's go conservative. You've got £26 worth there then in that case. So if you were paying £26 for the paper, you're only paying £14 for the large guillotine that doubles up as a scoreboard too, a samurai manufactured blade from a samurai sword manufacturer from a factory. You've then also got, of course, the fact itself sharpens. You've got the finger guard there as well.
Yeah, finger guard for your safety. You've got your scoring tool that sits at the top up here. This blade self-sharpens each time. And I will tell you that if you do find that over a course of time, and it will be a course of time, that your blade, well, sometimes it can be pressure as well, where people just manhandle it wrong, or it loosens, because this arm always should, when you lift it up, stay up. There are times all the time it can fall back down.
Right.
Safety-wise, there is a bolt at the back.
Yep.
If I just lift that there, you just get a bolt and you just fasten that to tighten it back up. It's super simple. It's got little non-slip legs as well. One of them's dropped off there, but that's just because we use it a lot. But yeah, and you can hear it self-sharpening. Whenever you're using your cardstock, could I pinch a piece of the Centura Pearl from that bundle?
Of course you can.
Yeah,
Yep.
just for a second.
Which colour?
I'll have baby pink.
Baby pink?
Yeah, I'll have a bit of baby pink.
Okay.
But when you are using this, all the rules are that you make sure that it's right up to the very top. If it's off slightly, Dave, and just slightly, if you're just holding it and you're holding it wrong, you will get an uneven cut. Oh, another thing to just explain. Let me just put that blade back down for safety. The measurements of this. Now, when you are measuring up to the inch, you take the cardstock up to just before the groove. The groove is there for the scoring. But if you wanted like a in fact, let's do 5x5. So take it up to 5x5. If you go over, you just need to remember that will be slightly, just a fraction, a millimetre, a couple of millimetres, a fraction more than 5. Okay. So whenever you're using it, you take it up to the groove, hold that down. Listen to that beautiful cut. It's honestly,
no sound better. Nothing
sounds better. And then again, I'll just do that again. Take it up to the groove. Make sure your fingers are out of the way so you don't have, because of what's going to happen, that blade will come down, and let me tell you now, you'll end up with a nasty cut.
It's sharp.
It's very, very, very sharp.
I never forget, in the kitchen shows I used to do years ago on another channel, a well-known chef said to me, he said, the only blade that's dangerous in a kitchen is a blunt one. And at the time I thought, really?
Huh?
But no, it makes sense. Blunt blades are the most dangerous because that's when you slip, that's when you put too much pressure down. If you've got a sharp blade, you use less effort, and the less dangerous.
Never thought of it like that, Dave. Never thought of it like that.
It's always stayed with me, that.
Yeah, obviously. You should write a book for all the years that you've been in TV shopping.
Someone else said that.
Yeah, I'd love to.
I've got a few stories to tell.
I was just going to say the same. I was just about to say the same to you, Dave. I was just about to say the same. But yeah, it's a scoring tool as well as a really good quality guillotine. And if you use it right, and don't forget, if you're ever using anything larger, so like your A3 cardstock, make sure that comes right out, that the leg comes down, and then you've got your ability to cut anything up to 13 inches on here as well. So it's absolutely fabulous for that. And don't forget, you've got your metric and your imperial on both sides, so it's on both. And if you do if you want to work in centimetres, I tend to push the cardstock down to the bottom, so that I can work on it in the centimetres. So if I wanted something at 8 centimetres, I'd lift up the arm again, but I would take it down to the bottom and then measure it up from the bottom. And again, just hold the finger guard down. Doesn't matter where you put your cardstock on this guillotine, Dave. It literally is, you could, just got that just got that. So that's an 8 centimetre by 8 centimetre square, perfectly done. So if I'm using centimetres, I take everything to the top,
Sure.
the bottom. If I'm using anything inches, I take it up to the top. It's just my way of reusing it, and it's why that board, you know, is on there.
You know,
for
if you're using scissors, no matter how good the scissors may be, to cut large sheets of cardstock or even A3, for example, I can never get a straight cut with a pair of scissors, even though they're fantastic scissors. With a guillotine like that, you're going to get a perfect cut. So if you're doing any quilling, for example, you want to cut some cardstock or paper down, that's perfect for it. But to get complete right angles and perfect right angles, that's the machine to do it for you, for your mats and your layers as well.
And even though it's big, Dave, it is light. It's lightweight.
Yeah, yeah.
It's still lightweight. So it's not a heavy, cumbersome guillotine. And you'll know what I mean, because I've had previous ones in the past which have been very heavy to lift, very heavy to use. This is still lightweight, but it's absolutely the best guillotine I've ever used. I love our guillotine, and the fact that it's got an integrated scoreboard in there as well is fabulous. But to get that cardstock with it, and luxury cardstock with it, not any old cardstock, luxury cardstock, for me, it's just a little extra bonus.
I've just realised some of this cardstock's double-sided.
It is, yeah.
I thought they were flipped around the other way. So
No, it's double-sided,
okay.
yeah.
Let me show you. This is the luxury. So the encapsulated glitter in the blue, that's double-sided.
Oh, it's stunning, that one. It's absolutely stunning.
And cut fine through the guillotine.
It's
You've
like
got
a glass of wine, that, isn't
it
it?
is like a burgundy, a deep
Yeah.
red. Then you've got that lovely green as well, a dark green. So that's in there. As well as that, you've then got your encapsulated glitter card. That's not going to come off, it's not going to shed, you're not going to end up glitter all over your trousers or your dress or anything. There's the satin, and then there's your sheets of the mirrored gold as well. That is 14, 15 pounds worth of anybody's money any day of the week. And then this one is your linen card. Oh, this is pearlescent.
It's pearlescent. It's all pearlescent. Yeah, and it's again stunning. And it's all again double-sided, I think, this one, Dave, too.
Okay.
Yes.
So, as we said, if you were paying, let's just say £13 for each pack, which is not beyond the realms of possibility, you'd be looking at £26 for this. And the guillotine with this free is then only going to be £14 if you're paying for the cardstock. But you're not. It's a free gift, but it's worth about £26. It's not just the guillotine, you get the cardstock as well.
Yeah, it's a guillotine and scoring board with some fabulous cardstock at that price that I just think is fabulous. Whichever way you look at it, Dave, it's buying the guillotine, getting the cardstock for free, or like you said,
cracking deal.
Take the price off from that cardstock, off the price of that guillotine. It brings that guillotine into a really competitive price.
Now, something that Debbie hasn't seen before, and neither had I until today, this is 160 GSM, so heavyweight paper, lightweight card. If you want to buy them individually, you can buy them individually. So if you want the A3, and that's all you want, we can... Really? £4.99?
What, for A3 card? What?
For 25 sheets, £4.99, but we haven't got a lot of stock of this. If you want it, please be quick individually. FE 2050. Look at the blues. Look at that yellow.
Well, that'd be if you was to cut that down to A4 size, that would be 50 sheets.
Yeah.
For £4.99.
10p a sheet.
Yeah, that is really good.
It's 20p a sheet at the moment for A3.
Lovely colours as well. Like I said, Dave, I've never seen it in those colours before. I've seen the A4 size before, but I've not seen it in A3. So lovely to see that. And what a cracking price for A3. Beautiful coloured, like you said, virgin on. Well, it's heavier than paper. It's like moving into like a bit of.
It's lighter than card, heavier than paper. It's on the cusp of the two, basically.
Yes. Yeah.
Then you've got the Centura Pearl, which if you want to buy that on its own, we've got them in individual colours, okay? So if you want the pink, 10 sheets, I believe.
Yep.
10 sheets of Centura Pearl in the pink. Remember, Centura Pearl, the factory is no more. So any stock we have got is dwindling, and there'll come a time where that's it. We can't order any more from Centura Pearl, or Crafter's Companion can't. If you want the platinum, $3.99 for 10 sheets. So that's 40p a sheet for Centura Pearl. $3.99 for the platinum. Love it. Again, imagine that embossed.
Exactly. It looks stunning embossed. Centura Pearl, it really does.
Then we got the ivory. This is purely this colour, okay? $3.99 for 10 sheets of the ivory. If you want to multi-order that and go for 20, 30, 40, if you've got maybe a wedding coming up and ivory's the colour you want to use, great for your invitations, perfect. And then you've got the Christmas red. And before you know it, Christmas will be here at HobbyMaker. Only a matter of a couple of weeks.
I know, I've got delivery of all our Christmas, well, the start of our Christmas ranges.
Yeah, coming soon.
Coming soon.
So that's $3.99, and then the Christmas green as well, all Centura Pearl, stock up while there is stock, because when it's gone, it's gone. Simple as that, because Century Pearl is no more. YP2062 gets you the green, but that's all part of the big compendium. Then the Violet Studios, which is Debbie's favourite and one of my favourites. I remember the first time I saw this. The metallic, this is sheet card, it's not paper.
Yeah, no, it's just, I always call it the satin. I know people call it matte mirror, but I look at that and see just pure satin finish to that. It's just stunning, the most gorgeous metallic colours.
It's only $4.99 as well. And you're going to get 18 sheets. 18 sheets in there for that price of £4.99. But it's stunning, it really, really is. And again, it embosses like a dream. Look at it, beautiful. So that's on its own, $4.99, or if you buy it in the compendium, it's even better value. And then 2 more paper pads, the Lovebirds. There we go, there's the Lovebirds. Now, has this got a pearlescent finish? Or no, I don't think it has.
It's just,
okay.
yeah, it's uncoated, so
Okay.
it means that you can add things to it. So add anything to it, from inks to embossing powders.
If you've
glitter
seen
pens.
Crafter's Companion pads before, you'll know that you get the full picture on one side, but flip it over and you then get a slightly different, you basically get the background without the foreground on the reverse.
Well, I call it the muted.
Yeah, and you get 24 sheets, double-sided. Which side do you want to use? It's only $5.99. You can multi-order those if you want to. And then the Easter collection has sold out on its own. So the only way you can get that is in the compendium. So you get all of what I've just shown you individually as a big bundle, delivered in one box for £4.95 postage, unless you've bought something already. Otherwise, then it's free P&P for the rest of the day until midnight tonight. Once you've paid your P&P once, that is it. Doesn't matter whether it's coming from Sizzix, whether it's coming from Crafter's Companion, whether it's coming from Sakura. Just one P&P for the whole day's orders. And talking of Sakura, today's the first day of having dedicated Sakura pen shows on HobbyMaker. Lou is here to talk us through the range in about 5 minutes at 7 o'clock. And the website, if you go to that, hobbymaker.com, you'll see everything that's been in the show. You'll see all the great outdoors, all the individuals, the big collection, which is always the best value for money. And also, you've got the cardstock, the guillotine, there's glue on there as well, the Collal glue, and also we've got the tacky glue deal on that on the website too. And 8 o'clock tonight, you and me.
Debbie's deals.
Debbie's deals.
Discount deals.
Debbie and Dave's deals.
The 2 Ds.
It's a sale.
It is. The double Ds. Yeah, the double D show. Yeah.
Okay, so that's a sales show at 8 o'clock tonight. Do not go anywhere if you want a bargain. And if you want to find out more about Sakura, the designer brand that is Sakura at great prices, Lou Sims and myself will talk you through the pen range after a short break. Thanks, Debs.
Thank you.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hi, I'm Katie Petit from Katie Petit Designs, and I'm here today to share with you a very exciting announcement. My first collection with Arden Creative Studio, the Hidden Creek collection, will be on HobbyMaker TV June 5th at 5 p.m. Be sure to tune in and see what all the buzz is about. See you there.
Studio Light is turning 46 years old, so tune in on Tuesday, the 3rd of June for Studio Light's 46th birthday show. To celebrate, we will be giving away free gifts to customers who shop with us during the show. You will not want to miss Studio Light's birthday.
At HobbyMaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer. but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within one day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the HobbyMaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hello, I'm Dave Bradford, and during my time on this mortal coil, I've been able to do things like this, and this. But one thing I haven't done is celebrate my 60th birthday here on HobbyMaker. But I'm pleased to confirm it's happening this Wednesday from 1 p.m. So please tune in and make my birthday wish come true. Oh, fine. Now, that's a brand we all know and love, isn't it? And today is the first day we've had dedicated Sakura pen shows. Dead exciting. Hello, you.
Hello.
Lovely Lou Sims. I haven't seen you in ages.
No.
Our paths haven't crossed since you've been here.
No, they haven't, have they? It was lovely to catch up earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Lou is an absolute, expert when it comes to using Sakura pens. Sakura, if you haven't heard the brand, that's the actual brand logo. But if you haven't heard of them before, they are part of Royal Talens. Now, both Sakura and Royal Talens as names have got kudos, haven't they?
Oh, completely. I mean, Sakura's been around now for, I want to say 103, 104 years.
Wow.
So it's a Japanese brand, so it's actually Japanese ink. So it's the quality of the Japanese ink. And the jelly rolls have been around since the 1950s with Sakura, but obviously not as diverse.
You travel the globe demonstrating trade shows and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, I've worked with Sakura now for 5 years, and other Royal Talens brands as well. Yeah,
fantastic.
So,
well, what Lou is going to do during the show is, rather than do projects and finish cards and things like that, we're going to show you techniques how you can get the best out of the pens. And we've got different pen bundles for you, so there's something for everyone. If you want to dip your toe in and try Sakura, or if you want to go for it and go for a complete collection of Sakura, you've got that option. The first bundle we're going to show you it's called basically, this is your Sakura on the go. So maybe with the nice weather and that sort of thing. Maybe you're thinking, I'd love to have some fine liners or something like that I can take out, maybe do some drawing or sketching by the riverbank and down, maybe on holiday, that sort of thing. So what you've got here is, for £17.99, you've got
the jelly roll pens, and you've got the fine liners. Now, we've actually got the pens here. What sort of jelly rolls have we got?
Right, so we have got one set that has got a metallic with a slight hint of colour with them, which is that set there, and they are those three colours here.
Okay.
So one is a silver,
Yeah.
one is like a pewter,
Right.
and one is a beautiful deep black. Now, the jelly rolls before, we would take the caps off
Right.
to get to the pen, but now you just click the top.
Oh, this is what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Retractable jelly roll pens.
Yeah. So what they've done is they've formulated the ink, because obviously now it's open and the cap is not closing it. It's exactly the same quality ink. It's archival. It dries quickly. It's opaque. But now you've got it as a retractable pen. So those people who suffer dexterity with lids or losing lids, it's actually, you've got the whole together. So that's one set that you get there. And then the next set we've got is exactly the same concept, but these are the sparkle.
We've just had a message from someone actually watching at the moment saying that they bought a jelly roll pen from Sakura and it was the nicest pen they've ever used.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I brought a Sakura jelly pen in lilac years ago and it was one of the nicest pens I've ever owned. Penelope, thank you.
Thank
in North
you.
Yorkshire. So these are the other ones.
So these are sparkle. So sparkle is a translucent coloured ink, so it's semi-translucent, with the most finest glitter inside it. And the jelly rolls work that there is a tiny little ball bearing right at the end of the pen, and it's what helps the flow of the ink come through.
And resist the temptation to put too much pressure down. You don't need
You
to.
don't, you know, you just...
Let it glide.
Just let it glide, yeah. You don't really need to... Because if you put too much pressure, that's when you can push the ball bearing back inside the pen. And then it's got difficult to get it working again. And then finally, we get 3 Micron pens.
Okay.
Okay. So the Micron pens are archival. So if I'm going to take the lids off
That
so
means
you can see...
they won't fade in light.
No, not at all. So that's the number 2.
Yeah.
That is number 4.
Yeah.
So you can see all the different nib width, and that's number 8. So that means now we can do the finest of lines right up to the thickest of lines with those pens. They'll work, because they're archival, they'll work on top of all our work. So you can, if you're doing something like with a watercolour background, you could do all your line art with your Micron pens. You could do your line art with the Micron and then watercolour, because you'll be able to do all those watercolour techniques with them.
I tell you what, Lou, so many people that watch our channel love sandangling. These are perfect for that. They
completely.
Really are. So you're going to get 9 pens in total in this bundle. So you're going to get the 3 that have got the...
So these are more metallic. Okay. So they're metallic with a... so you've got like a silver, a pewter and a black.
Yeah. Retractable nib. First time I've seen those.
It is. Well, they're a new product to Sakura this year. That's why. First time they've been on air as well. And then you get the 3 Stardust, which is like a beautiful red, green and blue. And then we get the Micron pens. I did do you a little...
Now look at the deal. You can get all of those pens for £17.99. Can we just see some of them in action? Is that all right?
Yeah, perfectly. I'm just going to put the lids back on if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
Otherwise, do you want me to do it back over the demo table?
No, just here, if that's all right. We haven't got the overhead over here, have we?
Well, okay. There we go. Right, so if I can get, so I'm going to grab the sparkle. So you can do your normal writing with them. And you've got the most subtlest little sparkle. Okay. I can colour. And you've got that. But what I'm going to do then is take the blue and
Dan's
go.
managed to get the overhead camera to you. There we go. This is now half stock gone already. I'm not surprised at these prices.
And then we've got the blue going over the top. And I'm just going to go back over with the pink. So you can do your blending. You can do your layering. The other thing we can do is I'm going to take this, but I'm going to let it dry.
Old habits. You trying to take the cap off?
I did straight away. Did you see that?
Retractable.
So again, so this is like the pewter, so we can sit there and do, I'm just going to do a quick flower. So you can do your drawing. So this is the quickest flower I've drawn in ages. So we've got that there. I'm going to let that dry, because once the ink is dry, I can then go over with it. And I can colour. So
this is the metallic one, yeah?
Yep, so that's the metallic outline, but I can do the sparkle over the top. Now the sparkle, because it's a little bit more translucent, will actually show some of my line art
it's basically
underneath.
3 packs of 3 is what you're getting.
Yeah. Okay, so we work that way. I'm going to let that dry and we can then go back over the top. So we could do, if I want the number 8. There we go. So if I take the number 8 micron and I'm just going to draw a box for speed. And that's the thickness of the line. Let's draw another one.
So number 8 is the thickest one of the
Number 8
yeah.
is the thickest.
Right.
So I'm just going to add a little bit of, so if I'm going to do my cross hatching with the number 8, as you can see, it's a little bit thicker. But then if I take the number 2, which is even finer, and I want to do even finer details.
Yeah.
You can do even...
And it's archival, so you
completely
don't have to worry
archival.
about if you're doing art and you're putting it in a picture frame on the wall and there's sunlight nearby, other pens could fade, these won't.
No. So I can go over with the archival over the top of the jelly roll. That's no problem at all. And we can create our artwork with that. That was number 2. I can take, where's this one dry? Sort of for us. Now, if I didn't like this colour, one of the things I love about a jelly roll is they're designed to work on non-porous surfaces as well as our books, which means once they're dry, I don't like this pink. It means I can go over with the silver. And I can now, the pink is probably a little bit still, but I can now change it from pink to actually silver.
Let me just hold this up to the camera so you can see. 70% of this triple pack, there's 3 in each pack, so you get 9 pens in total. As you can see there, can you see the beautiful shimmer and sparkle you get from these pens? Sakura is a brand that once you invest in them and use them, you'll never look back. You'll just keep on buying them, and we will have dedicated Sakura shows going forward. We've only ever had them in as part of a show before, but now we can bring them to you as dedicated Sakura shows. Approaching 80% of this bundle is now gone.
Can I go and grab something to show another technique you can do with them?
Let me just show you. This is really your only chance to get this bundle of 9 pens, 3 of the fine liners in different widths. You've got the metallic and you've got the fine sparkle, but for the first time, we're bringing you retractable. So don't try and take the cap off. I'd have done exactly the same because I'm used to seeing Sakura pens with the removable caps, but now it's literally retractable, okay? And let us know, if you've used Sakura before, tell us what you think about them. If there's a pen in the show that you've looked on the website and seen and you want to see it demonstrated, message in. They will willingly show you how they work and show you what the effect is.
And what you can affect. Right, so if I grab this book here, I'm going to grab the blue because it's in there.
Yep.
One of the other things you can do now with the Sakura, now the ink is designed to dry really, really, really quickly. So you can't do large areas of it. But whilst the ink is wet...
Oh! No, I wasn't expecting that.
Which means now I've got a shimmer.
So it's water-based?
So it's water-based whilst it's wet, but once it's dry, that will not move.
Ah, right.
And I can't water these out because they're dry.
They're dry now. Honestly, once you bought Sakura, there's no looking back. So this kit is particularly looking vulnerable now. It's we're calling it, what did we call it? Get Started? No, Sakura on the Go. Sakura on the Go, so you get 3 of the fine glitter pens, 3 of the metallic, and you get 3 of the Micron fine liners. You get a 02, 04, and a 08, which is the largest. This is absolutely flying, 80% now gone. Your chance to try it for really like a try me price of £17.99. Okay, that's our first item. Now, the Get Started with Sakura is over here. Now, this is really exciting because you've got the sketchbook. As well as that, you've got your fine liners in different colours as well. You've got the blacks just here. You've also got greys and reds and browns and pinks in fine liner. You don't very often see fine liners in those colours.
You don't at all, and it's... So that means if you like to do your own drawing, like you were talking about Zentangle, but you don't want a black outline. So if you did your outlines in, so for example here, green, and then coloured them green, it suddenly makes everything look the same. You don't have a harsh black outline. And the Micron pens are brilliant for actually doing that.
Now, a third of the stock went from the earlier show this afternoon, and we're expecting this to possibly sell out as well, because when you see the value that you get, if you look here at the packs, at the bottom, it shows you all the nibs that you've got, all the different grades. You've got 005, 01, 02, 03, 05, 08, and also the brush nib.
Brush nib, so it's the archive, so it's beautiful thin brush nib, which is the same archival ink. So you can do all your brush lettering knowing it's completely safe, and once it's dry, it just doesn't move.
Now, the sketch notebook is absolutely lovely to use with these pens, obviously. If you're doing some sketching on the go, out for weekends or on holiday or something like that.
Can I just show you a secret about the sketchbook? If we open the sketchbook, I don't know if it's easy for you to do it. Okay, whoa. Right, you've got the elastic that will obviously hold everything in place.
Yeah.
You should have a little tab that will hold your pens. I've managed to get 4 microns in, but I'm not sure it was designed to do that. But right at the back where you are here is a pocket.
Ah.
But the sides of the pocket are material, not card.
Ah, right.
So that means the pocket is actually more sturdier and will cover a lot, carry a lot more items in there. And to me, the pocket is a game changer because that's where you could sit there and put tickets. I put stencils in there. I'll put die-cut shapes, so you can draw around die-cut shapes, and it's all sitting there ready to go along.
Well, you've got 80 sheets in there, which potentially could be 80 pictures, 80 projects, 140 GSM, and it's a beautiful thing. It really, really is. With the elastication on there as well, which will help you keep your place if you've got a work of art, embossed with Sakura's logo on it too. So that's the black fine liners and the fantastic sketchbook. And then over here, these are the ones that really excite me because these are, again, fine liners archival ink in all these different colorways you've basically got here. Blue, dark blue, purple, pink, orange, red, brown, and black. Now, these don't have different size nibs, do they?
No, they're all, they're called PN, which is, it stood for their drawing, what they call their writing pens. They can do drawing as well as writing. And they are in size 05, which means the black you have got in there is the same size, 05.
Yeah.
So you've got, but they call that one PN, but you've now got them all in those colours as well.
That's only part of this collection. We've not even touched on the other 3 sets we've got on the next level, and already 40% of the stock of this is gone. So we've got the Jelly Roll.
So you've got the Jelly Roll and Stardust, which is the green, the blue and the red, which we saw before.
3 pens in there.
But then you've got those on metallic. Now, the difference with the metallic Jelly Rolls is the metallic Jelly Rolls are opaque.
Right.
But they have that beautiful metallic sheen to them. So they are great. They'll work on absolutely so many different surfaces, which I'll show.
And 3 colours again, retractable nib.
All with retractable nibs. So you've got the 3 colours. So you can, all of them will work with the book absolutely perfectly.
So you've got
but all of
a blue and a silver.
and it's like a pewter grey.
Pewter grey, okay.
Yeah, it's a beautiful pewter grey. Whereas you've got that's more of a black. So they work all together. It's lovely.
Now, a bit obscure to see the colours. Let me lift them up so you can see them. There we are. I'll hold these, actually. It's probably
Do you want me
easier.
to get my pen so you can see the pens?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So there we go. There's 3. There's those colourways in the box. 3 of those. 3 of that colour as well. And then you also get a set of these. 3 of these too. So this is your. You've got what colours in here? White. Is it white in there? Silver.
It's like a silver, the pewter, and a black.
And a black. There we go.
So they're the metallics.
Lou's
there.
holding them up so you can see them. This is what's inside the packs. So there's your red, blue, and black.
Oh, sorry. And then we have the Stardust, which are those ones there.
Yep.
And then we have, she says, looking for them, those 3 there.
So there's your silver, there's your pewter.
And then your black.
There's the black. There we
So
go.
there's all your different colours.
And again, retractable nibs. First time I've seen those, and they're a game changer. They really, really are.
Now, when the pens come, on the end will be like a little plastic knobble thing. Just push that off to make the ink. It's just to stop the pens while they're in transit as such.
Okay, so you've got 9 pens there. You've then got 2, 4, 6, 8 pens there, and a further 8 pens in, 6 in there, isn't it? And 1 brush. That's 7, 15, and 9. That's 24 pens and the sketchbook, and it's £54 and 99 pence. And on 2 split pays as well. £27.49 is all you need paid today if you want to go for this, and £27.49 in 4 weeks' time. Just looking, though, Lou, at the artwork here, this is using all the pens that are in this set.
Because everything will work together, and it'll work with all the other Sakura products you may have already. So, using the fine liners with watercolours, which I've done there, I've coloured with them, and I then added the different pens over the top to extend the designs, draw with them directly, so the Micron pens draw and colour with them. using coloured Micron pens. It's
more than half the stock has now gone on this. Just looking at these finished pictures, if you buy this collection, all of these pictures have been done using what you're getting in this collection right now. CUXC76. I mean, look at that mandala style, absolutely gorgeous. Look at the shades, all these colours are in here.
Yeah, and I've mixed them in with some watercolours as well, but they're all the kois that are on the show as well. So just to show that all the Sakura products work together. So you can bring in all the different colours, layer on top of each other. So rather than use black, I've actually used the coloured Micron pens to even do the centre of the flowers and add a little bit of detail that way. So
I'm just thinking, if you are a Santangler and you love colour, then why not look at Sakura for adding colour as well? I know Sandra does lots and lots of pencils and things like that, and they're fantastic. But if you're looking for different effect pens, then look no further. And you do get that sketchbook in there as well. £54.99, and it's going very, very fast. Now, moving on next.
I'm going to bring something over with me if I can.
Now, one of the most famous jelly roll pens ever is the Sakura white jelly roll pen. For adding a line to make something look shiny, then a white gel pen is what you need. I do not know a single crafter that doesn't love the Sakura Jelly Roll white pens. They're in a set of 3, so you get 3 of these in this deal as well. You've also got these pens as well, the Moonlights. Now, what are they?
Oh, Moonlight. So originally when Moonlights came out, they were the traditional colours that we think of, the fluorescent ones, which was like the green, the orange and the yellow.
Yeah.
So what they've done is they've actually done slightly more forest, more earth tones. So the colour swatch, I love a swatch. So that's the actual colours that you're going to get with the Moonlights. So the Moonlights there, I've done a larger piece just to show you. So all those colours work on the black, but they'll work on cream just as much.
Oh, wow.
But you can, even from the darkest colour, from the dark blue, all of them actually completely and utterly show up.
And what sort of nibs do they have?
This is a slightly smaller nib, and this is what they call a 06. So in Sakura land, the smaller the number is the smallest nib to the largest number you see is the largest nib. Okay. So these ones are what they call a 06. So the traditional ones were a 10, these are a 6. So they're slightly smaller in outline. So that's, just to show you again, that's another swatch, just using
these.
Using those.
Look at the vibrancy.
And you can see
they work on white as well? Just
yeah,
on
completely.
Black? Okay.
I mean, I've done them on black because that's what I picked up. But I wanted to show that even though you've got a dark blue in there and you've got a dark brown, that's why I chose the black, was to actually show that you could see them even on the black paperwork. I love a swatch, obviously, but I like doing different swatches in different ways.
So they're called Moonlight. They're not fluorescent, but they're not far off.
No, I mean, they're truly opaque. But the watercolour technique that you saw on those leaves is me pulling out and doing that watercolour technique. And it leaves a really subtle ghosting sort of shadow effect with them, which looks superb.
And you are also going to get, remember, the hero product that is...
Or the white gel pens.
The white gel pens. And if you've never used them, I'm sure Lou's going to show you how to get the most out of them. You get a pack of 3. Normally, you can only buy them individually. You can't get them individually from us, but you can get a pack of 3. And it's nice to have a few there because you'll use them day in, day out, all the time. So this is the pack you're going to get. So you get the jelly rolls, the Moonlight, and you're going to get those 3 white gel pens as well. And you're going to get the black paper pad too, which is under here.
Yeah, I'll move that out the way.
Is it the same size sketchbook as that one?
Yes, it's the same but black, and it's the same format, which means it will have the pocket in the back as well. It will have the loop for your pen. You've also got your little thread, I don't know what you call them, bookmark, little holes, you know, your ribbon, so your place marker. I thought I got there eventually, didn't I? So that will go with the book. So
there's your Moonlight. You get the black book, and you get the white jelly roll pens as well for just £33.99. If you've ever used Sakura, you don't need me to tell you that they are in a league of their own for luxury and quality, artist quality.
They are, yeah, I mean, definitely artist quality, but they cross over to so many different ways of using them, whether you, like you were saying, Santangle, or whether you do journaling, whether you do mixed media, you know, you can use them in so many different ways.
Brilliant. Well, all the bundles are proving very popular tonight. The next bundle we want to show you, again, we have another 3-pack of the white jelly roll pens. Now, these are new to me. These are actually Oil pastels?
Yeah, oil pastels. So anytime, any pastel, you can lay down the colour, you can lay the colour on top of each other, you can blend them out with a tissue, or you can get some like mineral oils and you can blend them out that way. They can create really quick, dramatic backgrounds straight away with them. I've just done them on white card just to show. So I've used them and I did my outlines with the Micron and then I've coloured with the actual oil. So you can change it up.
Oh, wow.
So that you were talking about the brush on the Micron, so that most of that is done with the brush pen from the Micron set before, but then all the colour can be blended out using the oil crayon. So you can use them in completely different ways. Sunset backgrounds, you know, canvases, journals.
Before we showed you this, 10% of the stock had gone. Now it's 20% of the stock gone. You're loving it. And it's another fantastic book that comes with it, suitable for your jelly rolls. And also, of course, you can use your pastels on there as well, your fantastic oil pastels. And it's a black one, okay? And they are just stunning, stunning quality. So 3 white jelly roll pens and your oil pastels and the travel sketchbook as well for just $19.99? Wow. What about that for a bargain?
That is an absolute, because I know what I paid for my bigger set of oil pastels.
Now, one more collection, and then I promise that Lou will show us some tips and techniques so you can see exactly what these pens can do. Now, this bundle is a much bigger bundle. It's called Journal Love Sakura, and it does. Look at this. Look at what you've got here. Look at the size of this bundle. This is absolutely huge. Talk us through, Lou, what we've got in here.
So you've got a beautiful sketchbook, as you can see, which is a different shape to the previous bundle we looked at. So this one's landscape, the other one was portrait.
Oh, that's the cream pages.
That's the cream pages again. Same format with the book. You've then got your koi water brush pens. So these are completely, you can colour with them as is, you can watercolour with them. You can do on a stamp, the Huff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can do that with them, which I'll show you. So you can stamp with them as well, which means if you've got a stamp you want to do multi-layered, you can do that. Then you've got down below a try-me pack of all the different sorts of jelly rolls. So you've got the Stardust, you've got metallics, you've got the Moonlight, and then you've got a white pen in there as well.
So that's everything you need in one container,
and then
basically.
you've got Microns.
Microns. Now, what colours are the Microns? Are they blacks again?
Yeah, I believe they are black off the top of my head, but this time it's a 10-pack, so you've got more of a range from small to large with the Microns.
Let me run through what you've got. Again, archival ink quality, so it isn't going to fade. 003, 005, 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 08, 10 and 12. Those are the nib sizes that you've got of those black archival ink Micron pens. But to get the jelly rolls in all the different techniques, to get the fine liners, to get these beautiful koi, and again, that's an iconic brand from Sakura, the koi brush pens, and then you also get the album as well. Very busy for this as well right now. It's $93.99, and that's a discounted price, and it is on 3-way split pay. So for those of you that love Sakura and have done for many, many years, and you want to really jump in and go for the full-on collection, that's on split pay of $31.33 for all of that. That'll keep you busy during the summer, won't it?
Cool, completely. I was saying sort of, it's also, if you were thinking about being frugal with your presents, you could give the notebook and the Micron pens as one present, the brush pens as another, and then the whole set of the jelly rolls.
Yeah.
You know, and split them up into 3 actual gifts.
Well, 20% of the stock of this bigger bundle has gone as well. And also today we're just really happy to have a dedicated Sakura pen show for the very first time. I've been in my crafting career on TV, I've just idolised Sakura. And it's great to have, you know, absolutely 100% dedicated shows about it. But Lou, what can we do with them? I'll send you over if that's all right.
Thank you. No, that's brilliant.
And what should we demo first? What's proving most popular? Can we start with On The Go Before It Goes, which is this one in front of me here. So this is going to give you the 02, 04 and 08 in the black Micron pens. It's going to give you 3 of the jelly roll pens in the metallic and 3 of the jelly roll pens in the fine glitter. Okay, so this is a great try me if you've never used Sakura before. £17.99 to dip your toe in and try it. It's called Sakura On The Go, and it's OKXC45. All right, Lou?
Right, okay, so I'm going to do lots of different bits and pieces with them just to show you what you can do. So now I've got a piece that I've actually done, and I've started colouring it in pencil. And I've gone on blue rather than black just to show you that it will work. The pens will work in lots of different ways. But I want to now make this stand out a little bit more. So I'm going to take the green from the On The Go set, and what I'm just going to start doing is I'm just going to start building up the colour.
So is this the metallic or the
This
sparkle?
is the Stardust Sparkle,
Stardust,
yeah.
right.
So I'm just going to go over the top.
So you can mix your mediums, you can mix pencil.
Completely.
Oh, right.
Because they're designed to work on non-porous surfaces, it means they can go on top of your pencils, and this is a wax-based pencil. So you can do that. I mean, you can go on top of your watercolours. Just let everything dry, because you'll get better results if you let them dry. So now I can gradually, when I lift it up, add a little bit more sparkle. So I've just got to finish to that bit there so I know where I finished to.
And the fact it's Japanese, I mean,
yeah.
Japanese nibs and inks.
So I've added a sparkle to a flat layer, so I can actually add them on there. The other thing I can do, which I'm going to do here, is I can start building up the bubble area. I'm just going to put a little bit of the green there. And did I bring my water brush? I did. And I'm just going to water it out, and that means now I can add a little bit of watery sparkle to go to the background. Now the other thing I can do, let's move you there, is I just want to grab, so this is a koi I drew, and I've just cut it out ready to go onto a journal page I'm doing, and I've used the kois to actually colour this in. Now I want to add a little bit of iridescence to it, and I'm going to take On The Go, and I'm taking the silver. Now the silver is an opaque metallic, which means being opaque, it covers everything out. But what I can do with it is, I can go around the outlines here, and I'm going to add just a little bit of silver. And I'm just going to add a little bit of shading. And I'm going to do my water brush technique again, and I'm just going to pull out, which means I'll still have a metallic edge, but I will now have a really subtle metallic finish. I'll have to show you because you're better at the telly wiggle than I am. But I'm going to go around here, and I can add in a little bit of the silver on there.
But look how fluid the ink is.
But also I'm covering up, from there, so the ink is going over. I want to keep some of it, but I'm going to just take the tail end and drag that out. So I've got some lines, but I've just got a little bit of blending, so I can see the metallic from there. Now, the other thing you can do, now they're designed to work on non-porous surfaces. So what I wanted to show was this is a wooden chip. So I'm going to draw on the wooden chip. So if I'm going to go over with, let me think, let's go with the green sparkle. So I can now, if I want to build up on the lines, so when you're going on a surface like this, you need to colour a little bit slower. You don't need to put any pressure at all on it, and it will go over the actual top of it.
Well, just so you know the colours you're going to get with the On The Go, you get in the Stardust, which is the very fine glitter, you get a red, a blue and a green. In the metallic, you get the silver, you get like a platinum, and then you get a black as well, don't you, in the metallics? Yeah. So, and then the fine line is, of course, the black ones, 020408. Limited stock if you want this collection, not many of them left. A great way to dip your toe in.
Completely. Now, another thing that's really good with them, I'm just going to grab another book. So I've got lots of little bits and pieces around. And where's my book? Oh, let's go for this one. So when we look at something like this, so this is using the coloured microns from the set on the stepper, just to show the difference. Now, I might not like some of the colours, and when you go for the opaque colours like the moonlights and the metallics, one of the things about them with a Sakura pen is they will go over the top of each other. So I don't like the sparkle that I've done there. So I can now take a metallic and I can now completely go over the previous layer I have done.
So the sparkle will be no more.
It will now be completely changed again. So they will layer on top of each other. Just let the layer dry, which means you can add more depth of layers, or you can actually completely colour over something straight away.
I tell you what, Lou, one of the most popular collections, if you don't, we're getting some questions to actually demonstrate these. This is the, what item was this one? This is the Sakura Black Page Magic. Okay, so this is the one that's really kind of sparking everyone's imagination, the Moonlight. So they look like they're fluorescent, and they go on black card or even white card brilliantly. Yeah. You get 3 of the white gel pens, and you're going to get all of those Moonlight pens, and you get the black album as well. And we showed you earlier on how the Moonlight works and what it looks like. 80% of the stock is now gone at £33.99. Could you show us some of the Moonlight?
Yeah, so this is, I'm just going to show another swatch that I do. I love doing swatches. I do the traditional ones as well as ones in my book, but this is showing all the different colours that you can actually work with. Now the Moonlight, I store my pens in colour families because that's just the way my head works. So I'm just going to pull a few of them out that I know are in that set.
And this set will give you 12 pens, a blue, a purple, a deeper purple, an aqua, a light blue, a green, a dark green, brown, like an orangey terracotta colour, gold and silver, and black. And you wait until you see Lou using these. And the 3 white jelly roll pens as well. And, of course, the sketchbook too for $33.99.
Right, so I've got to put my
Heather's
sketchbook.
got a question for you, Lou,
Okay, sorry.
Okay, Heather says, hi, I have so many jelly roll pens, amazing, but can you revive them when the tip dries, please?
Right, it depends totally on when you look at your tip, if you can still feel the little ball bearing at the end. If you can't, the possibility is you've pressed too hard and pushed the ball bearing in, which means now it's trapped the ink, and unfortunately there's nothing you can do. However, if the ink has dried on your pen, what you can do is isopropyl, the thing we always use for our hand gels. Put a tiny little bit in a lid and you just dip the nib in, and I just go 1, 2, 3, and I scribble on a piece of paper.
Right.
And then I just go 1, 2, 3 until the nib actually starts flowing again.
It's a really good question though, because I made the point earlier on of saying don't put too much pressure, because when I first bought my first white jelly roll pen, I put too much pressure down and the ball did go into the nib.
Yeah.
So do it nice and lightly. You don't need to apply pressure like a standard ballpoint pen. It's a lot smoother than that. So
it completely. And the other thing you can do and try and do is, if you haven't got isopropyl, I know it's the wrong time of year now, is if you put it on a radiator. Because you'll warm up the ink. What I tend to do is when I finished using a pen, if there's a lot of ink around the outside of the nib, I use the back of my hand but use a cloth. If you actually take off the excess ink before you put the lid back on, that will actually then stop the ink drying on the end of the actual pen.
Lou, this bundle is a limited stock.
Okay.
Can we just see the Moonlights in action? Is that
right? Okay, I'll just do some of the colours. So this is the beautiful blue that you get. So I'm just going to colour them out. Now, one of the things, as I said about the Moonlights, oh, sorry, I'm in colouring mode now. I can actually take this and I can blend them out. And on the black, it creates the most beautiful, when that dries, most beautiful shadow effect, and it will create from there.
I didn't realise you could use water brushes with those pens.
Yeah, once the ink is dry. You can't colour large areas with them. But yeah, definitely. But whilst the ink is wet, so this is this beautiful, and I am not a purple person. Myself and Pete Hughes was discussing the merits or not the merits of purple. Because this is matte, I think it's got a lovely, I'm not sure if it's plum or purple, it's not quite mauve. But again,
is it kind of chalky then?
Yeah, so this, as you can see, this is starting to dry. Can you see how it's getting a little bit chalkier? So I can do, and it creates the most beautiful things as well. But I can take a Moonlight. Let's move you out of the way. I've got bits everywhere. And I'm going to bring this back in here. And where I've got some of the dark layers here, I started with the blue going over. So I have to turn my work to the side because it's easier for me. I started just putting some little dots, and then I can add the blue. And this is working on top of the pen. But suddenly, even though it's opaque and it's matte, it still lifts your work.
See, look, you need the tiniest amount of pressure. Don't be like me,
No.
be heavy-handed.
You don't need very much pressure at all. So your moonlights can work in lots of different ways. The other thing you can do with your moonlights, and where's my book?
Look at how the dots pop, though. It's like they've been turned on, like illuminated.
It is. But the other things you can do with your pens is you can decorate the front of your books. So I've got white here. So let's grab a different colour moonlight that we haven't gone for. I'm going to go for one of the pinks that we've got in that set.
Okay.
So I can now, this is the cover, as you know, it's like a faux leather, isn't it? I'm trying, like a leatherette.
Yeah.
So we can go and we can use the moonlights and we can colour. Now, when you're working on a surface that is not a paper, go slower, not faster. And the reason I say that is the slower you go, the more ink comes out.
I think we just had a result. You know, that question we had about how to revive the ball, the roller ball. Have we had a result on that? Okay, a message has come through. Let's see what it says. It worked. Thank you from Heather in Leicestershire. There you go.
Sometimes it's just trial and error, but I've got a lot of ink on this now, so I will just, before I put the lid off, I'll just take off the excess ink.
Yeah.
Like I said, I use the back of my hand because it's there. So you can go, or you can use them all on top of there. I can then, but this one now, where I've got the white, and this is what I love about the jelly roll, and I've got the green there, I can go over the top, and I can turn the green into blue.
Now, out of all the collections we've got, this has got to be one of the most, or best value for money, because you've got 12 of the moonlights, and if you want a pop, you can rely on a moonlight pen to deliver that pop. These are all retractable as well, which is a new system.
No, they're not retractable.
Oh, they're not retractable.
They're original style with the cap.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And then you get the 3 white gel pens. Can we see the white gel pens and why they're such hero products?
Oh, okay. I'm going to say my gel pens are, I hoard them. I
You hoard
can't,
them?
yeah, I can't have enough. When my gel pens get to so far down, I have to buy another 1 or 2 because you never know. Sort of thing. So your gel pens are white gel pens. So if I'm just going to let's bring in this one. So we can do some colouring of that. So I can take my white gel pens, and traditionally you see us with a white gel pen where we'll actually just add detail, to a stamped image. And you'll see lots of us on the channel who demo along those lines, and we add different highlights to a stamped image and bring it up. I can colour with them. I can draw and write. So what I'm going to do, so you can do it that way. Now, I started something earlier, and another thing I'm just going to quickly show before I hit the page. Another thing you can do with the gel pens, I'm looking for my pages. I've got pages everywhere.
I always think white gel pens on craft card looks magic.
Oh, it does. It looks, and especially handwriting.
Yeah.
So this one here is using like the white gel pens, and I'm doing that ghosting technique. So it completely changes the look. Now, what I started earlier was I started a design. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. So I started drawing around the outside of this, and I just did some random wording. So I'm just going to have to move this over. But I don't want that wording anymore. So I'm just going to obliterate it, or I'm just going to colour it out. And I have to do it bit by bit because obviously the ink, so I could colour properly. So I've gone really quiet now as I'm concentrating.
Think of set handling with a white gel pen.
So I'm actually colouring quickly. So, I'm scribbling and I'm going over the top of it. So what I want to do then is create a ghosting effect around here because I don't want the words. So I'm going to take, now I'm using a water brush with a little bit of water. You can do with this, if you don't want it to spread out as much as I'm doing, you can actually do it with a dry brush, i.e. you could use the same thing but no water in it. So now I've gone over my original handwriting.
It's disappeared, isn't it?
Completely, because they're opaque. It means I can create another sort of effect, and I would carry on do the next one. But you can't, unlike a proper watercolour, you can't do large quantities. So now I've gone over the top, and it's created a completely different. But I've got that beautiful chalk effect with it. But if you want to use your Jelly Roll white pens and do a notebook. You don't actually have to do what I do with them. You could actually use it for your notes, day-to-day tasks, absolutely, you know, different things like that.
Well, let me just shout out to all of you that have checked out. Thank you very much. Those that have got it in their baskets who've yet to check out, John and Brenda in South Yorkshire, Pat in Lincolnshire, Hayley in Suffolk, Juliet in Bristol. You're going to get the most magical Moonlight Jelly Roll pens, and you're going to get a pack of 3 of the white Jelly Roll pens as well. They are probably the most sought after, some of the most sought after pens out there in the market. And to go along with the Moonlights that look so good on black and dark, we've got 3 left of this. The next 3 of you to check out your baskets will get the last 3 available. Beautiful sketchbook, Jelly Roll, white pens, and the Moonlights, which are almost fluorescent but not. And that's AXC51.
I love that description, almost fluorescent, but
not.
But I just wanted to quickly show you a page I've done just to show that you don't have to do journaling like the way I did it. So this is like doing a bullet journal, and I've mixed and matched the white pens with the Moonlights that you actually get in that set, and it's on the same paper.
Lou,
so,
1 left.
Oh, okay. So you can take and do the journals or use the journals, you know, absolutely how it works for you, whether it's, you know, bullet journaling, to-do lists, recipe cards, absolutely everything within the journal.
I tell you what, we're going to go on to the on the go, okay? We did go through all the collections at the beginning of the show, but in case you've just switched over, we're going to the get started, beg your pardon, which is just over here on the steps so you can see everything. To start off with, this is the only way you can get coloured fine liners, and they are archival as well, so they're not going to fade. You've got a black, a brown, a red, a darker red, a pink, a blue, a green, and a different shade of blue and a purple in there as well. So they are all one size nib, okay? So you can see all the colours on the front of the packet actually, if I just move it out of the way. So you're going to get all of those to start off with, archival. Then over here, you're going to get your black fine liners, and they do go up in size. So you're going to get a total of 2, 4, 6, 7 pens in there, a 005, a 01, 02, 03, 05, 08, and the brush as well, all archival black ink, okay? And you're going to get the notebook, and then it gets even more exciting because down the bottom here, we've got a further 3 packs of 3. Now you're going to get a 3-pack of your silver, platinum, and black. There we go. You're also going to get this pack of red, blue, and silver. And then the last set just there, you're going to get your green, your blue, and your red. Now, these are, were they a mix of metallics?
Metallics and Stardust, yeah.
There we go. So all of those, so 9 pens in those 3 packets, plus all the other fine liners and the book. We're calling this one the Get Started, so it's a great introduction bundle. £54.99, and because it's over £50, we can let you have split pay on this. And £27.49 is all you pay today, plus your P&P of £4.95. But what inspires me, Lou, is looking around at the artwork on these steps. All these pens relate to the artwork on these steps. If you want to achieve works of art like this and want to get vibrant colours like this is what Sakura is going to deliver to you. And I love the fact you can introduce, you know, water brushes. I never knew that.
Oh, really? Yeah, because it's an ink, and whilst it won't be open as long as a traditional dye-based ink,
right.
But it is an ink at the end of the day. So whilst it's open, do as many techniques as you can with it.
I notice coloured fine liners in your hand. That's what you're going to use next, yeah?
Yeah, I just thought I'd show some different things. So this is one of the journals, and I've made a start on the actual page. And what I've done is I've drawn with the black, but I wanted to show that you could colour with the fine liners just by doing different lines and adding different depths of colour. And it doesn't, and I'm just going to do lines. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to start just doing lines, and I'm going to just move the lines up bit by bit and add a little bit of depth of colour. So you can add lines, you can have dots, you can colour with them, but you don't have to if you don't want to. You can just do a little bit of the lines. And I'm going quiet now when I colour, so I apologise. So let's do it that way. So you use your fine liners to do your lines.
Mm-hmm.
And I can bring in, so I've got there's a beautiful red and there's a beautiful pink, and I'm going to do just exactly the same here.
So all the coloured fine liners are the same size nib, aren't they?
Yeah, there's what would be a 0.5 in Sakura. So I can carry on building, and as you can see, all I've done is I've just literally carried on doing the lines, and then when I've done enough lines, I'm just going to add a few dots to add in the shading.
I mean, they are the most responsive pens. You know, you don't have to force them.
No.
Just let them do what they do.
Just let them do what they do, and the colour, but you can write with them, you can do anything else. Now, the other thing you can do...
Lou, we've sold out of this bundle, just to let everybody know. So this one is called the Black Page Magic. So the black book has gone with the Moonlight and with the 3 white gel pens. You can still get the 3 white gel pens in other collections, including, of course, the amazing oil pastels. That's available with that one. Quickly reminding you, 3 white gel pens, the oil pastels, you get 12 of those, and you've got the black sketchbook. And this is going landscape rather than portrait, that sketchbook, which is rather lovely. And that's on the screen now, is it? $19.99? There it is. So there's your oil pastels. Could you show us something with the oil pastels? Because that might be new.
What, to the oil pastels? Right, let's grab a few out. I'm just going to... I have to be tidy. Sorry, Dave. You go, I have to be a little bit tidy. Right,
I didn't realise that Sakura did pastels, oil pastels.
They do a whole range. So you've got the kois, you've got pastels, you've got the books, you've got absolutely everything. Right, I'm going to do it on the white and then I'll do it a little bit on the black. So the oil pastels, you can do a very light colouring if you want to. So I'm just going to do a yellow. And let's do an orange. And we can do a red. Whoops. So the more colour you put down, the more it will be to help shade. Now, I'm just going to grab a piece of kitchen towel, only because it's easy. I've got a blending sponge. But I can take the pastels.
Oh, wow. That could be an amazing sunset.
Yeah, and I haven't put a deep, a heavy layer of them. So you can create your actual sunsets across. So let's grab a black book. And if I do the same colours on the black book, so if we do the yellow, and then we do the orange.
They look very, very soft and smooth.
They are, they're very, very creamy. And I like the fact that they've got the paper on them to hold, so your fingers don't get too messy. Not that actually I'm going to say that, it really bothers me, but I know for some people it is an issue. So now I'm just going to do the same.
Oh, they work on dark cardstock, light cardstock.
So they'll work on the dark. You'll get a completely different look on the dark. So you get more of your sunset, as you were saying, but, if you've got a dark sky. So you can work on there. They'll work on top of your mixed media papers, on top of, if I turn the wood over. I'm going to stick to the same colours at the moment because they're the ones in my hand, because it's obviously... So I'm going to put it on top of the wood.
Now, Lou, we've literally got about 6 minutes left.
Oh, okay.
There's one pen we've not demonstrated
The koi.
yet, which is the koi.
Okay,
and
let me just do
this is the
this.
second most popular bundle, and we've only literally shown it without talking... Well, we talked about it, but we haven't actually shown you the pens working. So these are all brush nibs on the kois. Yeah. I'm very familiar with the kois. I've known of them for a long time. But look, this is the ultimate. This is the ultimate collection. So you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10... Yeah, I think, is it 12? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, 12. 12 of the koi. Are they water-based?
Yeah, completely.
Water-based and brush nibs. They're beautiful. You've then got a wonderful selection of your Stardust, Metallic and Moonlight Jelly Roll pens. You've got your Micron pens in there as well in different sizes. And you've got your Landscape Sketchbook too. So this is the biggest bundle we've got on the show. It's $93.99 and it's on 3-way split pay. But I know lots of people are asking to see the kois. So
Right, okay, let me just grab my kois out. So the kois are colouring brush pens. There's lots of different things you can do with the kois, and I'm going to quickly, in 6 minutes, do as many of them as I can. So I can take an image. So I've got one here that I've drawn, and we can actually do direct colouring. So I can go straight on.
Look at the coverage you get.
and I've hardly put any pressure as well. And I can take the colour.
Oh, wow.
And I can blend it out. So I can blend out the portion I want to, and I've got the intensity and lighter. So you can colour directly. You can then, let's move you over here. You can create different backgrounds with them. So I'm just going to grab a block. So one of the things you can do, the reason I'm grabbing a block is it's just easier. Or plastic packaging works. So say, for instance, I want to do, let's do a blue for a change. So I'm just going to do a blue background. And I'm just going to scribble it on a block. Now, this could be plastic packaging. It could be anything that you do that way. And I'm going to just spritz with a little bit of water. And the reason I'm spritzing with water is I want it to move. So when you can see, I actually want it to move. Now, one of the reasons, if you do it on a block or a contained piece, I'm just moving it over there, it means you've just got it on that area. So I can push it out.
Oh, yeah. How satisfying is that?
So this is just one colour, as you can see, and I can actually then push it out. I'm keeping it on the block. Some of it will seep out, but it just means I'm just controlling where I want my background to be a little bit more. So I can pull that over there, and for speed, I'm just going to dab it rather than get my heat gun, just to take away the excess. So I've got that background there, but I've still got all of this on here. So I can sit there now, and we can create a little bit more.
Waste not, want not.
Completely. But it's a great way of, if you're new to doing backgrounds, it's a great way of actually controlling your background and how much ink you've got absolutely everywhere. I would have carried on going from there.
You get the best of both worlds with this collection. The koi with the brush nibs and all those Sakura gel pens in the different finishes, and the Micron pens and the sketchbook, and it's ivory pages, okay? I mean, the next 3 or 4 minutes is up to you what you want to show us with this bundle, Lou.
Okay. So I've got this background here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a stamp. Now I'm going to stick to the same colour as I've done my background to do blending in. Okay, so we've got that there, and all I'm going to do is just go.
Wow.
So I can now.
Why did you breathe on it?
It's just, I've covered it with the ink. I do the ink sideways, and I just go.
What does that do, breathing?
The breathing is the moisture reenacts the ink again. So if it has dried, it just reenacts it again. So I'm just going to, so now I can do a really, so all my background now is the same colour as what, so you could carry on, so you can now do your background so everything works the same. Now the other thing, talking about stamps, let's just put you away. What I can do with a stamp, I'm going to get one that's a different colour so we can see. Let's go for you. So on this stamp here, let's turn the page. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to turn the page so you can see what I'm doing. So I've got a stamp here that I know that some of this has got greenery and some of it's got some sort of flowers to it. So let's go for the, no, I'm going to go for the darker green in the pack. So I can now, I'm going to pick out where I can see the leaves and the stem. And there we go. So I'm just going to pick that out. And we're just going to go.
Just want to say, Lou, you've been brilliant this hour because
Thank
you've shown us how all the pens work, jumped around from one to the other, and it just shows, it gives us all an insight into what pens you want to do for what techniques. I think the bundles are great, and it's the first day of ever being able to have a full Sakura pen show.
So I know I've got a little bit there, so I'm going to add a little bit of the purple.
Again, I never thought of using these pens with stamps, but why not?
And then let's grab a little bit of the pink. And we're covering the stamp there. So I've got that there, and I'm just going to huff like I did before. And
if you didn't huff, would it not work?
it would, but you wouldn't get probably as much ink down.
Okay.
All I'm doing, because we've got the aircon on as well, the ink is drying quicker on the stamp.
Right.
So all the huff is doing is just reenacting it. So now I can get a stamped image. That hasn't come through because I've got something sticking through the other side. But you can now create your stamped image. But that means now if I grab my watercolour pen, I can pull from the sides.
Everyone's saying how much they've enjoyed this show with all your demos. So it's great to have you with us, Lou. Great to work with you again. And it won't be long before we have another Sakura pen show, I feel sure. So.
Okay, so you can do, so now I can actually stamp and colour at the same time. Now, we can actually, we've still got ink on there. All you need to do is just spritz your stamp and wipe it down. But if you really want a beautiful watercolour effect, you can clean it off at the same time. So now when that dries. Now, the other thing you can do with your Kois, because they are brushed pens, just put you there, and I'm just going to move this over, is you can do what's called tip to tip. So tip to tip means I can take one colour and change it into another colour. So I'm just going to go for my yellow and red, because everybody, it's easier, not so much it's easier to see the colour, but it's yellow, everybody goes, it'll never get back to yellow. So the pen I put on the bottom is going to be is going to receive the colour of the red.
Lou, we could have done a 2-hour show on this so easily. We're going to have to say goodbye now at this point, but safe journey home, and we'll see you again soon. Please, whatever you do, if you want this bundle, $93.99, and it's on, is it three-way split? Three-way split. So it is £31 to pay today. $31.33 to pay today, and you've got everything in that bundle you need, including all the 3 different types of gel roll pens or jelly roll pens. The Kois are in there as well with the brushes, and you get that fantastic sketch pad. And the website has got everything that we featured. There have been a couple of sellouts. The Black Page Magic, there's one left. There's one left, there's one bounce back. So if you're quick, you can get the last one. And I think Tasmin, my producer, may well be buying that herself. So Lou, safe journey home. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Still one more show to go, though. We've still got a sales show from the lovely Debbie and Crafters Companion. Amazing deals. Don't go anywhere. See you in about 2 minutes. Hello, I'm Dave Bradford, and during my time on this mortal coil, I've been able to do things like this, and this. But one thing I haven't done is celebrate my 60th birthday here on HobbyMaker. But I'm pleased to confirm it's happening this Wednesday from 1 p.m. So please tune in and make my birthday wish come true. Oh, fine.
Studio Light is turning 46 years old, so tune in on Tuesday, the 3rd of June for Studio Light's 46th birthday show. To celebrate, we will be giving away free gifts to customers who shop with us during the show. You will not want to miss Studio Light's birthday.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the HobbyMaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hi, I'm Katie Petite from Katie Petite Designs, and I'm here today to share with you a very exciting announcement. My first collection with Arden Creative Studio, the Hidden Creek collection, will be on Hobby Maker TV June 5th at 5 p.m. Be sure to tune in and see what all the buzz is about. See you there.
Hi, I'm Adam, and 3 times a week, I'll be taking over the HobbyMakers Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube on Craft O'Clock. Send in your recent makes to enter our crafty creations with a giveaway at the end of every month. Exclusive deals and secret sneak peeks. And not forgetting the word game, where you could win items featured on the shows. So join me 3 times a week at 11 a.m. on Craft O'Clock.
Welcome to the Double D Show.
Yay! Ending the day.
Absolutely. Debbie and Dave with you through until 9 o'clock tonight, and it is a deal show. Actually, it's 3 Ds, Debbie, Dave and deals. Sale, basically. When you see what you want, grab it, because the prices are going to go bonkers. Now, I'll be honest with you, I don't give you that many clocks on the screen. Well, not that I can, because I've got no control of it. But we're going to do that tonight, because the first deal we have for you is the biggest saving. Everything in the show is up to 70% off, Deb.
It is, yeah. When we say Debbie's discount deals or Debbie and Dave's dangerous discount deals or all the Ds that you can think of, how many Ds could we get into there? But yeah, we've got some corkers with some massive, whopping, great big discounts. So yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to this one. And this comes round every year, can I just tell you?
Just like Christmas.
Exactly.
Halloween and fall, this one is. And the clock is on the screen and we're down to 0. It should be 167.89. Not tonight. We'll flick through what's in there. You can pay just £50.37. It's £112 saving, and it's on split pay too. Debs, let's flick through what's in here. What's this?
So they're the layering cut. Do you know the laser cuts that are layered? They've got 5 elements to them, and you just literally layer them up. There's 4 designs with 2 in each one. So that's like 8 toppers there for you, with that lovely laser cut detail in the cardstock.
The pumpkin, the ghosts, and also the witch as well. So the laser cuts, you get those. You're also going to get the jack-o'-lantern.
So these are from the creator card range. So this is literally, if Dave just turns that, there you go. You've got your card base, you've got all of your elements, and you've got some stamp sets in there as well to create your spooky makes. This is beautiful, because this is a decorative nesting die set. Wow. And in there, I mean, there are in total, I think it's 4 pieces. You've got your outer die, the inner die, this one, and then the last one there with that centerpiece as well. So absolutely fabulous, trick-or-treat style.
You've got the cobwebs around the outside. Brilliant, so that's in there. We'll have to do this quickly because there's so much. You've then got this set as well, which is the same but different.
Yep, just a different design. Yep, and it's the same it's the same thing. It's your creator card. So your creator card, your nesting dies, decorative nesting dies that you can use all together, and then you've got the extra embellishment ones in there. You've got corner pieces, you've got your bats, you've got your coffin in there as well.
Joe and Tara are in already. We haven't even shown you everything that's in there yet.
Now
this 12 sheets of foiled acetate.
Yeah, and this is foiled acetate, and it's the heavyweight micron. Go on, Dave. Go on, it's your birthday. We're going to let you.
Thanks.
Go on.
They're not going to tell me off on my birthday.
No, I'm not going to tell you off. Look at that beautiful foiled design. And there are all of these designs here. So there's 4 different designs, and you're getting 3 of each. Again, absolutely beautiful. But this is heavyweight. This is 300, and if I remember rightly, is it 380 micron? It tells you down at the bottom. Should be there. Yeah, is it there? Yes, yeah, because it's the heavyweight construction.
You can make these into little trick-or-treat boxes, couldn't you?
Yes, absolutely.
Because they're strong enough.
Absolutely.
We've then got next the pumpkin spice season. This is your luxury foiled acetate again.
Again, same 380 microns, so it is the heavyweight construction, but this time you've got the falling leaves, the leaf kind of words. I love this one, like a picnic blanket kind of style, and then the pumpkins on the end as well.
Excellent. we're not done yet. We've got the pumpkin treat box.
Yeah, make your pumpkin treat boxes, or you could have actually as that a topper if you just snap, you know, if you just cut off there. But it is a template, so it's got your template in there to be able to create all your lovely gift boxes.
When the doorbell goes for trick-or-treaters, you could fill one of those up with little sweets and give it to them. That's really sweet.
Love this.
I love this too.
One of my favourites, because you've got the template for the box, but then you've got all of those dies to create those characters on the front with
Look
the
at
metal
what you've
dies.
got. That's the template to make the box. It is actually a practical box, but then all these dies make up these characters here. You can have a lot of fun with these using your coloured cardstock. You've got the monster, you've got the mummy, you've got the witch as well. That reminds me, she's laughing so much, it reminds me of Bewitched.
Yeah. What was she, Samantha? Was she called Samantha in Bewitched, weren't it? Yeah.
52 pieces in there. That's in this bundle as well. Then we get the 3D topper pad.
Yep.
This is in here. All of these are die cut.
Yep. Just pop them out and you've got all of these to create your toppers. And there are 15 sheets in total that are jam-packed full with lots and lots and lots of toppers for your Halloween parties, for your Halloween gift bags, your Halloween mix, whatever it is. And then this is the other design that we did in the Halloween as well. So it's 15 sheets again, and they just pop out. Yeah.
That is great, isn't it? They all just
Absolutely.
literally pop out. So you get all of that, plus you even get
your little punches.
A Halloween punch, which
it's a three punch set. It's got,
set.
yeah, you've got 3 punches in there. So again, your little dinky punches that create all your lovely. And I think, if I remember rightly,
You've got the bat, the cat,
that's it.
and the spider.
The spider's
shaker
really
cards.
cute. Exactly, yeah. Shaker cards, little table decorations, yeah,
So
whatever it is.
it's £167 worth. You're saving £117.52. You get all of this, and it's on two-way split pay. £25.18 is all you have to give us today, and the same in a month's time. If you want to get the biggest saving of the night, this is the one to go for, WI2023. Okay, now let's go to the next one. Now, this is my personal favourite. Anyone who knows me, any shows you've seen over the last couple of years from Crafter's Companion, if these pads have been in the show, I've been absolutely going mad for them. Now, this is again going to be one of the biggest savings in the show today. You've got the most luxury foil card. You've got foiled and satin, satin and foiled. So you've got the positive and the negative in each of these. This is the most luxurious foil card I think I've seen.
It is. It's absolutely stunning. If you love making card bases, your boxes, you can make envelopes out of these. Despite it being card, you can still make envelopes out of them. But absolutely stunning. Gold and silver with the negative and the positive kind of image there with the satin and the mirror cardstock. Just absolutely divine.
Only use this for the best projects.
Yeah,
your bestest projects. These are $34.99 a pad, and you can see why. Look at this.
I adore this one because obviously it's got a little bit of leopard print in. Love the design of this one. Absolutely stunning. The colours are beautiful as well, Dave.
Is it double foiled? Is that what it is?
So it's again, it's the same where you've got like a satin versus a mirror and vice versa. But again, look at that. How regal is
Silver
that?
and turquoise or teal.
Yeah,
love it.
Beautiful.
Flourishes. You're getting that. Look at those feathers. This is absolute luxury. Box tops. That's what I think of when I see these every time. Box tops. And that's $34.99. And so is this.
Another gorgeous one, and absolutely beautiful colours again. More of your everyday kind of designs. You've got love hearts there. You've got dotty, polka dots, sorry. Butterflies in this one as well. The gorgeous colour tones in these. Again, I'd use that as cutting into strips.
Yeah.
Love this one with the swirls on there. And then you've got like a rick-rack design in there too.
They are $34.99 each and every one of them, and worth that. These have been historically some of the most popular foil pads we have ever done. Whenever we've done a deal on them, they've gone very, very quickly. So we're expecting this tonight to be one of the best sellers. $104.97's worth. What can we do for you tonight in the Double D show?
I'm going to have a little look.
60% off. You're paying $41.99. So you buy that one for $35.99 and you pay £3 for that one, £3 for that one.
That is absolutely amazing. And when Taz has done the maths, did you say £13.99 each?
Yeah, as opposed to
$34.99. Should be £35. Wow.
You are saving £62.98 is your saving on this. Grab them, grab 2, grab multiples if you want. It's 44p a sheet for 12 by 12. And honestly, when you hold this, you open up the pads and you open them and feel them, you will really appreciate why these are £35 worth of pad, each and every one of them. The luxury.
This is construction cardstock. It's 250 GSM, all 3 pads. But it's that foiling, it's that luxury foiling. This is not an easy process to do either, to do this. It's almost like we've used it on like a hot foil machine, do you know, to get this kind of look. It looks divine. It's like you said, Dave, if you love making boxes, I mean, how many sheets? Was it 30?
32.
32.
So you've got 96 sheets of 12 by 12 luxury.
Exactly. And what does that make it then per sheet of 12 by 12 luxury foiled?
44 per
sheet, Taz, per sheet.
44p a sheet.
44p per sheet.
Honestly,
Tell me where you could go into any kind of store and get a 12 by 12 of that quality per sheet, 44.
Now, we're getting lots of you come through. I'll have the names in a second to read out, but certainly you've got 2 coming your way. Catherine in Cardiff, Christine in Hertfordshire's coming for this as well. Hilary in County Down, Alison in Moray. Now, honestly, you know, you get paper pads 12 by 12 sometimes anywhere between 15 and 20 pounds. So would you want to spend £34.99 on, even though they are luxury foil cardstock? Maybe, maybe not. When they're under £14, so less than what you pay for a standard paper pad, you're getting luxury foil. This is an opportunity that's too good to miss out on.
Absolutely phenomenal. And when we say we're bringing you deals that have got like 70% off, that's one of them. This is an absolute cracker.
To be fair, Debs, this one I don't think I've seen before.
Do you know, if my memory serves me right,
I've seen the other 2.
I have seen this before, but I haven't got this one. This is the one that I haven't got. I've got the other 2, but I haven't got this one. It's absolutely stunning. Every single time I see it, I keep telling myself I'm going to buy one. Well, tonight I can get all 3 for that fantastic price. And to take home, like we said, 44p per sheet for a 12 by 12 luxury foiled mirror and satin cardstock is out of this world.
Look at the etching in it.
Stunning.
It's stunning. A box lid, or if you're using them on cards, maybe it's entirely up to you. The Moroccan tile is lovely. That's like a bronzy gold. Really, really gorgeous.
Even if you look, so right, there's 32 in that one, isn't there, Dave? Even if you use both sheets to do a box lid and box base, which you wouldn't do because you'd use a plain one or a box, but you could do. Potentially that then, if you charged £1 for each box, honestly, a lot.
Don't use these for box bases. Only use them for box tops. It's a sin to actually cover it up because it's too good.
Oh, it's too good. Unless you're going to chop that where you get the small edge, you know, the big base and then the small lid. That would look stunning. However, I would be making the most of that. And if you do make to sell, you go and knock yourselves out and just you go get your money back tenfold by literally making what you want out of that. It could be card bases. My Auntie Jean used to love making card bases out of mirror cardstock. And this one, I mean, all 3 stunning. They're absolutely beautiful.
You've got nearly £105 worth of luxury foil cardstock for $41.99. You pay the full price, $34.99 for one, and then you've only got £7 for the other 2. So £3.50 each if you buy one at the full price. It's ridiculous value. It's too good an opportunity to miss. Okay, now we have got next coming up, number 5, which is this one here. Okay. This is still an amazing saving. Right, what have we got here? We've got a mixture of dyes, and we've also got luxury cardstock. I'll show you the luxury cardstock first.
Start with cardstock first. It's our, this is called Ice Blue. So it's our Ice Blue luxury cardstock, and you're getting 10 sheets of your encapsulated glitter, 10 sheets of the satin, and 10 sheets of the mirror in that beautiful, blue. The blue's stunning, especially the satin, David. You've got the satin there as well.
There it is.
I love that satin. When that gets embossed, you honestly, it's just sensational.
So you get 60 sheets.
Yep, and then you're going to get it in the silver. So this is the silver. So it's exactly the same. 10 of the mirror, 10 of the encapsulated glitter, and 10 of the satin as well.
There we go. Satin's at the back somewhere. There it is. 10 of those as well. There we go. So sorry, this one's a bit scratched, but yours is going to be in packaging and pristine. There we go.
It's only because we take them out of packaging for TV. But yes,
all
that
of
is 30. So that's 60 sheets, and plus the 2 bonus at the front.
Yep.
Or that would be 4, because Craig always tells you there's 2 little bonus ones in the bottom of the
because the actual
sheets.
packaging gives you like 2/3 of sheets there. So that's not waste, that's practical, useful cardstock. Then we've got this. Now this die is really exciting because this actually gives you all the cuts and the folds to make this spectacular, almost like a, it's almost like a...
It's like an exploding, it's like a twisted fan kind of design. I mean, I would in a month for Sundays never be able to make that, but thanks to that die, it does with ease, because it die cuts it, but then it also puts the fold lines into place. So you wouldn't believe that die, Dave, would create this.
Okay.
But you don't have to work out a single thing. The die does it all for you.
Where we're going price-wise on this, you're only going to be paying for this die. The rest of what I'm showing you is free. The cardstock is going to be free. This die set is going to be free as well. This is a split card.
Yeah, it's for your mini memory
books.
Debbie. Mini memory albums. It's for your pages in there if you love doing your journals and that kind of thing. And it has got that lovely twist kind of feature, that pop-out feature
And if you
on there as well.
wanted on your mini album to put that fantastic Flora on the front of it, you could do that, of course, as well.
Wow.
But that die is going to cut and score everything, so you just basically fold it. You're also going to get the bottle die and the balloon die for celebration in there as well. That's all you're paying for. This one for your mini albums is going to be free. Not only does it cut the actual cover, it also cuts the pages that can go inside it for you as well. The decorative dies to decorate the albums are on there. You can put photographs in there, whatever you want. And all this cardstock is going to be free. Are you ready to get the price down? Susan is in Cambridgeshire already. EZ 2083. 31.49.
Just had to let a little, because I'm like, I can't see it on there, so I'm like,
31.49. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea for you to see the prices, actually. They are so ridiculously brilliant. Even Debbie's not expecting that. So that's the cost of that die, okay? The die to make that fantastic floral. And I suppose you could actually put something inside there if you wanted to.
Yeah, there's the ability to do that as well, yeah. And you've got an extra couple of little pieces on there, your champagne bottle and your balloon on there.
So you're buying that. You get the mini album die set absolutely free, and you've got the die to make the front and the back and the pages to do the fancy edges, little tags and so on. There's loads in there. You don't pay for a penny for that one, and you don't pay a penny for the 60 sheets of luxury cardstock, beautiful encapsulated glitter, satin and mirrored in the silver and also in that lovely ice blue as well. EZ 2083, £31.49. Fill your boots, enjoy. It's going very, very fast, all of these. Okay, now we've got next the Age of Elegance. Now this is a mixture. Now obviously Sarah often has signature collections and they get different names, and this is part of a signature collection called the Age of Elegance. First thing you might think, what's that? You get 15 feathers. Absolutely brilliant. Colour coordinated feathers, 15 of them. You're going to get this, which is your 2-piece die set. Now, the couple in love, you're going to get the stamp and the die. There we go. That reminds me a little bit of like fairy tales or possibly Downton Abbey or Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah, it's one of Sarah's guilty pleasures, this collection.
Is it?
She loved that era, she loved that age, and yeah, absolutely beautiful. This one is a stamp and die set as well, which creates that lovely archway, that lovely floral archway with all the extra accessories.
And then the urns as well. So stamp and dies, 3 dies and 3 stamps in that. You're then going to get this one, which is the ornate bookmark.
It's a really lovely die, that. It literally could be a bookmark for your cards. It could be a bookmark for your books, a little gift tag. Yeah, it's all of that, yeah. So it creates the full piece of that, yeah.
Then you're going to get this, which is the vintage frame, which I absolutely adore as well. Look at that. And it will work landscape or portrait.
Exactly.
Nice size on that one, a nice big die there. That is actually 4 inches by 4.9, so over 10 centimetres by 12 centimetres tall. Next frame, the largest die is, again, 5.2 by 3.9 inches. This is your Lost in a Book. So this is
it creates all your book. It creates like your pages of your book. So it's everything from all the decorative panels, and you literally layer them up to create like an open book kind of thing. And then you've got all the accessories in there to decorate too.
The Manor House.
From the Creator card range that we do in a collection. So this is part of that one, which is that gorgeous Manor House.
New home card, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could be where that lovely couple in love are moving into. Very nice too. You've then got your Oriental fan.
Love that one. Absolutely love that one.
And then finally, you've got your Regency pattern. And this is a folder, an embossing
2D folder, 2D embossing folder, yeah. It's absolutely beautiful. Look at the lovely design on that, it's gorgeous.
So the price of this, if you were paying properly for it, would be £71.92. Not today. On Debbie's Deals Show, IX20729, you can get it for £25.17
for all of that. For all of that.
All
that
of those
is
dies.
A big collection there.
And you even get feathers.
Yes.
You don't get feathers. You don't get feathers with many collections, but you do with this one.
Hey, do you know what though, Dave? They really are a lovely little embellishment.
They are,
a feather. I love them.
Absolutely.
And I love the colour palette of those as well.
$25.17. You pay that for a couple of those dies. You really, really would. But you're getting all of it. Now, not surprisingly,
we've just got to go back to this.
One of the stars of the hour already is the luxury.
Before we've even gone through any of the rest of the deals, we thought we'd just give you a little heads up. Because people are absolutely loving this. I'm not surprised. The value of this
is working out to 44 pence a sheet. They should be £35 a pad. I remember when I first saw them and they were full price. I thought, I've never seen luxury foil card as lovely as this before. It really is high end and worth every penny of $34.99 a pad. It's 44p a sheet if you buy them today, because you get 3 pads. 20% of our stock is now gone. Text your friends, let them know that we've got the foil pads. I mean, this is consumable. If you bought them a few months ago, you've probably used them or got halfway through them and you love it. Stock up while we've got this crazy deal where you get all 3 pads for £41.99. I love that zigzag. It's like a golden line.
The Rick Racky, I love that one. It's absolutely fabulous. But every single sheet in there, I think you'll be able to use for anything. Whether you do love making your luxury boxes or whether you want to die cut into it. I personally wouldn't be using these kind of cardstocks for mats and layers. No. You need it to be a focal feature.
They're too precious.
It's too beautiful. It's too beautiful to be hidden away under a mat and layer, let me tell you. Absolutely. I need to get that one, Dave.
This is the one I've not seen before.
Yeah,
I've seen the other two.
Every time you show it me, I'm like, I need that one.
You need that in your life.
It is absolutely stunning. Every single sheet in every single one of these pads is screaming luxury. It's got that lovely, elegant feel to it. And I love mirror card. I absolutely love mirror card. But when it's foiled of this standard, and that, it's just...
The only difficulty is working out what projects you want to use.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
So gorgeous. Only for the best projects, the ones that you're going to, if you're sell for the most money, if you're doing special presentations for your mum, your dad, members of the family, your other half. This is the quality that you need. This is the quality that you expect to pay a lot of money for, because they are so upmarket and so superior. But you've got them today, all 3, for only £6 or £7 more than what you should be paying for one. It's almost like you're getting 2 for £7, £3.50 each, and you buy one for $34.99. Or if you divide that by 3, what did it work out to? Dividing it by 3, £13.99 as opposed to £34.99.
Exactly, £13.99 instead of $35.
What a crazy deal.
There.
What a great deal. And that weighs a lot, as you can imagine, because they're thick, they're heavy.
Yep.
We'll deliver it 1 P&P or 3 P&P if you've already paid it, $4.95 for the whole day's orders. If you buy 2, 4, 6, 8 of them, if you just don't want to don't want to miss out on the chance of getting all of these and stocking up with them, it will just stay at $4.95 P&P. 30% of the stock now gone. You will not be disappointed. Expect the best. You will not be
Absolutely not. It is probably some of the finest luxury mirror card we've ever done, ever. Big, bold statement.
It is, it's true. I totally agree.
Big saving. Huge saving. So absolutely. And it's not surprising. People are still coming in, Dave. I don't think that's going to hang around till the end of the show.
No.
It is an absolutely stellar buy to get all of them.
Check out Elizabeth. Check out Christine in Worcestershire. Check out Susan in Cambridgeshire. Anne in Merseyside. Check out. Loads of you have. 1/3 of the stock is gone. 40% now gone. If that's still here at the end of the show, I will be very, very surprised. Now, you know, with Crafters Companion, when they do their amazing magazines, they're always insane value for money, brilliant value for money, because the magazine is a tutorial, but you also get lots of free gifts with the magazine as well. So we have got not 1, but 3 magazines to unbox and give you at a special Debbie's deal price.
Absolutely. Should we have a little flick through?
Okay.
Let's get them out and have a little flick through. So we'll talk about the kits first. So the kits, do you want to, in fact, I'll put that there, Dave.
Okay.
You're getting like all these, I call them like freebies, but to be honest, not all of them are here, Dave, on this one. Hang on a minute. Wrong magazine, Dave. Wrong. Have we mixed
They've been
the
put in the
boxes
wrong
up?
boxes.
Let's have a little look.
Doesn't matter.
Have we got the wrong magazine in the wrong pack? Turn that round. There it is.
Got it.
There's the magazine. So it's this I need.
That's
Show
that
the
one.
magazine.
There
It's
you
not
go.
the kits. The kit's
Okay.
fine. Yeah, that one needs to be in there. We've had a mix-up.
Okay.
And not all of the
Easily
kit
done.
is here. Not all of the kit is here. So I'll just explain what you're getting in this one. So you've got this gorgeous floral die, which is beautiful.
Yep.
You've got this lovely stencil. You've got this stamp set. And there is an embossing folder in here as well, which is not, it's for some reason it's not here.
You'll
There's
get it.
Also, in the middle, you've got all these beautiful, gorgeous tropical papers. Now, every project that's in here is using these kits.
What you get
What
with
you're
the
getting
magazine.
with the magazine. It's step-by-step instruction.
And they're $14.99 each normally,
Yep.
so amazing value.
And
It's not gonna be
literally
that.
lots of different techniques. There's also some downloadable elements in there as well. So that's your first
That's
of the magazines.
issue 5.
Yep.
This is issue 6.
And this is more of a Christmas one. So you've got your Christmas, again, exactly the same, full of inspiration, lots of lovely papers and toppers in the centre of there as well. Step-by-step instruction, telling you what to do, great shaped cards, striking designs, etc.,
Look at the
etc.
size of the stamps that you get.
Exactly. And this is absolutely beautiful in terms of you're getting a stencil. You've got a die piece in there, so your Christmas
Your bells,
bells,
yeah.
your stencil, your embossing folder, your stamp set. Yeah, I don't think you get that one, Dave. I think that's something else. We'll probably find the right magazine that belongs to.
Well, that's issue 6, and
Yep.
then we're also going to give you issue 7 as well.
Love this one
And I
as
love
well.
the fact that all the goodies inside the box and in the magazine all work with the projects that are in the magazine.
And
So you
this
get
is one
crafting
of
straight
my
away.
favourites. This, Dave, I nearly called you Craig then. We're working with more last week.
Answer
it's
to
okay.
anything.
Gorgeous die set, beautiful embossing folder, stencil, stamp set, and then again in the centre, all your beautiful papers and toppers are in there as well. And then all your projects, again, from leading people in the industry about all the makes with your kit.
If you were buying all of the stamps and embossing folders and stencils and dies you get with these 3 magazines, you'd be paying more than $44.97. You get the magazines as well. Come boxed. These have been around a bit. Yours are going to be pristine and brand new, okay? These are studio samples, so they get opened and chucked in our storage room and then back in the studio again. So yours are going to be pristine. They'll come direct from Crafters Companion. Let's get that price down on this Monday night. Let's start the week as we mean to go on with great deals. $17.99 for the 3.
And
That's
they're usually about
£6 each.
I was going to say that because they're usually around £14, £15 for a full
$14.95.
magazine.
$14.99 each, yeah. £6 each. You get the magazine, you get the stamps, you get the dies, you get the stencil. Honestly, I didn't look on my list.
Can I really totally honest with you? I didn't think we were going that low.
No.
I don't know if you saw the look of horror on my face. I was just like, I don't recall seeing that price on the screen. I do not recall seeing the price on that.
You buy one at $14.99, which is amazing, and you pay £3 for the other 2.
And it's jam-packed full of tons of inspiration. I have always loved our magazines because of all the projects. And then not only that, like you said, Dave, all of those kits that are in there as well are they're probably treble that amount, to be honest, with all the amount of dies, embossing folders,
Tips and ideas, 178 and 185. Can you put that up again?
So you've got 178, 185, 165.
178, 185 and 160. I can't do the maths on that. 300.
That's a lot.
It's about over 400 tips and hints in those 3 magazines. 520 actually, with all the free elements down the bottom there.
Yep.
And you get a little bit of everything: stamping, die cutting,
It's exactly
stenciling.
what it says on the tin.
And
it is
all that you
Crafter's
get-
inspiration.
All you get is featured in the magazine.
It is.
So if someone's a brand new crafter, what a great introduction. It's a tutorial. and it's
Do you
fun.
know, I was just going to say that, Dave. This is one of the reasons why I used to literally run to my local craft store before I worked for Crafters Companion to go and get the Crafters Companion magazine because it always gave me inspiration.
Yeah.
You sometimes get... there are plenty of times that you look at a collection and you just don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
you pick up your magazine. So it may be that there's something in there that you use with the kit, but there may be something that you already have with maybe some Unkidori things, or maybe some of our, you know, lovely carnation that you could then take into the inspiration that's in here.
This looks like it's about to sell out. We did have a big stock of this, but it's looking as if it's going to go before 9 o'clock. So please check your baskets out as quickly as you can. I mean, keep the products you get with the magazine in the box, so you know everything kind of relates to the magazine. But magazines from Crafter's Companion are one of those magazines you never ever throw away. Normally you buy a magazine from the supermarket or from wherever. You read it and you throw it away, or you give it to the doctors or something like that. These magazines are tutorials.
They are.
All the projects relate to what you get given product-wise with the magazine, and you're getting all three for £17.99. £6 a magazine, or you buy one full price and you get the others for £3.
So even at £6 a magazine, Dave, all the craft goodies in there, and can I tell you, they're not that, you'll know what I mean, girls and boys, when you go to the magazine shop and you go and have a little look and you see some of the things that they're giving away for free, you'll totally get what I say about the quality not always being...
This is Crafter's Companion quality.
It's Crafter's Companion quality. And we're calling this £6 for this magazine with all that kit. £6 for this one with all that kit. £6. That is absolutely insane value for money.
Well, this is absolutely flying. I'm not at all surprised. Get them as gifts. Get one set for yourself. Buy another set for gifts if you want to. You've got, I mean, if you totted up how much the value of the dies, the embossing folders, the stencils, all of that, how much you pay for that, how much you pay for printed papers that are included in the middle of the magazine. I reckon you could treble that £17.99 for value of what you get with the magazine alone. Yeah. And that's not without taking into account the value of the magazine too. But every single project in there relates to the products you get with it. Yeah. And it shows you what you need, it shows you what to do. So instantly, you've got Sarah, you've got Debbie, you've got Craig, you've got the other Debbie, all of their expertise and all the brilliant team at Crafter's Companion, all their expertise in a magazine that you can pick up and do whenever you want. If you go to workshops, you've got to book the workshop, you've got to pay for it, you've got to be available on that day at that time. This, if you wake up at 3 in the morning and you can't sleep, you can open the magazine and you can craft.
And there may be a time where you literally look at something that you've got, like future things coming up. You might look at something, I ain't got any inspiration whatsoever, what kind of style? This is when you pull out your magazines and you look at a style of a card, and maybe you've made it with the kit that you've got in here, but you take that inspiration and you use it in your future projects as well. So it's a great tool. I have always loved my magazines, and I have been collecting them for a long time, and it's like you say, you can go to this at any time of the year. You could go to this in 2 years' time and it'd still be relevant. There's nothing dated in there. And these are tools for life. Everything that you're seeing across the bottom are tools for life. The inspiration is something that you can come back to time and time again with all different tips and hints and ideas on how to create, how to ink, how to colour, how to die cut, how to use your pieces. It is absolutely jam-packed full of inspiration. It's all thriller, absolutely all thriller, not a single bit of filler, no rubbish, no advertisements. It's all purely about craft, and that's what I love about this.
Very limited stock. That means 10% or less of the stock remaining. If we have any left, we'll bring them back and remind you again, but those are just too good to miss out on.
Oh, they
$14.99 each, nearly £45 worth of value for $17.99. And I always think $14.99 for what you get in with the magazine is a crazy price anyway. Okay, now, something else that is crazy. This is a trio.
My favourite
creator
card ever. I absolutely love these creator cards.
If you're shopping ahead of us on the website, all the products are there, but the prices haven't dropped until we actually activate them on the screen. But if you check out at the higher price, don't worry, everyone pays the final low price because you don't get billed until midnight tonight. So the system works out what you bought during the day, sends you an email confirmation. You then get basically your 1p&p applied, and then your debit or credit card gets debited with the full price or indeed the split pay price if you've opted for split pay on something.
Can I just tell you about these creator cards? We brought them out for like a Valentine's theme. I'm just going to put it out there now. This is not just Valentine's, because this is any occasion where love is involved. And I'm telling you now, these are big, beautiful creator card dies that are stunning. You've got the entwined hearts. Absolutely beautiful. It's like an hybrid one, this one, Dave, because it's like an edgeable and a creator card at the same time.
$14.99 for that one.
Yep.
That's what it's worth.
My favourite, oh my God, honestly, when I say my favourite, I just absolutely adore.
Cupid's arrow. How gorgeous is that?
And then this one,
$14.99.
weddings, engagements, anyone you
loving
love,
couple.
anniversaries. I absolutely adore the couple. It is absolutely stunning.
You
These are
can't
beautiful
beat a bit of
dies.
loving, and that's what this is all about. 3 die sets. Dan just said to me, steady on. MA2053 is your item number, $44.97 for all 3. Tonight, no. Are you ready for this? I have not looked. I was trying to look and I didn't have enough time.
I do know, I'll be totally honest, I've been so busy this last week and a bit, I hadn't had time to properly look at it. So this is going to be a bit of a surprise, but
Loads
I
of you are
love
in.
these
Loads
guys.
of you are in. Vivette, Crafter, Gail, Shirley, Rachel, Anna, $17.99 for 3.
So you're paying, what, two, but it's 49, so it's been two,
£6 each.
Well, yes.
Or you buy one, and the others are just £1.50 each.
1, 2, oh my crikey.
We are busy for this.
Look at the names on the screen, Dave. Again, I would not be hanging around for these. You might have missed this the first time
Now, this
round.
one we don't have as much stock.
No,
we have
don't.
more stock of the magazines than
No.
we have of this. This is an opportunity too good to miss. And also snippability on this. You want to snip out the
Yes.
couple, you want to snip out the Cupid, you can do that.
Create those silhouettes by double cutting it into some black and then snipping it out and sticking it on the top. Colour the images. I mean, honestly, these are absolutely beautiful. I cannot believe that we are bringing 3 great big edgeable / creator cards for that amount. They're
do you know what?
£15 all but a penny each.
It wasn't as if they weren't popular at the proper
No,
price.
not at
They
all.
were. I remember them. They were really, really popular at the proper price. $17.99 today. We promised you Debbie's deals on a Monday. What better day to do deals like this? Monday
Exactly.
is the
Monday
kind
madness.
of Monday madness.
Bit of Monday madness.
Yeah. At the start of the week, we only did a bit of a pick.
Start of the month as well. We're into the second day.
But
yeah.
My mum and dad's
Absolutely.
anniversary today.
Don't, please. If I can see that there's loads of people, but I don't know how much of that we've got left. So please do check. What was that?
Limited stock.
Just check it out quick. Don't mess around. You don't have to worry about the postage and packaging. Just get it checked out before it goes.
My favourite pad of all time.
Do you know you and Ben must be on the same, because Ben Mosby loves this one too. It is a stunner.
Do you get the board and you get the Centura Pearl and you get the scrapbook?
Yep.
This is why this is my favourite. I love anything vintage
Yeah,
postcards,
vintage.
anything like that, I'm there. Now, I'm amazed this is in the show. Vintage scrapbook, 24 sheets. Look, you've got the old penny farthings, the old vintage bikes.
It's honestly, do you know, if you love your scrapbook pages, Dave, this is just perfect. I've done this in an album, a mini memory album before, and it's absolutely beautiful. Such gorgeous paper and something that little bit different from us, because this is not normally our style.
I put that on the wall.
I love
put
it.
that in a frame, put it on the wall. Vintage maps.
Honestly, yeah, it's just stunning.
Love it, absolutely love it. It's like you've gone into a, I don't know, into a flea market, or you've gone into a bookstore that specialises in antiques, and you've just stumbled across the most incredible, or you've gone and seen, I don't know, like a treasure trunk, and suddenly all these things that have been hidden away from view for years are there. Vintage stamps, we've got scenes from Paris in there, frank marks, compasses. I mean, you could easily cut that into 4 and use it as 4 6 by 6s.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely you could.
Look at the script on this. I don't know what it says. Got no idea, but it's fun trying to work out. Look at the coffee stains, the coffee marks. Love that.
Gorgeous.
Oozing character.
It's like you said, it looks like we've distressed it and shabby chics it all up, but we haven't. It's in that pad from our designers who've worked the magic again.
St Paul's. You got, look at these, all these wonderful postcards from yesteryear. Where were they being sent to? What was the date? That's what I love to look at. You've got Paris. Beautiful Paris. You've got gorgeous postmarks and postage stamps, sorry. Love it, absolutely love it. And all these are double sided. That's the only problem, working out which side
Which side to use, yeah. Which side do you use?
Absolutely. So that is in there. I was getting carried away with that, sorry. We've then got your Centura Pearl in silver. Now remember, Centura Pearl is not being produced anymore. This is purely the stock that, this is the Snow White, by the way, which is one of the first colours they did, I think.
It is, yeah, it's just gorgeous.
How many
and
sheets?
is there 40 sheets in this one?
How many sheets, Taz, do you get? 50 sheets.
50?
50 sheets of Snow White is what you've got there. And Centura Pearl, when it runs out,
40 or 50, I mean, either way, it doesn't really matter. You've
50,
got gorgeous, gorgeous, beautiful cardstock.
Then
Your boxer board.
your boxer board.
Yep, make your
So
boxes.
This side does your base. That side does your lid?
Yeah, so there's one side lid, one side base, and you've got it in centimetres and in inches. So there's two, depending on how you work. So that is your points. I think it's point something. The other's at the 8th. That's, I think, 0.25, I think it is.
Okay, because what it does is it automatically gives you a slightly larger lid than the base, so the lid fits on the top.
Exactly.
And that's why the Centura Pearl is a perfect marriage with the boxer board.
Absolutely,
so you're going to get the vintage 12 by 12, 50 sheets of the Snow White Centura Pearl, and the boxer board, all gorgeous products as a bundle. $42.97. Now, we've had people messaging about this paper pad. I think it's a firm favourite for you as well at home.
Normally, the paper pad's about £15.
Yeah.
The Centura Pearl's about £12.
What, for 50
something
sheets?
like that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the board, the boxer board, is around 10, 12.
Okay. Well, it comes to
Something
$42.97.
Yes.
If you were paying the proper price. Let's get the price down this evening while stocks last. $19.34 for the lot, all of it. 50 sheets of Centura Pearl that you can't get anymore. Well, you can, but it's not being produced anymore. The boxer board and the vintage scrapbook. I want to see what you've been saying about the vintage scrapbook. Lots of you coming through, commenting on it. HS2075.
So this was £15 for this, yeah? Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. What's the
HobbyMaker
nonsense?
got this pack when Sarah was on and couldn't believe the quality. Thank you, Simone.
It is honestly stunning, the quality of this. So you're talking £15 for this. So these two then would be £4.35 for a board that creates your
50
boxes.
sheets of Centura Pearl.
50 sheets of Centura Pearl with that beautiful Snow White finish. Amazing.
That message that just came on the screen, I didn't get a chance
that?
to read it. This is from Stacey in West Yorkshire. I've just used this paper pad and it's amazing. Adds a touch of class to your makes. I couldn't agree. Hi, Debbie. Love, Stacey and Cooper.
And Cooper Man,
Hey.
a lovely dog. He's
Okay.
just so super cute. Hi, Stacey.
Hi, Stacey.
Oh,
Hi, Cooper.
bless her.
Okay, loads of you loving this.
Honestly, I'm not surprised. Like I said, this alone is £15. So then if you think this is £4.35, because it's £15 all but a penny, that is an incredible saving. This quality, this is 310 GSM.
Brilliant for boxes.
Brilliant for boxes, card
blanks.
bases,
Yeah.
die cutting. Again,
Sentiments done in
don't mat and
Centura
layer
Pearl
with it.
Snow
If you
White.
are matting and layer with it, make sure that you extract out that centre because it is just beautiful. Emboss with it, gut it. I don't use the word gutting
I know,
anymore.
that's what I said.
I honestly absolutely adore this card strip. It's stunning.
We've got 3 more deals and about just over 11 minutes
look at
left
the
on the
time.
show. Look at all these people that have
Where
checked
did
out.
that
Well done,
go?
Catherine, Margaret, Jeanette, Joan, Crafter, Elizabeth, Denise. Where it says Crafter, you haven't given us your name. It doesn't matter, but that's what we see in the studio when you're calling through. Item 2 is... Oh, these. Oh, hello.
Love these. These are your sentiments. This is literally your sentiments and all the accessories wrapped into one set. So it's this one is your thank you. So your thank you your thank cuts in, your you cuts out, but then you've got all the accessories there on the back.
So you can cut
and
the
a
thank
stamp.
3 times if you
Yeah,
want to.
absolutely. And then all of this that you see around there, you could be using because it comes in that kit.
They're $9.99 each. That's good. Really good value.
One that you're going to use how many times? Happy birthday. Oh yeah, for you.
Oh, 3 hours
Oh,
and
nearly
counting.
time,
Just
Dave.
over
Nearly
3
time.
hours.
The big 6-0. Woohoo.
Bubbly's in the fridge.
So again, cuts in, cuts out, all the accessories, and then the stamp set to just customise it a little bit more. And that's your happy birthday.
Then you've
With
got
love.
with love.
Love
With cuts
this one.
in, love cuts out. You can do it once, you can do it 3 times. I like it 3 times actually.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. Then you've got special friend. So there's 12 elements in there. Again, all the decorative elements that you got there as well. You've got the devil in you tonight. QI2084.
Oh,
We haven't even dropped the
my
price,
life.
yet. $39.96. What about if you only pay for 2? You buy 2, you get 2 free. I reckon you get the thank you free and you get the happy birthday free and you pay for the with love. $19.98. That's what those 2 should be.
Wow.
You get 4.
Honestly, that is just amazing. It really is.
You'll always use them.
You will, because they're like I said, it's a sentiment, but it's on a bigger scale because obviously you can do those kind of things with it. But that is absolutely fabulous. Buy 2, get 2 free. sentiments that you use all year round, sentiments that you can mix and match as well, so you can mix and match them, create multiple different ways. We've got tons of tutorials on how you can use these dies. They are absolutely fabulous. We cannot tell you though that price will always be at that, because
it's not just dies, you do get the stamps as well.
Yeah, there's everything in there. It's literally everything in there.
Special friend, You're Loved is the stamp. On the With Love, you've got Now and Always is the stamp. You've got Happy Birthday, Hope It's the Best Yet is the stamp.
Yep.
And then on the Thank You, you've got From the Bottom of My Heart. Aww. 1998, you're getting 2 free, there you go. Happy Monday, QI2084 for those. Lots of you coming through. Robert, Sue, Catherine, Dipty in Hertfordshire, Sarah in North Yorkshire, all coming through for those.
Can we do one of my favourites next?
Yeah.
Can we do the stained glass windows? Yes,
That's
please.
right.
Because I absolutely love these. And every time I bring them to the channel,
I
they
don't think I've
sell
seen
out.
these.
Dave, you're going to love them. Oh, wait till you see them.
I don't recognise them.
Wait till you see it. No, because every time they come in, they fly out. So literally, you are going to love these. It's acetate, printed acetate. And shall we get one of those up?
You're not wrong. I have not seen these.
Have you not seen these? You are going to absolutely love them. This is, honestly, absolutely stunning.
Oh my
and
word.
These designs are beautiful. So you're getting, that's your first design.
You get 36.
You do, yeah. And this is your B. This is in this lovely circulars. We actually launched these with some nesting dies. I was going to say many moons ago, but it's not that many moons ago. But we can't keep up with the,
So hang on.
the demand for these.
You've got 36 rounds.
Yeah, and can I
You've
just
got-
show you all the designs, Dave?
Yeah, sure.
So let's show you the designs, and then we'll show you the square ones.
And you've got 36 squares. So you've got 72 of
Yeah.
these stained glass acetate. I have never seen these before.
And you're going to love this next one, Dave. Honestly, these are absolutely beautiful. They are stunning.
I can't believe they're only $12.99 each.
Honestly. And you know, we genuinely cannot keep up with the demand. Every time we bring them to the channel, you absolutely love them. And look, the names are already appearing on the screen. And we've not even said about the price yet.
Make them into mobiles.
Wait till you see them.
Look at
So
that.
look at that one. Are you ready for this one, Dave?
Yep.
Look at that one. This is just the circular one. So like you've just said, Dave, and then this is another different tree one, but it's absolutely beautiful.
Half of our stock is already in baskets. I'm not surprised. Why have I not seen these before?
Because we can't keep up with the demand. I'm
You've
telling
even
you, we
got
can't keep up with the
tissue
demand.
paper in between them as well.
Yeah, to
keep
protect them. Do
protected.
you want to see square ones?
Yeah.
Come on then, let's do it square ones very quickly. I can't believe time.
72 potential cards here. Or use them in little lanterns.
Yeah.
If you're doing an aperture, use them in lanterns, have little lights behind them. They look amazing.
Get your nesting dies. Didn't Craig have some nesting dies on yesterday?
I think he may have done.
I think he did. I'm sure he had some nesting dies. Get your nesting dies. Use your nesting dies. Create your stained glass window effect. Honestly,
Bumblebee.
you are going to absolutely love these.
What a great idea. These
Honestly, when me and Craig and Debbie, we nearly lost our minds when we saw them because we just absolutely love.
Daniel in West Yorkshire, you've done the right thing, Daniel. You've gone for 2. We haven't dropped the price
And we haven't
yet.
even dropped the price.
We will.
Just trust us when we say
Everyone
you don't want to
pays
miss out.
the final low price.
How many cards did you say, Dave, that this would
72.
ultimately... 72. Right, so put that into perspective. So if you was just to say 72 cards, I ain't even gone through all the designs yet, my life. I'll do my best, but honestly, they are absolutely fabulous. I think it's 12 designs in each one, if I remember rightly.
3 of each.
Yeah, 3 of each.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to try and get through those designs as quick as I can. Oh, ready for this one, Dave?
Yeah.
Look at the seahorses.
Oh, gorgeous.
Absolutely beautiful. The names are bouncing again. I knew it'd happen. I did say this would happen.
If you think
with
this price is
these.
good, which I must admit I do, $12.99 for 36 stained glass acetates is incredible. $25.98 gets you 72. Let's drop the price on this Monday night because all of you that have checked out, none of you are paying $25.98.
I can't wait to see this because
$12.99 the lot.
buy one get one free.
$12.99. Why, if they kept selling out, have we done this? Why did we do it?
I said this, right? I don't understand how we do it or why we do it when
Not more
these
people
sell
want
out
it.
every time we bring them, regardless of the price. Regardless of the price.
I've not
I
seen
launched
these.
these
I've not seen
and
them.
we didn't even get to the end of the show. We did
I've
not get to the
seen
end of the
these
show.
until tonight. Why they are in the sale, Debbie's deals, I do not know. They are. One of them is free. They kept selling out, so I don't understand. Normally when things are reduced, it's because they've not been popular or whatever. Never with Crafter's Companion, and certainly not with these.
Can we just say then, Dave, so there's 72 pieces. You charge £1 for each one of your stained glass window effects, which you wouldn't do, because when you make it. So I just want you to do the maths. That's £72 worth of you being able to sell something at £1. £72, and you are spending $12.99 tonight, Dave.
$12.99. Or they're £6.50 each for 36 stained glass acetate shapes. Make them into mobiles. Have them hanging in front of the window when the sun comes through. They'll look amazing.
Create your
If you've got
apertures.
double doors and you want to put a sticker or something, put one of those on the door so you can see when it's open, when it's shut.
Do the simplest of cards on a card-based front. Cut your nesting die out to create your aperture. Stick that behind the back. Put some paper to give it a bit of reflection. Boom, you're
Make them
done.
into little
Add a
lanterns.
sentiment. Seriously, I knew this would happen.
Out. We're about to go. They're about to sell out. Congratulations. I bet you're over the moon.
I honestly,
you're over the
genuinely, if I'd have remembered these were on the show, I'd have put these at the beginning.
Just had a message from Fran. She said she wasn't going to buy anything today, but now she's seen this and she is.
Sorry, Fran.
We kind of have that effect.
Oh,
it's gone.
Gone.
Sold out.
Every time we bring them to the channel, every time.
Item 1.
That's crazy.
Now, that is, right, that's the scratch and reveal. Is that this? Yes, it is this.
It is indeed.
Okay, scratch and reveal. You know scratch cards from the supermarket? Have you ever wondered how they do that? How they apply? It's probably an industrial process in a factory, that sort of thing. Well, now you can make your own scratch and reveal cards because Crafters Companion have developed these stickers. Now, the idea is you put a stamp onto your projects, boyfriend, girlfriend, binge a TV series, romantic walk, play a board game, go to the beach or whatever, but then put over that sentiment these scratch and reveal stickers. So you've got love hearts, you've got circles, you've got rectangles, you've got them in rose gold, you've got them in yellow gold, and you just stick those down and then with a coin, scratch them away, and whatever you've got underneath it, it could even be a reveal of a baby reveal or something like that.
Anything, Dave.
Yeah.
We've put the stamps there for you, but it's the stickers that give it that real good effect. So they are based on like your Valentine's again, so it's all your love messages, date night, marry me, all that kind of thing. But you can put your own message underneath. You can write a message and stick it over the top. I've done that before in the past with these. It's just a fabulous kit for all of your scratch and reveal, and then you've got some cardstock thrown in as well.
And the cardstock is equally romantic because you've got non-shed glitter red. This is Valentine's red, if ever I saw it.
Oh, it is.
Well, it could be Christmas red too. So you get, is it 10 sheets of each? I think it probably is.
It is. So you get your red.
Yeah.
And you're going to get your gold.
That's your non-shed glitter in red.
Yep, the
10 sheets
gold.
of each.
Love the gold.
There's your gold, which is more of a champagne, to be fair.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I won't call that gold, would you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
And then you've got the silver.
There you go. So 30 sheets of non-shed glitter card and the scratch and reveal stickers and the stamps as well. You don't have to put the stamps underneath the scratch and reveal. It could be something that you've handwritten. It could be a little picture that you've printed and you want to kind of cover it up. It could be a gender reveal. It could be anything. Just get a coin, scratch it away. You just peel it off and stick it down. That's all you've got to do. And you've then instantly made your own scratch and reveal card. So there we go. You peel that off, you stick that down over what it is that you want to cover. If I just put it on here like over, that covers up the 24. If I were to get a coin out and scratch that away, it would reveal the 24 underneath it.
Absolutely.
Clever, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really clever.
Yeah, really clever. Love it.
What should we do price-wise then?
I was just
We're
gonna
into the
say,
last
we
minutes of the
dropped it, yeah.
show. NW2015. £14.83 for all of that. It's the lowest price on our show. Lowest price on our show, incredible savings all the way. We've sold out of the stained glass acetate.
I knew that'd happen.
Yeah.
What about the magazines? Any magazines left?
There's a few left of the magazines if you're quick, but the scratch and reveal going quickly as well. So the magazines and the dwindling minutes of the show, 2.5 minutes left.
Very quickly, 3 fabulous magazines, 3 fabulous kits in there, downloadable elements, tons and tons of inspiration. Dave worked out over 500 lots of inspiration in there. Absolutely incredible for the price of, what did you say, £6.50 each?
Over 500
Just
tips
crazy.
and hints. I love the fact that what you get with the magazine, the embossing folder,
The stamps,
the stencil, the stamps, the
stencils,
dies,
yeah.
all relate to projects that you can do
In
in the
the magazine,
So
yeah.
you're not opening the magazine thinking, oh, I haven't got any of that. I don't know what to do with it. It's all in there, apart from adhesive.
2 fabulous summery ones and a Christmas one. You cannot beat. That is an absolute belter of a deal for having all 3 of those for that fabulous price at £6 something each. It's crazy.
Okay, now let's have a little look to tomorrow. Now, although it's my birthday officially tomorrow, the birthday shows for me are going to be on the 4th, okay? Because tomorrow, before they found out it was my birthday, Studio Light's got a birthday to celebrate. So we're celebrating that tomorrow. They are 46. They're 14 years younger than me. We've got a 2-hour bonanza at the start at 1 o'clock with lovely Hazel. That's going to be a great double hour. Steph is back with Sizzix, of course, from New York. Amy with Hunky Dory, more Studio Light at 5. I'll see you for that with Hazel at 5. Sizzix again at 6 with Steph, and 2 Hunky Dory shows at 7 and 8 tomorrow. So join me if you can for my birthday tomorrow, but then the birthday shows and a craft o'clock will be on the 4th, okay? So all my deals are on the 4th, but the Studio Light deals are tomorrow.
I'm here.
Oh, are you here?
I'm here on your birthday
On the 4th?
celebration on the 4th, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here on Wednesday.
Okay, brilliant. All right, well, we'll have fun then, as we've had fun tonight. If you've missed any deals for today, if you take a little photograph or scan the QR code with your phone, that will take you to basically all of today's show's deals, okay, that are still available. Don't miss out on that magazine or those magazines with all the goodies inside before they sell out. They're going very, very fast indeed. Have a lovely evening. I will see you tomorrow, and thank you for all of your messages, birthday messages, and thank you for all of you that have sent cards in as well. I wasn't expecting that. That was really sweet.
Enjoy your carvery, Dave.
Yeah.
With a
I'll
team.
be like that tomorrow. After a little bit of a works get together at a carvery at lunchtime. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks, Debs.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.